Chapter 1 Little Lowly. My dear sister, I will be able to see you soon. I miss you so much. Emoi said with a smile while lying in a pool of blood. Emoi slowly closed his eyes and died with a smile. When Emoi opened his eyes again, he found that he was still in this novel world. Emoi immediately became anxious and asked the system, haven't I finished the storyline? What the hell are you doing to me? Emoi has gone through the plot no less than 100 times. After finally finishing one plot, he actually has to go through it all over again? If it weren't for his obsession with his sister, Emoi would have quit long ago. Emoi was brought to this world by the system. He had to complete the villain's licking dog plot before he could leave this novel world and return to Earth. I've been a villain and a bootlicker for 100 times, and I finally completed it once, and you tell me that I failed? At this moment, a familiar voice came in my mind. Master. System failure. The system crashed after restarting 100 times. The system has been automatically repaired now. Please play the story again. In order to make up to the master only needs to complain about the plot and he will get a reward. After hearing the system's answer, Emoi felt like a jerk in his heart, but he didn't know whether to say it or not. Never mind. For the sake of my beautiful sister and the reward, I endured it. Emoi said, gritting his teeth. This reward is pretty good. It increases your physical attributes and also gives you Chinese currency rewards. These are good things that you can bring back to the real world. Emoi wanted to complain when he thought of the novel he had read. The title of the book was The Dragon King Returns to the City. If I didn't want to see a girl, I would have given up reading the book long ago. After all, she is the 19th heroine. After going through so many plots, the one that impressed me the most was the protagonist's evil smile. When those heroines see the protagonist's evil smile, they are immediately bewitched and want to pay him back. They are such idiots. Compared with my sister, they are just garbage. When I was on Earth, my sister was brought back by my mother. My sister was only 3 years old when I brought her back, but even at the age of 3 it was hard to hide her stunning beauty. As my sister grew up, sometimes when I looked at my sister who looked like a fairy, I would have evil thoughts. I felt very guilty at that time. But one time, Emoi was watching the screen on the computer, and his sister pushed the door open. He was so scared that he quickly turned off the computer and tidied himself up. Of course Emoi knew that he was discovered, so he broke out in a cold sweat, but his body was still hot, because his sister was more tempting than those pictures. My sister just smiled and didn't say anything. She came over to me, hugged me, and said, "Brother, let us go out for dinner. Mom has prepared the meal." After that, it was as if nothing had happened and he continued to play with his sister normally. Emoi also asked his mother, but his mother's answer was always that his sister fell from the sky. Emoi naturally didn't believe such a bizarre thing at that time, and just thought his mother was lying. But now he is a little bit convinced, after all, such a bizarre thing happened to Emoi himself. Only by returning to Earth can I resolve the doubts in my heart. It is possible that my mother lied. Emoi didn't think any more about it, and the important thing was to finish the story as soon as possible. System, which chapter is this? Emoi asked. Master, the current plot is chapter 10. Emoi thought about it and quickly remembered the plot of chapter 10. Emoi thought, first, I will drive my Lamborghini to attend Mushue's birthday today, and take out a limited edition diamond ring worth 200 million yuan to express my love for Mushue on her birthday. However, Mushue was in a difficult situation because Emoi was the young master of Emoi Group, which was the leading enterprise in Yinhai City and the richest group in Yinhai City. It is a group worth tens of billions, while Mushue's company is just a small company worth a few hundred million. That's why Mushue was in a dilemma, because she didn't like Emoi, but her family couldn't offend Emoi. Just when Mushue was in trouble, our protagonist Yi Haoyu made a grand appearance, then gave Mushue an evil smile, and Mushue almost fell for him. Afterwards, Yi Haoyu stood on the moral high ground and accused Emoi, saying that Emoi bullied others by taking advantage of his power, etc. Naturally, he was furious and ordered his bodyguards to beat him up. However, Yi Haoyu was a foreign mercenary, and his fighting ability was naturally not comparable to that of an ordinary bodyguard. He knocked the bodyguard to the ground in just a few moves. In the end, Emoi was knocked to the ground by Yi Haoyu, and was eventually carried away by bodyguards. Emoi complained, Mushue is such a moron, she was captured by a smile, what a waste. If it wasn't for the plot, I wouldn't even want to look at this bitch Mushue. Although she is beautiful, she has no brains. I spent 10 billion to date you, and you chose a bodyguard, you idiot. And my own personality. I'm so rich, but I still want to be a bootlicker. How stupid. In the end, the entire group was destroyed by the protagonist. How stupid. I want to beat up the bastard author of this book. What kind of crap did he write? What Emoi didn't know was that all these inner voices were heard by more than a dozen female protagonists. At this moment, in the pink room, Mu Shui heard a voice. She was very familiar with this voice. It was Emoi who was around her every day. When Mu Shui heard Emoi's words, her face turned red with anger. Mu Shui angrily said, "You are an idiot, you have no brains, how could I be captured by a smile? Are you kidding me? And that Yi Hao Yu is the protagonist? From what Emoi said, I am a paperman made of a book." He shook his head, thinking that he must have heard wrongly. How could he be a paperman? It was impossible for him to be captured by a devilish smile. As soon as Emoi finished complaining, he heard the voice of the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily Tutsao task. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million Chinese currency. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 points of charm. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of defense. Emoi was still very satisfied, because the villain himself was very handsome. After all, this could highlight the determination of the heroine. System, open the character page, Emoi shouted skillfully. Ding, opening. Character, Emoi, villain liquor. Charm, 95, charm limit, 100. Attack power, 8, ordinary people are 10. Defense, 15, ordinary people are 10. Not bad. Emoi quickly exited the system space. Emoi looked outside and saw that it was almost dark, so it was almost time to set off to attend the birthday party. Emoi stood up and tidied himself up. Looking at his handsome face, he was very satisfied. As soon as I walked out of the room, I saw a little lowly guarding outside the door. As usual, I touched her little butt and then went out. Huayao blushed and said, "The young master seems to be even more handsome." The young master is so mean, he only knows how to tease others and is irresponsible, forcing others to do it themselves. I hate him so much. This lowly was naturally brought back by her mother to serve her. As soon as I walked out of the door, there was a car waiting there. Given my status, I naturally didn't need to drive. Emoi got into the Lamborghini without hesitation. There were definitely more expensive cars, but he preferred this one. Emoi has no interest in cars. The only thing he is interested in is women. He has no other hobbies. Chapter 2, Narrow-Minded. On the way to Mu Shui's place, Emoi looked at the unchanging scenes around him and became tired of them, with no intention of appreciating them at all. Emoi was sitting in the car, feeling very bored, so he began to recall the plot in his mind and complain about it. Emoi thought, Mu Shui is celebrating her birthday in the villa this time, so of course the protagonist will appear, because the protagonist is Mu Shui's bodyguard. Yi Hao Yu returned to Long Country from abroad, and the first thing he did was to come and serve as Mu Shui's bodyguard. As for why I became a bodyguard, it was also to take down Mu Shui. Taking down Mu Shui is equivalent to taking down Mu Shui's entire company, and then starting from Mu Shui's company. This is the starting point for the protagonist. Because Mu Shui is an only child and she is really beautiful, Yi Hao Yu set his sights on Mu Shui. Besides that, there is another most important reason. He practiced a technique that required the virginity of 19 super beautiful women. If enough of them are gathered, then his technique will be perfected, and after it is perfected, it will be almost the end. His skills are spiritual. If he feels that the woman meets the requirements, he will send a signal to Yi Hao Yu. TSK. It's inhuman. There are 19 heroines and various supporting actresses. The author is really awesome. At that time, I couldn't help but leave a comment to the author, "You must be a tough guy." Emoi complained, "Those heroines are all idiots, brain dead. It's fine that you're being used as a training tool, but you're still so foolish as to think that the protagonist loves you so much. Don't you think about it? Can a person's heart really be that big? 19 of them, how big a heart do you have to share them all?" Those heroines were so naive and said, "I only need a place in a corner." What era is it now? Are you still doing the old-fashioned stuff? Although I like reading this novel very much, ever since Emoi came to this novel world. I feel that the heroine is so damn stupid. I often envy the protagonist. If I wasn't afraid that my sister would be taken advantage of by those pigs, I would have shot the protagonist in the head a long time ago. For my sister, I have persisted in watching the plot 100 times. It doesn't matter this time. At this time, the heroines from all over the place heard Emoi Xian's thoughts, and they all cursed Emoi Xian inwardly. They had heard this sound twice, so naturally they would not think they had heard it wrong. This time Mu Shui was sure that she had not heard wrong. Mu Shui thought to herself, it turns out that Yi Haoyu approached me because of my body in the company. I will give him my company and my body? Am I that stupid? Humph. Now that I know the plot, I will never let him succeed. Don't even think about making me follow the plot. Mu Shui roughly understood that Emoi Xian could return to his original world after completing the plot. She could hear it from Emoi Xian's inner words. Mu Shui said maliciously, you want to go back, but I won't let you go back. I won't let you call me stupid. I won't let you call me an idiot. It turns out that I was just playing the role of a bootlicker before. I thought it was my own charm. And that Yi Haoyu is too much. He is simply not a human being. He actually has so many women. He always takes advantage of women. He's just a mean person. How could I possibly like such a person? Is my vision that bad? Never mind. When the time comes, I won't follow the plot. Let's see what Emoi Xian will do. After complaining, Emoi Xian asked in confusion, why is there no reward from the system? Reply to the master, you can only complain once a day, and there will be no rewards for complaining later. I see. Following Emoi Xian's complaints, they arrived outside Mu Shui's villa. After getting off the car, a bunch of people came to greet Emoi Xian immediately, and then they tried their best to flatter Emoi Xian. I really want to be friends with Emoi Xian because Emoi Xian's family is so rich. At this moment, in a corner, Yi Haoyu also saw Emoi Xian, and his face turned bad. Yi Haoyu snorted in his heart, how dare you snatch a woman from me? You're really brave. I don't care about you, just a rich second generation from the Emoi group in Yinhai City. But since you dare to snatch a woman from me, you have to pay the price. Emoi Xian also felt Yi Haoyu's gaze at this time. After all, he had experienced this gaze many times. Emoi Xian cursed in his heart, this Yi Haoyu is such an idiot. I haven't even offended you yet, but you're looking at me with murderous eyes. Never mind. It's not his turn to appear yet, so I'm too lazy to pay attention to him for now. Emoi Xian walked straight into the villa. The bodyguards followed Emoi Xian, and the other flatterers also followed Emoi Xian and walked towards the villa. When Emoi Xian arrived at the villa, he saw Mu Shui, who was sitting at the top in the center. Mu Shui's appearance is petite, with big eyes, skin as white as snow, and a flawless face. Even without makeup, she is still a goddess. After all, she is the female protagonist, so naturally she can't be bad. Emoi Xian looked at Mu Shui and immediately showed a dog-licking look, and hurriedly walked to Mu Shui's side. There were a lot of people around at this time, and they roughly guessed what was going to happen next because they were no longer surprised. The next thing was naturally to confess his love to Mu Shui, which was what Emoi Xian often did to Mu Shui. People around started talking about it. One of the fat and big-eared men asked, do you think that Master Emoi Xian's confession will be successful this time? Another rich young master replied, I think it is very likely to succeed, because this time it is in front of so many people. If we don't give face to the young master of Emoi Group, it will definitely be a big blow to Yushin Company. If we refuse, other companies will definitely not dare to cooperate with Yushin Company, which will naturally cause huge losses. At this time, a person who didn't fit in said, I don't think Mu Shui would agree. My intuition tells me that she wouldn't agree. A string of crows flew over the heads of other people. Goddamn intuition. Yi Haoyu is now guarding outside the door. He has very good hearing, so he can naturally hear what people are saying inside. Oh. How could Mu Shui agree to a person like him who is uneducated, despicable, and shameless? Yi Haoyu said disdainfully. However, Yi Haoyu thought about it again and said in his heart, it is very likely that Mu Shui will be forced to agree for the sake of the company, just like what that rich young master said. Humph. I will never let this happen. A mere second-generation rich man actually dared to compete with him for a woman. If this wasn't in Dragon Country, I would have crushed him to death. Chapter 3, Mu Shui, your character has collapsed. Emoi Xian felt that the atmosphere was just right. Without further ado, Emoi Xian half knelt in front of Mu Shui and took out a sparkling diamond ring. Then he confessed affectionately. Mu Shue, I love you. If I can be with you, I would rather let all the stars in the sky fall, because your eyes are the brightest light in my life. Mu Shue, please be my girlfriend. At this time, Emoi was complaining in his heart, I want to vomit, I can't stand it. Even though I've confessed countless times, I still can't help but want to vomit. Saying lines like this is so disgusting. Yi Haoyu, please come on stage soon, finish the performance soon and finish work soon. I don't want to see Mu Shue, this stupid bitch, anymore. Mu Shue came to her senses after hearing Emoi's inner complaints. Because when Emoi walked over just now, she stared at Emoi's face. Then I was stunned. I didn't even hear the complaints clearly. Mu Shue thought to herself, why do I feel like this annoying guy has become so handsome? I was stunned just now. It was so embarrassing. Now Mu Shue's face is also slightly red. However, when Mu Shue heard what Emoi had just said and called her an idiot in his heart, she couldn't stand it. I always call myself an idiot, and now that I am confessing myself, I am still cursing myself in my heart. How hateful. Mu Shue was furious and said inwardly, I must punish him, or else I will punish him and make him my husband. It's definitely not because Emoi is so handsome. I want revenge on him. Marry him, and give birth to 7 or 8 big fat sons for him, and see how he can return to his original world, After Mu Shue had thought it through, she stretched out her hand and wanted Emoi to put it on her. Just as Mu Shue stretched out her hand, Yi Haoyu appeared. Yi Haoyu came out now to help Mu Shue out of the predicament, and take this opportunity to make Mu Shue look at him with new eyes, so as to capture Mu Shue's heart and then win Mu Shue over. So Yi Haoyu walked into the hall, and as soon as he arrived at the hall, he saw Mu Shue extending her hand. How could Yi Haoyu care so much at this time? He shouted loudly, I didn't expect that the young master of the Emoi group would be such a person who bullies others with his power. This really made me see the tyranny of the Emoi group. Ha! If you have anything to say, come to me. Don't embarrass a woman. I despise people like you the most. At this time, the people around looked incredible. Oh my god. This kid is just a bodyguard, but he dares to confront Master Emoi. Is he tired of living? Said a rich kid. What an ignorant brat. Just wait to be carried out, said another rich kid disdainfully. Emoi stood up and said angrily, who the hell are you? Get lost if you know what's best for you. I'm confessing my love to Mu Shue right now and I'm not in the mood to argue with you. If you don't get out of here, I'll beat you so hard that your mother won't even recognize you. However, Yi Haoyu was not panicked at all after hearing this. Instead, he said with disdain, others are afraid of your Emoi group, but I am not. Your rubbish bodyguards can't hurt me. Yi Haoyu changed the subject and said to Mu Shue with an evil smile, Mu Shue, you don't have to be afraid of Emoi. Even if Emoi group wants to. Before Yi Haoyu could finish speaking, Mu Shue spoke immediately. Mu Shue just saw Yi Haoyu's evil smile and almost vomited. Mu Shue wanted to vomit, what the hell? Ugh. If Emoi hadn't said that evil smile, she wouldn't have thought there was anything wrong with it. But as soon as Emoi said it, she felt very uncomfortable. Mu Shue didn't want him to continue. What a joke. She had to promise Emoi and couldn't continue with the plot. Mu Shue said to Yi Haoyu, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. We are not familiar with each other. Emoi's heart skipped a beat when he heard Mu Shue's words. Mu Shue, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? You actually told the protagonist to stop interfering. Hey! I'm here to help you. The most embarrassed person at this moment was Yi Haoyu. Oh my god. Doesn't Mu Shue know that I'm helping her out? Yi Haoyu said in his heart. Yi Haoyu thought for a while and thought to himself, Mu Shue must have said this to me for Yushin Company. She thought he was just a bodyguard and couldn't help her. She said that to him in order to protect herself. That must be the case. I'm abroad and no one can resist my evil smile. Yi Haoyu was frantically imagining. Yi Haoyu felt that he had guessed the answer, so he became confident again. Yi Haoyu continued to smile evilly at Mu Shue and said, Mu Shue, he is just a dandy boy, don't worry, I will kill him with a wave of my hand. Mu Shue was speechless in her heart, isn't what I said clear enough? He even gave her an evil smile. Doesn't he know it's disgusting? How could I possibly like someone who was even more stupid than me? Pooh. I'm not an idiot. I was actually led astray by this bad guy Emoi. It's outrageous. But she had already decided not to follow the plot, so she snatched Emoi Xian's diamond ring without hesitation and put it on herself. Just when Emoi Xian was about to ask his bodyguard to beat Yi Haoyu up, he discovered that his diamond ring was missing. He glanced at Mu Shui and found that she put on the diamond ring herself. Emoi Xian was dumbfounded. He was very sure that there was absolutely no such plot. What was going on? Mu Shui. What the hell are you doing to me again? Can't you just keep the story going normally? But why hasn't the system prompted me to restart? What has happened to the plot? Suddenly, Emoi Xian had a flash of inspiration and realized the seriousness of the matter. Mu Shui must want to provoke the protagonist and make him beat her to death. I didn't expect you to be so vicious, Mu Shui, but it doesn't matter, just follow the plot. When Mu Shui heard Emoi Xian's complaints, she was so angry that her whole face turned red. Mu Shui angrily asked, "What do you mean by being vicious? You are vicious and a nuisance." Yi Haoyu finally couldn't help it at this time. Although he couldn't kill anyone, he could teach Emoi Xian a lesson. How dare he threaten my woman? That's unforgivable. Yi Haoyu rushed directly towards Emoi Xian. Chapter 4. Mu Shui is speechless. Emoi Xian's bodyguard saw Yi Haoyu rushing towards Emoi Xian. The 5 bodyguards rushed over without hesitation and stood in front of Yi Haoyu. Yi Haoyu looked at the bodyguards with disdain and punched one of them directly at an extremely fast speed. The bodyguard had no time to react at all. By the time he saw the fist clearly, he had already flown backwards. Seeing this, the other bodyguards also rushed towards Yi Haoyu. They knew that if they didn't fight together, they would never be able to win. Seeing this, Yi Haoyu was not panicked. This was better for him. Yi Haoyu saw their attack coming soon and swept his legs across. The 4 bodyguards had no time to dodge and fell to the ground. It is a little difficult for them to stand up now, and even if they stand up, they have no ability to fight. Their legs are quite sore. Yi Haoyu looked at the bodyguards on the ground with disdain. Yi Haoyu now walked slowly towards Emoi Xian. But he suddenly saw Mu Shui standing in front of Emoi Xian. Mu Shui said coldly, "I like Emoi Xian, please don't be so sentimental. I don't need your help, and can you please stop interfering? And we are in love with each other, please leave here, you are fired. Also, our family hired you as a bodyguard to protect people, not to beat up guests. Do you understand?" Yi Haoyu naturally didn't believe Mu Shui's words in his heart. He still thought that Mu Shui was protecting him. He felt that she was doing this for his own good, because if he hit Emoi Xian, he would definitely be assassinated by the Emoi family. So he firmly believed that Mu Shui was doing this to protect herself and her father's Yuxing company. Thinking of this, he thought he understood, and then Yi Haoyu continued with a wicked smile, "Mu Shui, you don't have to worry about me. I'm really not afraid of this shitty MOU group." Yi Haoyu changed the subject and said to Emoi Xian, "Is the only way you can hide behind a woman? Are you a fucking man?" How could Emoi Xian care about Yi Haoyu at this moment, because Emoi Xian was doubting his life. Emoi Xian thought to himself, "This Mu Shui's character is too bad. She actually came to save me. This is totally out of character. Mu Shui, what are you doing? Never mind. Let us end this scene forcibly." Emoi Xian pulled Mu Shui away, and then said to Yi Haoyu, "If you dare to touch me, I will make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow." Emoi Xian looked at Yi Haoyu with disdain, as if he was looking at a clown. This time Yi Haoyu couldn't bear it anymore and slapped Emoi Xian directly. The latter, Emoi Xian, was just like the bodyguard. He had no time to react and was knocked away by a palm. Emoi Xian flew backwards against the wall not far away and spit out blood. He really spit out blood, but the injury was not as serious as before. "If it were before, I would have to lie down for at least half a month, but now I'm actually fine. But I have medicine at home, so it will be fine in a day." Yi Haoyu did not chase after him to finish off the enemy. After all, if he really killed someone in public, he would definitely not be able to stay in Long Country. After all, if he is wanted by the police, he will be unable to move forward. At this time, the bodyguards hurriedly stood up from the ground. In fact, their injuries were not very serious. They saw the young master being knocked away, so they couldn't care less. If anything happens to the young master, they will be finished. Without caring about their own injuries, they hurried over, carried Emoi Xian on their backs and walked towards the door. Mu Shui was just about to check on Emoi Xian's injuries when she saw the bodyguard taking Emoi Xian away. Mu Shui now wanted to go out and follow Emoi Xian's bodyguards to check on Emoi Xian's injuries, but just as she was about to go, she was stopped by Yi Haoyu. Mu Shui said angrily, "Get out of my way. Are you ill?" Yi Haoyu ignored Mu Shui's anger and smiled evilly. "Mu Shui, don't worry, he won't die, he will just lie down for half a month at most. Don't worry, I'm here. Even if no other company wants to cooperate with you, I can still use the funds to cooperate with your company. Don't worry, I have plenty of funds." Mu Shui is now convinced by Yi Haoyu and knows that she will not be able to get out. That's fine, because I just heard Emotian's inner thoughts and knew that Emotian was fine. So I didn't want to talk to Yi Haoyu anymore. It makes absolutely no sense. Mu Shui turned around and walked up the stairs of the villa, no longer caring about anything else. When those people saw that the protagonist had left, they all went back home, and Yi Haoyu also walked out. As soon as Emotian got in the car, he was full of energy and the bodyguards were amazed when they saw him. Emotian thought to himself, "Fortunately, I managed to finish the storyline. This girl Mu Shui is a little outrageous today. She is indeed a not very smart heroine. What's going on with the system?" Emotian asked in his heart. Replying to the master, "There is no problem with the plot. If there is a problem, the plot will be automatically restarted. The master does not need to worry. It doesn't matter, as long as the plot is completed," Emotian said. "Congratulations to the owner for completing the daily plot mission. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million Chinese coins. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of defense. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 attack points. It's still the same rewards, but these rewards can be brought back to Earth. When I return to Earth, I will definitely take my sister out to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. After all, our family is poor. In the countryside, we only lived in mud brick houses, but later we changed to one-story red brick houses, but we were still very poor. Don't think about it anymore." As time goes by, soon Emotian also returned to the villa. Now that he had finished his role for the day, he naturally had to go home and play. As soon as I entered the door, I saw the little lowly Huayao rushing towards me. This was taught by Emotian's mother. Emotian was speechless at first, but after feeling the benefits, he naturally thought that his mother was really nice. Originally, the mother wanted to arrange for dozens of people to come, but Emotian refused. If so many people came, he probably wouldn't even want to follow the plot. Just enjoy the gentle life, why bother with so many things? Only Huayao, the little lowly, couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to execute her on the spot. Who can resist a legal lowly? Huayao's face was red. After all, she had just graduated from school not long ago and had never been in a relationship, so she was naturally very shy. These were all carefully selected by my mother, so they are naturally clean. Their personalities and backgrounds must have been thoroughly investigated. I have checked all your ancestors for you, so the safety of your son is naturally the most important thing." Huayao pulled Emotian to the dining table, and the two sat together to eat. Originally Huayao wasn't allowed to sit at the dinner table to eat, but Emotian asked her to eat with him, and after that they ate together every time. She was also very touched and felt that she had found the right person. Huayao was still the same as before, picking up food for Emotian with all her might and watching him eat with a gentle look on her face. Emotian was also very satisfied in his heart. He was very happy to have such a little lowly who was like his wife. The life of rich people is so lonely and boring. PQ. Chapter 5, Crazy Gift Brush. At this moment, Emotian was lying on the bed, frantically sending gifts. There is another plot tonight, and I almost forgot it while in Huayao's gentle arms. The plot is that you have to give gifts to the female host Min Yao crazily, and then ask Min Yao out. Min Yao is also one of the female protagonists. The natural thing to do when we go out is to play the concave-convex game. But the protagonist will definitely come out and cause trouble. This time, Emotian used another account. He is Mu Shui's loyal bootlicker, so how could he possibly make an appointment with the anchor publicly? As for villains, it is impossible for them to be loyal to one person. A loyal villain is not a villain. If the protagonist isn't loyal, why should the villain be? It's just that the villain never got to eat a sister until his death. This is the work of a crappy author. Now Emotian has continuously brushed tens of thousands of trans-dimensional battleships. It seems that hundreds of millions of dragon coins are about to be reached. 100 million can be made in one go. Isn't that very rich? It feels so good. Those barrage comments were also tagging me crazily, but how could I possibly pay attention to them? Rich people have to pretend, and they have to act cool and mysterious. The popularity of the live broadcast quickly exceeded 1 million, which is still very impressive. At this moment, the girl in the phone was at a loss. She had just started college and wanted to do a live broadcast to earn some pocket money. Unexpectedly, a rich man gave her more than 10,000 hypersonic battleships today. $5,000 for one, it's so expensive. Her family isn't well off, so this kind of money is an astronomical figure for her. She is not a child, so she naturally understands that if someone gives so many gifts, he must want to get something. Apart from the AOTU game, she couldn't think of anything else that was worth him spending so much money on. It's impossible to simply admire her. At this moment, she guessed who had brushed it. Today, she heard a voice in her heart and knew that this was most likely just a fictional world, not the real world. Everything is a world created by others, and she finds it difficult to accept this fact. She also asked her bestie or friends about Emoi and found out that Emoi was the young master of Emoi group. Since Emoi also graduated from her school, it was easy to find out. Moreover, Emoi was the son of the richest man in Inhai City. Naturally, he is also very famous. She guessed that the person who gave the gifts was most likely Emoi. Who else could have such financial resources except him? If she hadn't expressed it in her heart, she would never have been sure. I didn't expect that I was also one of the heroines, but she was not curious about the protagonist, she was more curious about Emoi. After all, no one wants their destiny to be arranged by others, right? Going against the will of heaven is what the protagonist should do, not to mention that they are all heroines. At this moment, Min Yao heard her inner voice again. It's already 12 o'clock, there are rewards for complaining, and Emoi is also ready to start complaining. Emoi complained, Wen Yao is also an idiot. I gave you so many gifts, but you still want to return them. How stupid. Why are you pretending to be so noble? If you are really so noble, I won't complain about anything. I was conquered by the protagonist's evil smile and a few words. It's nothing. Note, before the restart, no woman had had sex with Yi Haoyu. The restart means that the entire plot has to be started over again, and the subsequent plot will naturally not continue. At this time, the barrage was scrolling. Why is the anchor blushing? Is she blushing because she's so happy? Asked the fat otaku in the barrage. I guess so. +1. Wen Yao was angry. Emoi had a really poisonous tongue. He said that he was pretending to be noble and that he was a fool. I really can't stand it anymore. I want to pull Emoi in from the screen and beat him up. If Emoi was next to Wen Yao, he would probably be bitten to death by her. Min Yao's face is so red now that it seems like blood could drip out, but she still has a different kind of beauty. Wen Yao thought to herself, I won't pay you back this time. Let's see how you proceed with the plot. But I won't use this money. I'll return it to him when the plot gets messed up. And I will never be won over by the protagonist. Because she knew what kind of person the protagonist was, a man who used them to practice. Wen Yao would never want to deal with a man like this. And he has 19 wives, so it is definitely impossible for Min Yao to share a husband with others. What era is it now? How is it possible to share a husband with someone else? Absolutely impossible. I would rather stay single for the rest of my life than do such a thing. Bah! Nausea! Wen Yao adjusted her mentality and restored her composure, determined not to let Emoi see any clues. Wen Yao looked at the screen and saw a message from Emoi, asking her to look at the private message in the background. Wen Yao took out another mobile phone and looked at the private messages. She saw that Emoi had sent her his WeChat ID and asked her out for a meeting. People in the live broadcast room also want to know what was written in the private message. But Min Yao didn't tell them. They also spammed the comments like crazy, but it was useless, and finally they gave up. They can only imagine it on their own. Imagine that your goddess Min Yao might go out to play the auto game with that rich man tomorrow. They couldn't bear the thought of that scene, so they quickly turned on their computers, got tissues, and started moving. PQ. Emoi also stopped and stopped brushing because he was too tired, namely. Time passed quickly, and half an hour later, Min Yao also ended the live broadcast. Wen Yao added Emoi's WeChat right after the live broadcast. Emoi doesn't have time to agree now. Because now the system's voice sounded. Congratulations to the owner for completing the daily Tutsao task. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 charm point. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of defense. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million Chinese coins. Emoi now feels that he is very strong and can even compete with the protagonist. In fact, no one in this world is very powerful, and most people rely on the strength of their hands and feet to fight. That Yi Haoyu also relied on his shooting skills when he was abroad and rarely used his fists and feet. However, his basic attributes are now estimated to be an average of 20. Don't underestimate these attributes. If they are stronger, they are very awesome. Chapter 6 Meet Min Yao. Yi Haoyu's attack power is only 20, but he can easily defeat 5 bodyguards. You can see how powerful this attribute is. Emoi was also very tired today. He fell asleep as soon as he exited the system space, and completely forgot to agree to Min Yao's WeChat message. At this time, Min Yao was waiting for Emoi to agree to her WeChat, but until 3 o'clock, she didn't see Emoi's agreement. Min Yao said angrily, could he have fallen asleep? Really? This acting is so bad. He's so unprofessional. If he were to act, he would probably be kicked out the next day. Min Yao was complaining on the bed, but soon she felt sleepy and fell asleep inadvertently. Zzz. It will be dawn soon. Emoi also woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Huayao sitting next to the bed. Emoi was used to it. There is a wash basin and a toothbrush next to it, and there is toothpaste on the toothbrush. When Huayao saw Emoi woke up, she came over and carefully helped Emoi up, then began to help Emoi brush his teeth and wash his face. Originally Emoi refused, but Huayao insisted on doing so, and Emoi couldn't beat her. I just let her be, and I'll get used to it over time. If she wasn't there that day, Emoi probably wouldn't have gotten used to it. After Huayao helped Emoi wash up, she stared at Emoi, because she felt that Emoi became handsome again today. She loves Emoi more and more. In fact, she is very happy to help Emoi wash and dress. I live a very satisfying life. Originally, Emoi wanted to find another girl to chat with her, but Huayao said she didn't need it, and the cleaning ladies and the cooking ladies were enough. Huayao was thinking, how could she find another maid to share Emoi's love? Of course I refused. I didn't want anyone else to take my brother Emoi away from me. Huayao glanced at Emoi and took the wash basin out. She also went to get breakfast. Emoi sighed, the life of the rich is really good. Emoi suddenly remembered something and said, broken. I want to ask Min Yao out today. Emoi quickly picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and agreed to join Min Yao's friend list. It's already past 9 o'clock in the morning and Min Yao has woken up long ago. She is not a lazy person. Emoi started sending WeChat messages to Min Yao. Goddess Min Yao, how about we meet at Gus Cafe this afternoon? Min Yao never puts down her cell phone. When she heard the WeChat message ringing, she quickly picked it up to take a look. She was about to cry, finally she got news from him. She really wanted to meet Emoi and see what he looked like. Anyway, there's no way he would do anything to me, so there doesn't seem to be any harm in going and taking a look. And she wanted to confirm one thing, to see if it was exactly the same as what Emoi said. So she texted back immediately. Okay. Then let's meet at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Seeing that the appointment had been made, Emoi was too lazy to reply to the message. Now I want to review the plot and complain about it at the same time. I have to develop this habit. In order to avoid any surprises, we must review the plot. Emoi doesn't want to start the story over again. He really misses his sister. Emoi thought, first of all, when Yao and I met at the coffee shop today, and Yi Haoyu happened to show up too. Yi Haoyu also made an appointment to discuss business at the coffee shop today. When Yi Haoyu was discussing business, he noticed that the technique was beating, and then he started to look around to see which beauty it was. Soon, he discovered Min Yao. When Yi Haoyu saw Min Yao, he also felt a surge of excitement. He didn't expect that she was another stunning beauty. But when he saw Emoi, a cruel expression appeared on his face. Yi Haoyu didn't talk about business anymore. He came directly to Emoi's dining table, gave Min Yao an evil smile, and then said all kinds of bad things about Emoi to Min Yao. However, this stupid girl, Min Yao, still believed Yi Haoyu's words very much. She even thought that it was Yi Haoyu who pulled her out of the fire pit. The consequences can be imagined. Emoi complained, just an idiot. And this Yi Haoyu, I've already disliked him. If it weren't for the plot, I really want to kill him. Very hypocritical. Yi Haoyu thought he had saved Wen Yao, but he didn't know that if Wen Yao followed him, she would enjoy endless wealth and glory. The key is, this bastard Yi Haoyu, is he asking for help? Isn't it pulling her out of a fire pit and then throwing her into a fire pit? What a stupid thing. Wen Yao also heard what was going on in her mind. For some reason, she felt that what Emoi said was absolutely right. Very reasonable. But if I didn't listen to my own heart, would I really do such a stupid thing? But she still felt that she would not do such a thing. In fact, she was not very sure. But now that she knows the plot, she naturally won't listen to Yi Haoyu. Huayo also brought up breakfast. After Emoi finished eating, he started checking his phone. Huayo was also watching the short video with Emoi, and the two of them watched the video with a smile. Soon it was already past 1 in the afternoon and it was time to set off. Emoi stood up and Huayo helped Emoi put on clothes. Huayo helped Emoi put on his clothes with a blushing face. Although she saw him every day, she was still shy. With Huayo's help, it was done quickly. Emoi patted her little butt as usual and then went out. The latter Huayo couldn't stand it as usual and hurried to the toilet. There is no way around it now because Emoi is so handsome. He quickly became popular among men, women, young and old because of his looks. Emoi got on the Lamborghini and started heading towards Gus Cafe. The difference between this time and last time is that this time I am intact, while last time I was limping. It was because Emoi was bored lying on the bed after being beaten that he wanted to date the female anchor. This is a plot in the novel. The man was beaten so badly that he had to lie in bed for half a month. He recovered so quickly only because he had some powerful medicine at home. Since you have money, you can have any medicine you want, not to mention this is a novel world. Chapter 7 Emoi's Handsomeness. Half an hour later. Emoi also arrived at Gus Cafe. As soon as he got out of the Lamborghini, someone came to greet him. This coffee shop is actually also owned by the Emoi group. As soon as Emoi walked to the second floor, he saw a middle-aged man coming over and flattering him in various ways. This man is the owner of this store, his name is Honghai. Honghai said flatteringly, "Master Emoi, I will take you to the best box right now." "No need, I have an appointment, you can go and do your work." Emoi waved his hand. As soon as Emoi reached the second floor, he saw Wen Yao. Although he had seen Wen Yao countless times, he still thought she was beautiful. Maybe that's why I haven't got it yet. Min Yao has delicate skin like a child, a very pretty face, a slim figure, and eyes as clear as a stream under the ice, without a trace of worldly dust. Like a naive girl. After all, she has just started college. She is the kind of silly and sweet girl. If it were someone else, they would naturally not return the money, and might even throw themselves into the other person's arms. But Min Yao wouldn't be like that. Emoi would feel heartbroken every time he saw these heroines, because it was very uncomfortable to think that these heroines would be harmed by Yi Haoyu. Why can't that person be me? Even though I'm just a paper man, it's not impossible. Emoi stopped thinking about the mess and walked straight to Wen Yao's table. Min Yao saw a very handsome guy walking towards her and her heart started beating inexplicably. Wen Yao thought to herself, why is my heart beating so fast? This guy is so handsome. He is a bit too handsome. Even a beautiful woman like me who doesn't like men almost fell for him. I deserve to die. No. I have to wake up first. Min Yao pinched the tender flesh on her hand with her fingernails. Ah. Wen Yao breathed a sigh of relief and said, finally, I feel much better. Eh? Why does this person look so much like Emoi? Last night, Wen Yao also looked up Emoi's information on the internet and saw his photos. Wen Yao said, although he looks quite handsome in the photo, he's not that handsome. Maybe it's because other people's photography skills are too poor. That should be the case. While Wen Yao was still thinking about something, Emoi had already come to her side. Hello? Goddess Wen Yao, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Emoi said apologetically. After hearing the voice, Min Yao also came back to her senses. Wen Yao hurriedly said in a panic, it's okay, I just arrived not long ago. Sit down first, let's drink and talk. After hearing this, Emoi also sat down opposite Wen Yao. Wen Yao thanked him, well, thank you for the gift you gave me. Wen Yao really didn't know what to say. After holding it in for a long time, she finally uttered this sentence. Emoi is now going to restore his true face in the plot. Emoi said, then I will get straight to the point. I give you gifts mainly for your body. If you stay with me for one night, I'll give you another 100 million, plus a villa. How? Wen Yao knew very well that Emoi was acting, so she was not angry. Wen Yao was waiting for Yi Haoyu to appear and then confirm whether it was exactly the same as what Emoi said. So Min Yao plans to delay it. Wen Yao said shyly, well, let me think about it. When Emoi heard Wen Yao's shy answer, his whole body instantly turned cold. Because the lines are simply not right, okay? The line should be, I will not sell my body for money, and I will return the money for those gifts to you. What kind of plane is this? Emoi thought to himself. Why is another character's character broken? This stupid girl's personality has completely changed. I don't care about the character settings anymore. As long as the system doesn't prompt me to restart, then I don't care. Emoi now only wants Yi Haoyu to appear on the scene as soon as possible. Just then, Emoi saw a woman, a very familiar woman. Isn't that person Mu Shui? Mu Shui was sitting in a corner, drinking coffee with another woman. The moment Emoi saw it, he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly covered his face. Afraid that Mu Shui would see it. Emoi thought to himself, why is this stupid bitch Mu Shui here? There is no role for her here. It's all messed up. Damn it. The protagonist, please show up soon. I can't take it anymore. It's like being caught having an affair. It's so uncomfortable. Mu Shui was now laughing so hard that her body was shaking, because she heard Emoi's thoughts and wanted to come over to ruin the plot. Seeing Emoi covering his face, Mu Shui tried hard to hold back her laughter. So fun. The best friend sitting opposite Mu Shui asked, what are you laughing at? Mu Shui said to Meng Qiu, you won't understand even if I tell you. Mu Shui ignored Meng Qiu and continued to look at Emoi. She had already planned to go over and question Emoi right now. Meng Qiu also followed Mu Shui's gaze. She saw Emoi, and then she couldn't take her eyes off him. Meng Qiu even murmured to herself, why is Emoi so handsome now? When Mu Shui heard Meng Qiu's voice, she quickly covered her eyes with her hands. Of course, she couldn't let her best friend fall in love with her man. Meng Qiu said, Mu Shui, don't be so stingy. Mu Shui threatened, I'm telling you, you can't hit on my husband, or I'll hit you. Meng Qiu asked, don't you dislike Emoi? I remember you hated Emoi very much. Mu Shui didn't know how to answer, so she simply didn't answer, and then took Meng Qiu's hand and walked towards Emoi. She is now looking forward to Emoi's expression next. Chapter 8 Mu Shui scolds Wen Yao. At this time, Wen Yao also knew why Emoi covered his face. Because she heard his inner voice. She was a little confused now. She glanced at Mu Shui's position and saw Mu Shui coming over here. She was also panicking inside. It feels like being caught having a mistress. Emoi felt the same way. But on second thought, it seemed that Mu Shui did not agree with Emoi's confession. We are not a couple, so what should I be afraid of? Thinking of this, Min Yao's heart calmed down. Looking at Emoi's frightened expression, Wen Yao inexplicably felt that Emoi was very cute. At this moment, two people were sitting by the window on the right, one of whom was Yi Haoyu. Yi Haoyu was originally discussing business, but his martial arts skills reminded him that there was a suitable beauty. He looked around quickly and soon found Min Yao. After all, Min Yao was very beautiful, and it was easy to see Min Yao by following the gaze of passers-by. As soon as Yi Haoyu saw Wen Yao, he started to get hot again. I didn't expect that there are so many such stunning beauties in Dragon Country. When he was abroad, he was rarely reminded of the exercises. I didn't expect to meet two of them shortly after returning to China. This must be taken quickly. If I take one, my combat power will be greatly improved. I must quickly improve my strength to avenge my father and mother. This time he came back for revenge and of course, to practice. Yi Haoyu also followed Wen Yao's gaze and found the person he wanted to kill the most. That is Emoi. As soon as he saw Wen Yao, he already regarded her as his property. In short, forbidden food. Yi Haoyu had already planned to assassinate Emoi. 3 times the limit is a sure thing, so Emoi must die. If it were abroad, Emoi would definitely be shot in the head. Yi Haoyu calmed down. Now he had to calm down. Just wait until night to assassinate him. Yi Haoyu didn't think anymore, he just stood up and walked quickly towards Emoi. Yi Haoyu was relatively close and walked quite fast, so he soon arrived next to Wen Yao. Emoi Xian also noticed that Yi Haoyu had come, and quickly let go of his hand and looked at Yi Haoyu. I'm too lazy to care about so many things now. At worst, I can just start the story over again. Emoi Xian was about to speak when he was interrupted by Yi Haoyu. Yi Haoyu smiled evilly at Min Yao and said, "My beautiful lady, this man is a scumbag, don't be fooled. He is also a despicable person and extremely lecherous." Etc. Emoi Xian seemed to be angered by Yi Haoyu's words. He said angrily, "Nima, who are you scolding? Are you looking for death?" Yi Haoyu completely ignored Emoi Xian's impotent rage. He continued to say to Min Yao, "This man took advantage of his power to bully others yesterday and forced Miss Mu Shui to be his girlfriend. Not only that, as far as I know, this person is cruel and ruthless. He killed someone just because of a minor quarrel. Although there is no evidence that he murdered her, it is almost certain." Yi Haoyu kept throwing dirty water on Emoi Xian. When Emoi Xian traveled to this world, his previous incarnation was already 18 years old, and he had indeed done a lot of jerk things before that. Seeing that Yi Haoyu was still normal, Emoi Xian felt relieved. Min Yao listened to what Yi Haoyu said and felt that Emoi Xian was a bit too much, but when she saw how handsome Emoi Xian was, she couldn't seem to hate him. She believed in her own judgment and thought that it must have been done by the previous Emoi Xian, not the current Emoi Xian. So she didn't want to listen to Yi Haoyu anymore. "Stop. I don't want to listen anymore," Min Yao interrupted Yi Haoyu. Yi Haoyu stopped awkwardly. Yi Haoyu was about to speak when he heard a voice coming from behind. "Emoi Xian, why are you here?" Mu Shui asked in disbelief. "You're not going on a date here, are you?" "I'm your girlfriend." "Who is this vixen?" Mu Shui asked with a bad look on her face. When Min Yao heard the word vixen, she instantly got furious. You, who are you calling a vixen?" Min Yao said angrily. Min Yao continued, "And you haven't agreed with brother Emoi Xian yet, have you? Besides, we're not dating. We're just talking about things. Don't throw dirty water on me, or I will. I will. I will." Min Yao couldn't finish the second half of the sentence for a long time. Mu Shui smiled and said, "What do you mean? Are you going to hit me?" "Who said I didn't agree?" Mu Shui raised her hand, and it was the diamond ring. "Look, I took the diamond ring yesterday, so of course I agreed. It was just destroyed by this villain." Now that Yi Haoyu saw the two girls fighting for Emoi Xian's favor, he began to doubt his life. "My master once said that I was a person with great luck, so why did I run into obstacles as soon as I returned to China?" He was very angry that a woman called him a villain. He has always been successful and has never encountered such a frustrating thing. All this is because of Emoi Xian, so Emoi Xian must die. I must send out the masters of the Dragon King Palace tonight to kill this Emoi Xian at all costs. Otherwise it will affect my mood. He certainly wouldn't risk going there alone because he doesn't have the strength to do so. There are many bodyguards around the villa. He knows that there is a more powerful bodyguard leader who he cannot defeat for the time being. So they could only send Mei Qian, who just came back from abroad today. Mei Qian is the 10th ranked master in the Dragon King Palace. Now his strength is even stronger than Yi Haoyu, and his basic attributes are all 35, which is very strong. Basically no one can stop it in the country. Chapter 9 Yi Haoyu escapes in a panic. At this time, there were many people watching around, but they were stopped by bodyguards. Hong Hai also sent people over to confiscate the phone. It would be disastrous if this thing gets out. Emoi Xian now had a look of despair on his face, waiting for the restart. But the system has never prompted such an outrageous plot, and it hasn't been reopened yet. What's wrong with the system? Emoi Xian asked in his heart. Reply to the owner, if you reopen, the system will remind you, you don't need to worry. Damn it. It's as if you said nothing. Now I can only wait for Yi Haoyu to hit me. Min Yao felt very aggrieved at this moment, and didn't know what to say to refute Mu Shui. Of course Mu Shui knew Min Yao. She heard it from Emoi Xian's thoughts, and she also sent people to investigate this morning. She also knows Min Yao's personality very well. She said this because she didn't want Min Yao to compete with her for the man. To nip all possibilities in the bud. Emoi Xian can only be hers, and she would never share him with him. Before, she was just confused by the halo of the protagonist. Now that she is no longer affected by the halo of the protagonist, she has naturally regained her sanity. At this moment, Min Yao felt that she still had to make an explanation. There are classmates here. How will she survive if this gets to school? Wen Yao said to Mu Shui, Emoi and I are really just ordinary friends who just met. I don't have those thoughts. Please don't talk nonsense. After Wen Yao said this, she felt a little uneasy inside. It feels like I've lost something. After hearing this, Yi Haoyu regained his confidence. It turns out that we are just ordinary friends. I guess I was overthinking it. As for Mu Shui, he guessed that she might have misunderstood him, and he would just need to enlighten her when he had time. Yi Haoyu also said on behalf of Wen Yao, I believe what this beautiful lady said. Beauty, you'd better not be friends with this kind of person. Wen Yao felt a little nauseous when she heard what Yi Haoyu said. Wen Yao was speechless in her heart. How can this person be the protagonist? He throws dirty water here every day. Is the threshold for becoming a protagonist so low? You always have that devilish smile there, don't you know if others will want to vomit when they see you? There was nothing wrong with the evil smile, but Emoi said that they were all captivated by the evil smile, so she felt that this evil smile was disgusting. What's more, Emoi is much more handsome than Yi Haoyu. Don't you feel ashamed to smile evilly when Emoi is around? Wen Yao said. The protagonists usually wear something rather rustic, and some even wear vests and slippers. Mu Shui felt that she might have said a little too much. But she doesn't regret it at all. This is for your future happiness. She didn't want to compete for favor like a concubine. Mu Shui apologized at this time, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. But I still hope you stay away from Emoi in the future. I am a jealous person. Emoi is now too tired to complain about this stupid Mu Shui. She is already crazy and hopeless, but she speaks for the villain and wants to save him. What's even more outrageous is that she wants to be a couple with the villain. Although Min Yao's personality has changed a little, it is still acceptable. Wen Yao also nodded to Mu Shui and said, Don't worry, I will stay away from Emoi in the future. After Wen Yao finished speaking, she also stood up and walked downstairs. She would be embarrassed if she stayed here. Mu Shui saw Wen Yao leave. She knew she had won. Very happy. Min Yao was dumbfounded. What did she see? Oh. She actually saw Mu Shui being jealous of another woman. It's incredible. What's wrong with this world? Mu Shui happily ran to Emoi and hugged Emoi's arm. Mu Shui got angry when she saw Yi Haoyu still standing there stupidly. Mu Shui said to Yi Haoyu indifferently, What are you still doing here? Get out of here. You keep saying bad things about my boyfriend. Please behave like a decent person. Don't be like a dog that bites everyone it sees. Emoi thought to himself, Mu Shui, this stupid bitch, speaks quite nicely. When Mu Shui heard Emoi calling her an idiot in his heart again, her face became even redder with anger. Then Mu Shui took out her anger on Yi Haoyu. Yi Haoyu, you, get away from me. Mu Shui gritted her teeth and spoke word by word. Yi Haoyu finally couldn't bear it anymore. Damn, this bitch is so shameless. The Dragon King would certainly not be able to tolerate being scolded again and again, but he would not hit women. So he planned to beat Emoi up. After all, everything was because of Emoi. Yi Hao didn't think anymore and just slapped him. He had avoided Mu Shui and attacked Emoi from a very tricky angle. But this time, Emoi brought more than a dozen bodyguards. Including the bodyguards of this cafe, there are at least 40 people. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Even if he is the protagonist, he can't withstand it. These bodyguards had experienced what happened yesterday and were keeping an eye on Yi Haoyu the whole time. Just as Yi Haoyu was about to take action, he was stopped by the bodyguards. Yi Haoyu felt a little scared when he saw a large group of bodyguards. He knew that he could not defeat so many bodyguards, so he wanted to escape. But it's not that easy to let him run away. All the bodyguards swarmed over. Yi Haoyu is the protagonist after all, so he still managed to defeat more than 20 bodyguards. Now he has no strength left. Seeing this, the other bodyguards continued to attack Yi Haoyu. Yi Haoyu stumbled and fell to the ground. The bodyguards saw this as an opportunity and started punching and kicking him wildly. Yi Haoyu was also beaten black and blue. However, Yi Haoyu's martial arts suddenly transmitted a force to Yi Haoyu. Yi Haoyu used this last bit of strength and began to use brute force to break out of the crowd and jumped out of the window. Emoi knew the plot, so being able to escape was naturally due to the protagonist's halo. His technique can give some strength when one is in desperate situation, but it is not lasting. Han Hai came over and knelt down, saying, "I'm sorry, master. It's my incompetence that I failed to catch him. Han Hai makes his living from this restaurant. So I'm still very scared now. He is just a boss who was hired by others to run this store. To put it bluntly, he is just a worker." Emoi said expressionlessly, "This is not your fault, it's okay, go down." Emoi didn't want to waste so much time talking to these people. It was meaningless. As for why no one was sent to monitor the protagonist, it was because they already knew the plot, so there was naturally no need for monitoring. When Han Hai heard what Emoi said, he quickly thanked him and then hurried away. He also understood that this was a happy time for Emoi and the other person. "Of course, you can't disturb me." Chapter 10. The two kissed each other. Now Emoi was very embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Mu Shui felt good when she saw that Emoi was embarrassed but didn't say anything. Mu Shui thought to herself, "I told you not to call me an idiot. I'll just give you a headache." Ha ha ha. Mu Shui pretended to be unhappy and said, "Why do you look unhappy? Don't you want to part with that vixen?" When Emoi heard this, he felt that his own behavior did not fit the character of a villain and a bootlicker. Never mind. Mu Shui took the initiative anyway. If I don't teach her a lesson, she will think she is made of clay. At this time, Emoi's eyes and expression became lustful, as if he was a gangster. Mu Shui didn't care at all. She knew Emoi was pretending anyway. Seeing that Mu Shui was still indifferent, Emoi directly spanked her little butt. Bang! It rings. Mu Shui felt pain and quickly opened her mouth to bite Emoi. But before she could bite Emoi kissed her cherry lips directly. Suddenly the whole cafe fell silent. Romantic music also started playing. They both enjoyed each other's kiss. The snakeheads also go back and forth with each other. The two of them wanted to merge their bodies into each other's. Mu Shui was actually not ready yet, she just wanted to change the plot. "I didn't expect it to develop so fast. I lost my first kiss too." But her heart slowly fell. It's first love after all. Emoi also sighed in his heart, "I didn't expect that my first kiss would be given to Mu Shui, this stupid bitch. But I have to say that Mu Shui is such a sweet girl. Does this count as cheating on the protagonist? What a thrilling feeling." Mu Shui also heard what was in her mind, she didn't expect that this was also Emoi's first kiss. Now she was even happier and cooperated more with Emoi. Emoi's hands were also not honest. Touch everywhere. Half an hour later. The two of them stopped. Emoi and Mu Shui chatted for the entire afternoon before they finished. Mu Shui wanted to continue chatting, but Emoi persuaded her to go home. There is still a plot tonight. The protagonist is going to send someone to assassinate me tonight. Emoi didn't have time to take Mu Shui home, so she went home in her own car. Emoi also got into his car and went back. Soon Emoi also returned to the villa, had a meal with Yao, played around for a while, and then returned to his room. Emoi, who was lying on the bed, thought to himself, "If the plot hadn't changed, I would have been assassinated today. And she's a beauty." However, the original plot of the novel would naturally not let Emoi die so early. In fact, there is a bodyguard here, hiding nearby. This bodyguard can be said to be very powerful, and his attributes are basically around 36. So Mei Qian's assassination attempt was doomed to fail. Mei Qian was the assassination type, and she thought that no one in the country could stop her, so she was careless and accidentally touched a branch. This must be the arrangement made by the dog author because he doesn't want Emoi to die so soon. Mei Qian is also one of the heroines. Mei Qian is a good helper to the protagonist. Not only can she help the protagonist solve that problem, but she can also help the protagonist assassinate some ants. Anyway, most female protagonists are like this, silly and stupid. But what Emoi didn't know was that Mei Qian had already heard his thoughts. At this time, there was a beautiful woman in her room. She is now wearing a tight leather jacket and leather pants. Although they are tight, her proud place is extremely tempting. No man can resist this temptation. Coupled with her beautiful face, she is really a fairy. The woman was Mei Qian. Mei Qian had a good impression of Yi Haoyu at first, but after hearing his true feelings, her opinion changed. Because when she thought about what Yi Haoyu had done, she realized that his thoughts were not false. Every time Yi Haoyu saw a beautiful woman, he had an expression of longing and the desire to possess her. Because you can feel it. She looked down on Yi Haoyu very much for using women to practice martial arts. She even felt disgusted by the Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace. Men who take advantage of women are so despicable. This afternoon, Yi Haoyu called her and asked her to assassinate Emoi. She had just stepped off the plane when she was asked to assassinate him. However, it was the Dragon King's order and she had no choice but to obey. Now that she heard her inner voice, she knew she still had a chance to succeed in the assassination. As long as you are very careful, you won't alert the bodyguard. But do I really want to assassinate Emoi? Anyway, all the assassinations in the novels fail, so it's okay for me to fail in the assassination. But tonight she was going to teach Emoi a lesson for calling them idiots every day. It's simply unbearable. Hang him up and whip him severely with a whip. Mei Qian didn't think anymore and set out again in the second half of the night. At this time, the system voice sounded. Congratulations to the owner for completing the daily plot mission. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of defense. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 attack points. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million Chinese coins. The system opens the character page, said Emoi. Ding, opening. Character, Emoi, villain liquor. Charm value, 96, charm value cap 100. Attack power, 18, ordinary people are 10. Defense, 30, ordinary people are 10. Emoi exited the system space. He didn't have much feeling about these attributes. Last time I had over 100 points. Emoi didn't think much about it and waited for Mei Qian to arrive. If the normal plot is followed, Mei Qian will not be able to enter. But the recent plot has been ever-changing, so Emoi doesn't dare to gamble. What if she comes in? I'll be dead then. Then we have to start the story again. As long as I don't sleep, I can still hold off the bodyguard with my defense. Time flies. Soon the second half of the night arrived. But the terrible thing is that Emoi fell asleep. At this time, a dark shadow cautiously came to the window of the villa. Although the window was locked, it did not pose a problem for Mei Qian. She managed to get the window open in just a few tries. There was no sound either, something she did quite often. Very skilled. When I entered the room, I found Emoi sleeping. This made her laugh. She could actually fall asleep even though she knew someone was coming to assassinate her. Although it was pitch dark, Emoi's handsome face could still be seen. He is really handsome, even I can't resist him. Mei Qian still remembered that she came here to teach Emoi a lesson, so she came to Emoi and pressed 2 acupoints. Emoi also woke up and saw Mei Qian. Just as he was about to speak, he found that he couldn't make a sound. Can't move either. Chapter 11 Mei Qian's special hobby. Mei Qian didn't want to drag him down any longer, so she quickly hung Emoi up with a rope. Then he took out a whip and prepared to teach Emoi a lesson. Oh my god. I remember now, Mei Qian has a masochistic habit, Emoi thought to himself. I remember Mei Qian has many other tricks. That's not right. Shouldn't it take some time for this habit to awaken? Who cares? Why do I seem a little excited now? Is there a tendency towards that as well? It's over. Mei Qian's face turned red at this time. She didn't have that tendency. She knew that Emoi would never lie in his heart. And now it seems that I have really awakened that habit. Now I really want to slap Emoi, and I also want to be slapped by Emoi. Mei Qian is really itching to do it now. Never mind, just give him a few whips first. Mei Qian whipped Emoi directly, and Emoi felt that the whip was not very powerful. Maybe he's afraid of beating himself to death. This level of pain is really not a big deal for me. But he still showed a painful expression. If he showed a happy expression, he would be a real masochist. After a few whippings, Mei Qian stopped. Mei Qian felt that she had learned her lesson enough, so she left the villa. Emoi was in great pain. Because I was still hanging there and couldn't speak. Emoi shouted in his heart, if you fall into my hands, I will beat your butt until it blooms. Soon it was morning. Emoi found that he could speak and was motivated. He quickly broke free from the rope, went back to bed and lay down to catch up on some sleep. I just woke up at 12 noon, and when I opened my eyes, I saw Huayao sitting next to me looking at me. As usual, Huayao helped me get up. Huayao also took the wash basin out. Emoi thought about today's plot. Today's plot was to send someone to kill Yi Haoyu. Emoi Xian also picked up his phone and sent a message to Uncle Emoi. How could Yi Haoyu be killed? Just send a few underground assassins. Today's episode is almost complete. But at this moment, the cell phone rang. It was Mu Shui calling. Emoi Xian was speechless. He wanted to take a day off, but Mu Shui called again. Emoi Xian still answered it. Hello? It's baby Mu Shui. What's the matter? Mu Shui said on the other end of the phone, come over and go shopping with me today. I've picked out a set of clothes. Can you come with me? Emoi Xian said in embarrassment, my dear Mu Shui, I have something to do today, so I won't go. Mu Shui, I don't care, you have to accompany me today. Don't you love me anymore? Emoi Xian gave in. In the end, he couldn't beat Mu Shui and decided to go shopping with her. After Emoi Xian finished his lunch, he went out. As always, there was a Lamborghini waiting outside. Emoi Xian also got on the Lamborghini and was now heading towards Yi Haoyu's vicinity. I'll go shopping with Mu Shui again tonight. Since we have to go out anyway, just send someone to beat up the protagonist. The person he brought this time was the most powerful bodyguard, and Emoi Xian called him Uncle Emoi. Yi Haoyu lives in an old residential area. The protagonists all live in places like this, saying that they want to keep a low profile. Emoi Xian soon arrived at the dilapidated neighborhood. Emoi Xian took Uncle Emoi into the community. Although it is a shabby neighborhood, who would have known that there is actually a beautiful girl in the shabby neighborhood? The reason why Yi Haoyu didn't move away was because he found a beautiful girl. This woman is also one of the heroines. Name, Yukai. Yukai grew up with her grandmother and has no parents. A more well-behaved type. But it's not yet Yukai's plot. Emoi Xian was too lazy to care about it for the time being. Soon they arrived at a dilapidated door. Emoi Xian nodded to Uncle Emoi. Uncle Emoi also understood and kicked the door open. Pang! Yi Haoyu was startled. He was meditating in the room just now. Suddenly the door was kicked open, which scared him. Yi Haoyu quickly came back to his senses, looked outside the door, and then his anger flared up. Because he saw the person he hated the most, Emoi Xian. I received a message from Mei Qian this morning, saying that the assassination failed. She also said that there was another expert like her. Yi Haoyu now has no idea why Emoi Xian could find this place. The location I found is already very remote. Yi Haoyu also felt the oppression from the person next to Emoi Xian. He knew himself very well and knew he couldn't beat him at all. Now the only thing we can do is to escape from here. Emoi Xian said to Yi Haoyu. Yo! Isn't this the bodyguard who doesn't know his place? What's wrong? You're not talking now? Yi Haoyu is now furious. He thinks he can call the shots abroad and others will be terrified when they hear his name. I didn't expect to be ridiculed by a rich second generation today. I really can't stand it, but there's nothing I can do to him now. There is no choice but to endure it. After all, things change over time. Yi Hao snorted coldly, you are just a villain who has achieved success. Let's have a one-on-one duel if you dare. Emoi Xian was speechless. Emoi Xian deliberately showed an angry expression and said to Uncle Emoi, kill him for me. After hearing the order, Uncle Emoi punched Yi Haoyu directly. The latter, Yi Haoyu, also reacted quickly and dodged directly. Just as he dodged, another punch came. Yi Haoyu still managed to dodge it. Uncle Emoi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he could dodge my attack. Uncle Emoi also became serious and looked at Emoi Xian's impatience. So Uncle Emoi attacked with all his strength and increased his speed. Now Yi Haoyu has no way to escape. Yi Haoyu was knocked away by a palm, then broke through the wall and fell outside. You can imagine how strong this force is. This is the second floor. Emoi Xian watched Yi Haoyu fall down and he looked like he couldn't stand up. Yesterday's injury hasn't healed yet, and today I'm injured again. However, Emoi Xian understood that this technique would soon give him a mysterious power. Uncle Emoi quickly jumped down the stairs, wanting to give Yi Haoyu another stab. As soon as Uncle Emoi jumped off the building, he punched towards where Yi Haoyu was. Yi Haoyu was now shouting wildly in his heart, and the martial arts could also hear Yi Haoyu's shouts. Gave Yi Haoyu a mysterious power. After Yi Haoyu obtained this mysterious power, his attributes began to increase rapidly. Soon the attribute reached 40, and this state could only last for 20 seconds. So he couldn't fight with Uncle Emoi for a long time, and his body couldn't bear such a heavy load. Yi Haoyu used all his strength to fight against Uncle Mo's palm, and Uncle Emoi also retreated. Yi Haoyu watched Uncle Emoi retreat, and he took this opportunity to run quickly. Uncle Emoi was knocked back dozens of steps and looked at the fleeing Yi Haoyu in disbelief. Uncle Emoi was not a fool, he knows that some secret method must have been used. So I want to catch up. But just as he was about to chase after him, he was stopped by Emoi. How could I possibly catch up with him? He has the aura of a protagonist. Chapter 12. Emoi was hit by a car. Uncle Emoi came to Emoi with shame and said, "I'm sorry, master. I was careless." Emoi patted Uncle Emoi on the shoulder and said, "I don't blame you, you just didn't expect that he had a secret method." After Emoi finished speaking, he also walked towards the exit of the community. Uncle Emoi slapped himself at this time, blaming himself for underestimating the enemy. After Uncle Emoi finished blaming himself, he followed Emoi. At this time, there was a beautiful girl riding a bicycle on the cement road next to the entrance of the community. This little girl is very cute, with a small face and small chest, but that doesn't affect her beauty. He was riding a bicycle and humming a song, and he looked youthful and lively overall. She just came back from school, so she was very happy and optimistic. At this time, she heard a voice, which was Emoi's inner words, complaining about the protagonist, saying that the protagonist was a hypocritical person and was not as good as him, the villain. She was attracted by this inner voice. She forgot that she was riding a bicycle, and now she was riding a bicycle based on her intuition. When she came to her senses, she found that she was about to bump into someone. She shouted loudly, "Ah! Get out of the way!" Because Emoi was complaining about the protagonist, he didn't notice a bicycle hitting him. Emoi heard a scream at this time and came to his senses. He looked in the direction of the sound and found a bicycle crashing towards him. And it's very fast. Uncle Emoi at the back was still blaming himself and couldn't react. It's too late for Emoi to hide now. In less than half a second, Emoi collided head-on with the bicycle. Emoi was knocked to the ground, and before he could react, he found a person in the air. The man in the air was about to fall down towards him. Moreover, she fell in a prone position, and it was too late for Emoi to dodge. Yukai saw that she was about to fall from the sky, and her hands and feet were waving around in the air in panic, but it was useless. With a bang, the two merged together. Because she fell down and lay on Emoi, and her cherry lips just happened to kiss Emoi. Uncle Emoi, who was standing by, was now stunned and quickly covered his eyes. He was still mumbling to himself, "Don't look at what is indecent. Don't look at what is indecent." At this moment, both of them were stunned. Emoi felt the soft cherry lips and tasted them carefully. It was very sweet, and it had the unique scent and taste of a young girl. Emoi's whole body was also boiling hot. Yukai's face was now blushing with shame, and she wanted to get up quickly, only to find that her cherry lips were bitten by Emoi. "Can't move. You tried every method but couldn't break free from Emoi." Then tears started to flow uncontrollably. Emoi felt her tears and came to his senses, quickly letting go of her cherry lips. Yukai felt herself being released, and quickly stood up and tidied herself. But tears still fell from the corners of my eyes. Because my first kiss was lost in a mess. Emoi also stood up. Emoi said awkwardly, "Well, although this was an accident, I still want to compensate you. Just tell me what you want. As long as you want it and as long as I have it, I can compensate you." Yukai is now looking at the handsome Emoi, whom she also knows. He is Emoi, a super rich second generation from Inhai City. These 2 days, she heard his voice and went to inquire about it, and naturally knew what he looked like. It's just that I'm much more handsome in person than in the photo. Although she is not obsessed with looks, she was still impressed by his handsomeness. The heroine generally doesn't ask for favors from others, and Yukai is no exception. Yukai couldn't get angry when she saw the handsome Emoi. She blushed and said, "No need to compensate. You didn't do it on purpose. I don't blame you." Emoi said domineeringly, "You must accept my compensation. I don't want to owe others." After Emoi finished speaking, he took out a bank card with 100 million yuan from his pocket. Emoi grabbed Yukai's little hand, put the card in her hand and said, "There is 100 million in it. There is no password. You can swipe it at will." Yukai said hurriedly, "I can't have it, you take it back. You must take this money. There is no reason for me to take back something I have handed over, Emoi said like a domineering president. Yukai also often watches this kind of idol drama, and she immediately put herself into the story. Yukai has now forgotten that Emoi is a villain, and she is so moved that she is confused. But she soon came to her senses and realized that she could not accept the money. If she accepted it, how would Emoi look at her in the future? Do you think she is materialistic? Besides, I don't worship money. For some reason, she didn't want to leave a bad impression on Emoi. Chapter 13 Yi Hao Yu hit the table in anger. Yukai didn't want to think too much about it. She absolutely couldn't accept it. But just when she was about to say something to Emoi, then he found that Emoi had already walked into the Lamborghini. Just now, Emoi saw Yukai thinking about something and her face turned slightly red. He felt something was wrong and ran away quickly. It's fine if Mu Shui becomes abnormal. I can't handle another one. Emoi opened the window and said to Yukai, I'll leave first. I have something else to do tonight. And your mouth is so sweet. Bye. Emoi closed the car window, and the driver immediately started the car and drove away quickly. As soon as Yukai arrived next to Emoi's car, it drove away. Looking at the bank card in my hand and the words just now, I feel very warm. Yukai turned around and pushed her bicycle into the community. As for the bank card, she would not use it and would return it to Emoi when she saw him next time. At this time, an angry voice was heard from a very remote room. Emoi, you've gone too far. I will kill you, Yi Hao Yu said, gritting his teeth. When have I, the great Dragon King, ever suffered such an injustice? When Yi Hao Yu thought of Emoi's face, he couldn't help but want to kill him. He seemed to have no place to vent his anger, so he raised his hand and hit the nearest table. Boom! The whole table was reduced to dust. At this time, the fat man next to him said indignantly, Damn it! I'll kill him for you. How dare you bully my brother? You're just asking for your own death. I'm going to take my brothers and guys and kill that bastard now. Having said that, he wanted to walk out the door, but was stopped by Yi Hao Yu. You can't kill him. He has a master like Mei Qian by his side now, Yi Hao Yu explained. No? There is actually a master that even Mei Qian can't beat? The fat man looked surprised. Because there are very few such people in China. We cannot say that there are none, but they are relatively few. After all, it's safer in China. Yi Hao Yu nodded and said, I was beaten into this state by Emoi's bodyguards. Don't worry about this matter. I'll find a way. And now only if I kill him with my own hands can I relieve the hatred in my heart. Yi Hao Yu continued, Fatty Wang, go find me some tonic medicine. I'm in urgent need of energy now. Now Yi Hao Yu's face is as pale as paper. I'll go now. Fatty Wang also noticed that Yi Hao Yu's face was getting paler, so he said hurriedly. After saying this, Fatty Wang quickly walked out of the room. After seeing Fatty Wang leave, Yi Hao Yu also muttered to himself. I was forced to use the power of the technique twice in a row, and now my body can't take it anymore. I didn't expect the side effects to be so severe this time. Now it hurts every time I move. The medicinal herbs he asked Fatty Wang to find were naturally not ordinary herbs. They were relatively expensive herbs, and they also contain some energy. The price is also relatively expensive, but the energy can make people live longer. If I could get a woman, I wouldn't have to endure this. If it weren't for Emoi, I would have succeeded a long time ago. Yi Hao Yu now hates Emoi more and more, and even considers slaughtering his entire clan. As the protagonist, it is definitely impossible for him to force the heroine to do anything. That's what villains do. So Yi Hao Yu never thought of forcing himself on her. At this time, Emoi's car also arrived downstairs of Mu Shui's building. When they arrived downstairs of Mu Shui's building, it was almost dark. Emoi picked up his phone, sent a WeChat message to Mu Shui, and then threw the phone aside. But Emoi waited for 10 minutes and Mu Shui still didn't come down. Now Emoi couldn't help but start complaining. Emoi cursed, Nima. Mu Shui, this stupid bitch, actually asked a villain like me to wait for her. Am I giving her face? Mu Shui also heard the thoughts and quickly tidied herself up. In less than a minute, Mu Shui ran downstairs and came to Emoi's car. She didn't mean to be so slow just now, it was mainly because Emoi came too suddenly. She's not ready yet. And she also wanted to appear beautifully in front of Emoi. When Emoi saw Mu Shui coming, he immediately put on a doggy-licking attitude. Emoi opened the car door and walked down, then smiled at Mu Shui and said, "Beautiful lady, please get in the car." Mu Shui was speechless when she saw Emoi, who said one thing on the surface but was another in his heart. Mu Shui pulled Emoi into the car. The two were flirting in the car, and the bodyguards didn't even dare to look. Afraid of losing my life. The two of them hugged each other and nibbled on it, enjoying it very much. Even with bodyguards around, Emoi didn't touch anything randomly. The two kissed each other as soon as they got in the car and didn't stop until they reached their destination. Emoi got out of the car and looked at the huge Tianjia shopping mall without feeling anything. He pulled Mu Shui and walked into the mall. There were also many eyes on Emoi nearby. After all, Emoi was so handsome. Because there were many women shopping, some men also looked at Mu Shui. But there were also some men looking at Emoi, which made Emoi very uncomfortable. As soon as you see them, you can tell that they are the kind of people with sexual fetishes. Mu Shui saw those women staring at Emoi, and they hugged Emoi tightly as if they were protecting their food. Emoi also held his forehead with his hands. He never thought that one day he would be together with the heroine. Chapter 14 Shopping with Mu Shui. Emoi ignored the people around him and walked straight into the mall with Mu Shui. People around also quickly took out their mobile phones to take pictures. I guess the news about Emoi and someone will be on the hot list tomorrow. If the security guards in the mall hadn't come out to clear the way, it would have been difficult for Emoi to enter the mall. As soon as Emoi walked into the mall, he felt a murderous aura. Emoi pretended to glance casually at somewhere on the third floor. I didn't expect that. He actually became enemies with the protagonist's good brother so quickly. This person is quite special. He was defeated by the protagonist and they finally became good brothers. He and the protagonist both like the same woman, and that woman is Mu Shui. But the protagonist doesn't know this. In the end, he also helped Yihaoyu. He is the kind of person who is more loyal to his brothers. As long as Mu Shui is happy, he is happy, and he is Mu Shui's licking dog who silently protects her behind her back. And he was single until the end. He is also the protagonist's right-hand man, and plays a relatively important role in the protagonist in the middle period. He is also a member of one of the four major families, but he doesn't own many shares in the company. His father favored his eldest son more, so most of the shares were given to him. But the eldest son still refused to give up and wanted to snatch his shares. For the sake of shares, he even sent people to assassinate his good brother, but at this time the protagonist happened to appear and saved him. Now he truly admired Yihaoyu, and this was also the reason why he completely gave up the fight for Mu Shui. After Yihaoyu learned about his experience, he helped him plan everything, and finally took him to kill his brother. In the end, it was the protagonist who led him to take back all the shares of the company. In order to repay Yihaoyu for saving his life and to take back the company's shares, he voluntarily gave up 50% of his shares to Yihaoyu. From then on, Yihaoyu used Johan's company to take over the four major families one by one. Emoi sneered when he thought of the plot. Now Johan has murderous intentions towards himself even before he meets the protagonist. I don't know if it will have any impact on the plot. Emoi didn't think anymore and took Mu Shui for a walk. At this time, Johan, who was on the third floor, couldn't bear to see the woman he loved being led by someone else. The reason why he gave way to the protagonist was because of the protagonist's aura of reduced intelligence. And he thought the protagonist was a good person with a promising future, so he was willing to do it. But he felt that Emoi was not worthy, an uneducated playboy who went to various entertainment venues all day and did all kinds of evil things. Although things have been quiet for the past 1 or 2 years, they still remember these things. Everything that happened in the first 18 years was basically done by his predecessor. Emoi came to this world to follow the plot and naturally lived his own life. After all, I have a beautiful loli at home, so I am too lazy to go out and look for her. Still a legal loli. If I wasn't afraid of ruining the plot, I would have killed Huayao long ago. Johan now had a gloomy face and asked, why can a bastard like Emoi get Mu Shui? Does he deserve it? Why didn't Mu Shui choose me? No. Mu Shui must be still young and doesn't know how treacherous people are, so she was deceived by Emoi. I want to save Mu Shui. Mu Shui can only be mine, no one can take him away from me. Johan was thinking wildly, and even wanted to spend money to find someone from the underground forces to kill Emoi. But he planned to try first to see if he could wake Mu Shui up. So now he walked towards Emoi and Mu Shui. This shopping mall is his father's property and is temporarily managed by him. That's why he can appear here. As soon as he started walking, a security guard followed him and cleared the way for Johan. Emoi was now sitting on a stool in a shop, praising Mu Shui vigorously. Does Emoi look good in this dress? Mu Shui asked as she came out of the dressing room. It looks good. It looks good. Emoi said it was beautiful without even looking at Mu Shui. There was no way Mu Shui had tried on dozens of clothes, and Emoi was already aesthetically fatigued. Just do it perfunctorily. Mu Shui saw Emoi perfunctory response and said angrily. Humph. You haven't even seen it, and you say it's beautiful. Don't you love me anymore? Are you thinking about that vixen again? You keep saying you love me, but you don't even look at me. You've gone too far. After Mu Shui finished speaking, she put on an angry look, meaning that if you don't come to coax me, I will just stand here and be angry. When Emoi saw her in this posture, he inexplicably felt that she was quite cute. I didn't expect that I would be so shameless. As a lickspittle villain, Emoi naturally has to coax her. So he quickly stood up, walked to Mu Shui and said. All right. I'm wrong, isn't that okay? I assure you, I looked at every piece of clothing carefully. Mu Shui felt it was quite useful after hearing this, and she didn't dare to act too pretentious. She was afraid that Emoi would turn against her because she knew that Emoi was just playing around with her. Thinking of this, she became very sad and didn't even want to try on the clothes. Not in the mood anymore. Emoi thought she was still angry, so he hugged her in his arms. At this time, Mu Shui was also hugging Emoi tightly. She decided to let Emoi stay in this world. Although it was selfish, it was okay to be a little selfish for the one she loved. Because she understood that as long as Emoi successfully completed the plot, he would leave this world. That's why she made this decision. What she didn't know was that if she didn't follow the plot, Emoi would also disappear because the plot would have to start over again. While Mu Shui was still imagining, an uninvited guest came. Emoi also sensed the murderous aura. He looked in the direction of the murderous aura and saw Johan walking towards him with several security guards. Before he even reached Emoi, Johan shouted, Emoi, let Mu Shui go, or I'll be rude to you. Emoi laughed. He couldn't stand how a mere supporting character dared to be so arrogant to him. Beating up the supporting character wouldn't affect the plot too much, so Emoi planned to teach him a lesson. Emoi said to Johan, who was about to walk up to him, if I don't let go, what can you do to me? Besides, Mu Shui is my girlfriend, why should I let go? Mu Shui also added, who are you to meddle in other people's business here? My boyfriend and I are hugging each other, what's it got to do with you? Mu Shui knew who that person was and just said that on purpose. That Johan often pursued her, so she was very familiar with him. Chapter 15. Emoi couldn't help but take action. When Johan heard what Emoi said, he couldn't help but want to hit Emoi. Then he heard Mu Shui's words, and he seemed to have lost his mind. He rushed towards Emoi regardless of everything, but he was stopped by the security guard. Let me go, you want to die? Johan shouted at the security guards. Master Johan, don't do anything. If you do, the master will punish us. We can't let go, said one of the security guards. Master Johan, please calm down, the security guards advised. After hearing what the security guard said, Johan slowly regained his senses. He came this time to let Mu Shui know Emoi's true identity. Besides, he couldn't hit Emoi in person, otherwise it would definitely be bad for the family. When I go back, I will be punished by my father. The trouble is not worth it. Thinking of this, I suppressed my anger. After adjusting his mentality, he slowly walked to Emoi's side, and then said to Mu Shui in Emoi's arms, Mu Shui, don't be fooled by him. Emoi. Bang! Before Johan could finish his words, he was slapped away by Emoi. With a loud bang. The phone wall was directly exploded by Johan's collision. Emoi didn't use too much force, for fear of being hit to death with one blow. Emoi cursed, damn it! How did he manage to be so good when he could say bad things about me in front of me? Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon that you can squeeze at will? If a tiger doesn't show its might, people will think I'm a sick cat. I can tolerate ye how you scolding me. After all, it's for the plot. Damn it, who the hell are you? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Mu Shui found it a little hard to believe when she saw how powerful Emoi was. The person was knocked flying with just one palm strike, and it felt like watching a TV drama. Mu Shui was now curious about whether Emoi had abdominal muscles, so she quickly pinched them with her hands. Her face suddenly turned red with shame. It really was there. I couldn't tell. Just by touching it, she could confirm that these muscles were perfect. It must be very beautiful, with muscles like the mermaid line. The touch feels very comfortable. Emoi felt itchy at this time. Emoi couldn't help but said, "You're making me so itchy, stop it right now, or I'll do you in public." Emoi said with a wicked smile, looking like a real villain. You are so annoying." Mu Shui also stopped and said stutteringly. Mu Shui seemed to remember something at this time, and said quickly, "Don't get me wrong, I'm just curious about why you're so strong. I want to see if you have muscles, that's all. I'm just curious. I'm not lecherous, I'm just curious, please don't misunderstand me." Emoi said jokingly, "Explanation is covering up. So you are this kind of Mu Shui. You, I won't pay attention to you." Mu Shui said incoherently. Then she tried to break free from Emoi's arms. With her strength alone, there was no way she could break free. Emoi stopped teasing her. "Emoi, okay? I was just teasing you, don't be angry." Mu Shui didn't say anything, but stopped struggling and hugged Emoi quietly. At this time, the security guards went to a pile of clothes and found Johan. As soon as Johan was found, he spat out blood. Johan looked at Emoi with murderous and hateful eyes. But he didn't say a word and let the security guard carry him out. He understood that he couldn't persuade Mu Shui at all now, so he would try to persuade Mu Shui again when he had the chance. Now he just wants to go back and make plans carefully. He wants revenge, he must take revenge. From childhood to adulthood, no one dared to hurt him, except his older brother, who seemed to be quite nice to him. The so-called beast in human form. Emoi looked at Johan, who was leaving without saying a word. "It's just a waste." Emoi continued to accompany Mu Shui to look at clothes and go shopping. After 3 hours of shopping, Emoi felt tired. Mu Shui had just finished shopping. Mu Shui secretly hated that time passed too quickly. She didn't know why time passed so quickly when she was with Emoi. But she had no choice but to get in the car with Emoi and go home. Emoi continued flirting with Mu Shui in the car, but the driver still didn't dare to look at them. "I can only focus on driving." Soon Mu Shui was sent back to her home, and she was very reluctant to leave. Emoi has to complain about the plot now, as today's reward for complaining has not been completed yet. Emoi complained in his heart, "Finally, I sent Mu Shui home. I'm so tired. I'd rather die than go shopping with a woman. It's so damn tiring. Today I actually ran into the cuckolded supporting actor Johan. What bad luck. But today was not bad. I beat up Yi Haoyu, so I felt relieved. But this stupid bitch Mu Shui is pretty cute, and she even touches herself randomly. If it weren't for the plot, I really want to take her down tonight. Let me be a real man for once. My little chicken has been horny for a long time." Emoi wanted to continue complaining when he heard the voice of the system. "Congratulations to the owner for completing the daily Tutsao task, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million Chinese coins. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 charm point. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of defense." When Emoi heard that the mission was completed, he was too lazy to complain. "Close your eyes and rest in the car." At this time, Mu Shui heard Emoi scolding her again. Just when she was about to get angry, she heard Emoi praising her for being cute again, and she became very happy. She really wanted to know whether Emoi liked her or not. She wanted to know what Emoi was really thinking, although she knew that if it weren't for the plot, Emoi might have had sex with her tonight. But that is not true love. However, Mu Shui blushed when she recalled Emoi's vicious words. Although Mu Shui was very happy, someone was unhappy. For example, Min Yao, when she heard Emoi voice, she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. It was as if something precious was about to leave. Ever since she came back yesterday, Emoi's figure kept appearing in her mind for some reason. Even she, who always loved studying, stopped studying. She didn't know why this happened. In fact, even Emoi himself didn't know that charm is not just about appearance, it can also engrave people deep in one's heart. I will never forget her. Coupled with her extremely high looks, even the Ice Queen would fall into the mortal world. This charm value reward was given to Emoi as compensation for a system failure, so Emoi was not quite sure about this charm value and just thought it was a score of his appearance. Min Yao right now can't help but want to see Emoi, and she thinks about him every moment. She would occasionally watch idol dramas and understood that this was a manifestation of love for someone. She just couldn't believe that she had only met Emoi once. How could she possibly fall in love with him? She felt that she was not that frivolous, even if it was Emoi who was so handsome. However, in the end she had to admit that she really fell in love with Emoi. So when I heard Emoi's voice, I felt very painful and empty inside. She decided to snatch Emoi with Mu Shui. She wanted to be crazy about love once, otherwise she was afraid that she would regret it. Chapter 16 Wen Yao wants to date Emoi. After Wen Yao made up her mind, she started sending WeChat messages to Emoi, asking him to come out. Emoi. Are you there? Will you be free tomorrow? Whoosh. At this time, Emoi's cell phone rang. Emoi picked up the phone in the car and checked WeChat. When Emoi saw that it was Wen Yao who sent him the WeChat message, he was at a loss. Damn. Is this a date with me? From the text, I can tell that he definitely wants to make an appointment with me. Is there another possibility? Do you want to return the money for the gift to me? This should be the case. It seems that Min Yao is quite normal. Now Emoi replied with confidence, and even with a teasing tone. After all, he was the villain who wanted to tease her. Emoi opened WeChat and made a video call to Wen Yao directly. Only videos can provide enough fun for teasing. Sending messages is too slow. When Min Yao saw Emoi sending her a WeChat video, she was very excited. She quickly combed her hair, tidied herself up, and dressed herself up beautifully. The flowers that Emoi was waiting for have all withered. Min Yao's roommates looked at her strangely. They understood that something must be wrong with Min Yao. Now their gossiping hearts were aroused, and they quickly surrounded Min Yao, all smiling. One of the roommates said, "Min Yao, something's wrong with you." Min Yao is not good at lying, so her face turned red. But Wen Yao didn't have time, and quickly answered Emoi's video call, which was about to be disconnected in a second. Min Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily she made it in time. Hello? Goddess Min Yao, are you going to ask me out? It's rare that you thought it through. Now that you have thought it through, I will have someone transfer money to your account right away. As for the villa, come to my place tomorrow and I will take you there personally. We did some fun things in the new villa, Emoi said with a smirk. At this time, the women around started to make a noise. Oh my god. Who is this guy? He is so rich and handsome, Min Yao's roommate said enviously. One of the green teas didn't care about that and quickly came to the screen and said, "Brother, do you think I can do this? She lives a good life and is not clingy. There are others." Wen Yao couldn't stand it anymore and pushed the green tea girl away. Be quiet for a moment. Wen Yao said angrily. They also quieted down. If they continued to quarrel, there would be no show to watch. Wen Yao blushed when she heard what Emoi said just now, but they dispersed her anger. But now thinking back to the fierce words Emoi had just said, she blushed again. But Wen Yao still quickly said, "I don't want your money, I want to ask you to go to the movies. There's a really good movie coming out recently, why don't we go together?" Emoi shook his head and said, "I'm not interested. I'm only interested in your body. We don't talk about feelings, I just want to play concave and convex games with you. I'm busy all day and don't have time to talk about love with you. Do you understand?" Emoi thought to himself, "I don't have time to watch any movies. There's still a plot tomorrow. I'm so tired from shopping with Mu Shui today. You still want me to go shopping? No way. Even if there's no plot, I don't want to go out. You have to give yourself a break anyway." Wen Yao blushed when she heard those explicit words Emoi said. Although she knew that Emoi said it on purpose, she still felt a little disappointed. After all, I was rejected, and the reason for the rejection was so weird. However, after hearing what Emoi said in his heart, she also understood that Emoi would not have time tomorrow, so she did not force him. Emoi saw that Wen Yao had not spoken, so he continued. "I just want your body. If you want to play the concave convex game with me tomorrow, I will transfer 100 million to you immediately. When you have made up your mind, send me a WeChat message, I don't have time to chat with you now, bye." After Emoi finished speaking, he hung up the phone. When Min Yao wanted to say something, she found that Emoi had hung up the phone. Min Yao has no time to think about anything now, because she has been asked endless questions by her gossipy roommates. Wow! So he is the son of the richest man in Yinhai City. Min Yao, you can do it. You seem to be so gentle and polite usually, but I didn't expect that you could catch such a rich husband. Can you teach me? The green tea girl said with eager eyes. The other roommates also looked at Min Yao with longing on their faces. They didn't want to work hard anymore. When Yao didn't know what to say, how could she understand those things? When her roommates saw her, they didn't say anything, but they started to please Min Yao and help her with work. For example, helping Min Yao fetch water, wash clothes, etc. They are now clinging to Min Yao's thighs. Tomorrow, Min Yao will be a rich person. So she must build good relationships. Min Yao looked at her roommate who used to bully her and now tried to please her like a dog. She didn't really feel anything, except that if she didn't go tomorrow, things would probably go back to how they were before. But she wasn't that fragile inside, so she didn't care. If it were any other girl, she would have shown off right away. This is the difference between Min Yao and them. After all, she is the heroine. Min Yao didn't know why, but a sinister idea suddenly popped up in her mind. That is, if I go to Emoi tomorrow, what expression will Emoi have? It's interesting just thinking about it, and I'm already eager to try it. But she still needs to think about it. At this time, Yukai and Min Yao had similar thoughts and felt the same way. It feels like something is lost. Now she can't sleep. But just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Yukai was startled. Grandma is not at home today, so I am very scared. There are few people in this kind of community, so it's even more scary. But the knocks on the door outside kept getting louder and louder, so she had no choice but to get up, put on her shoes, and go to the door. But she did not open the door, but said from inside, "Who are you? If you knock on the door again, I'll call the police." At this time, the person outside the door heard the alarm and stopped knocking. The person outside the door said, "I'm Yihaoyu, please open the door." After hearing this, Yukai also remembered this person. He seemed to have helped her beat the bad guys before. But she also knew that this person was the protagonist Yihaoyu, and she knew that he was not a good person either. She has been trying to avoid him as much as possible in recent days. I didn't expect him to come to my house in the middle of the night. Yukai still planned to open the door and listen to Emoi's thoughts, knowing that the protagonist would not force herself. So she wasn't afraid and wanted to see what happened to him. Yukai still opened the door. Yihaoyu saw Yukai open the door. He quickly walked in and locked the door. Yukai was shocked by his action. Chapter 17 Yukai vomited. Yihaoyu saw Yukai was frightened and quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, someone is chasing me outside." Yukai was also relieved after hearing this. She was scared to death. Yihaoyu saw that Yukai had stabilized her mentality and thought that now was a good opportunity for him to flirt with her. Then Yihaoyu gave Yukai an evil smile. When Yukai saw his evil smile, her face turned pale and she even felt nauseous. Yukai didn't want to stay in the same room with him. If Emoi misunderstood her, she would be in trouble. Yukai gritted her teeth and said, "Brother Yi, can you hide somewhere else? It's not good for us to be alone like this. I'm scared." After hearing Yukai's words, Yihaoyu began to doubt his life. "What's going on?" Yihaoyu shouted in his heart. "Does this mean you want to drive me away? Shouldn't Yukai care about herself and ask about her well-being? It's so dangerous outside, how can she say such a thing? I saved her once after all, how could she be so heartless? Is my evil smile no longer effective? Back then, when I was abroad, any woman would throw herself at me with my devilish smile. Why doesn't it work in China?" Now Yihaoyu felt frustrated. Yihaoyu still didn't give up and gave Yukai an evil smile. "I want to see a wicked smile, is it really useless?" Yukai saw the evil smile again and almost couldn't help vomiting. Yukai thought to herself, "Please stop showing that evil smile. I really want to vomit. Don't you know that you are so far behind brother Emoi?" Yukai is now smiling bitterly in her heart. She wanted to move away from here and didn't want to see Yihaoyu anymore. But if we want to move away from here, we need money, but our family is poor, so we have to use Emoi's money. But if she used it, then she would be a gold digger. She didn't want that title. At this time, Yi Haoyu saw that Yukai seemed to be about to vomit and immediately felt insulted. What's going on? Yi Haoyu said anxiously. Even if a devilish smile doesn't work, it won't make you feel like vomiting. He wanted to question Yukai. But he can't do that because he is the protagonist. Besides, how could he bear to question Yutsai, such a lovely girl? Yi Haoyu felt that he had to arrange another wave of heroes to save the beauty. Now he only wanted to win over Yukai. After all, Yukai seemed to be easier to win over. Because Yukai is relatively poor, but she refuses to accept my help even though she is poor, so I can only arrange a plot where the hero saves the beauty. So now he had no choice but to leave in order not to offend Yukai. Yi Haoyu turned around and smiled evilly. I know you are afraid that I will implicate you, so I will leave now. I hope you won't forget me as your friend. Goodbye. After Yi Haoyu finished speaking, he pushed the door and walked out. Yi Haoyu still habitually gave a wicked smile. It's hard to change once you're used to it. Maybe it's a setting. Yukai couldn't hear what Yi Haoyu said at all. She finally couldn't help it. She quickly locked herself up and started to vomit. Ugh. Yukai was speechless and said, "Why did he come to disgust me so late at night?" I'm speechless. After Yukai finished vomiting, she thought of Emoi handsome face again, and then compared it with Yi Haoyu. Yi Haoyu looked like a piece of shit. Yukai also wanted to see Emoi now, but she didn't even have the money to go see Emoi. Oh. Is there really no possibility for us in this life? But Yukai still feels that she still has a chance. I have to work hard to make money now. I can do it. After making up my mind, I went to brush my teeth. Mei Qian's patience was not so good, so she sneaked directly into Emoi room. Emoi hasn't come back yet. She couldn't help it. When she thought of Emoi's face, she wanted to hang Emoi up and beat him hard. She also wanted Emoi to beat her hard. She is already very ill. She hid in the closet. If she hadn't been lying in ambush, others would have thought she was Emoi's mistress. Emoi doesn't know the seriousness of the matter yet. Half an hour later, Emoi finally returned to the villa. I found Huayao, the girl, sleeping on the dining table. There was food on the table. Emoi felt distressed just watching this. What a silly girl. Emoi came over, gently carried Huayao back to her room, and covered her with a quilt. Emoi looked at Huayao's little face and couldn't help but kiss her cheek. After Emoi finished all this, he returned to the dining table and ate some of the food. We can't waste Huayao's kindness. Emoi also went to take a shower and finished quickly. He was wearing only a bath towel. Emoi went straight to the room upstairs. After returning to the room, Emoi lay down and went to sleep. I'm a little tired today, let's talk about everything tomorrow. Emoi fell asleep in less than 3 minutes. At this time, Mei Qian also carefully walked out of the closet and came to Emoi's side. Just like before, she directly pressed Emoi's acupoints. Emoi is now very strong, so he woke up just after the acupoints were pressed. I found out it was Mei Qian again. Emoi shouted in his heart, what is going on? Mei Qian, this pervert, why is she here again? Why don't I remember this plot? It's over. I'm going to be beaten by this pervert again today. In fact, I seem to be a little excited inside. But at this moment Emoi discovered that his bath towel seemed to have fallen off. Oh my god. When Emoi was still thinking about what to say, he found Mei Qian had lifted the quilt. Mei Qian looked at Emoi at this time, and the whole scene came into her mind at once. I was completely stunned. I didn't expect it to be so huge. I can't take my eyes away for even a second. At this time, Emoi was a little embarrassed. It was outrageous that your grandmother was stared at by a woman. Emoi couldn't help but complain in his heart, you pervert, have you seen enough? Oh my god. I'm really excited to be looked at like this. It's very uncomfortable to be excited and not get the solution, you know? Mei Qian heard what was going on and her face turned red. Her mind was in a mess, so she quickly covered Emoi with the quilt, and then said to Emoi, you are really perverted. You don't even wear clothes when you sleep. After Mei Qian finished speaking, she slipped out of the window. Emoi watched Mei Qian walk towards the window and was speechless. This is really too much. My body is so hot that I can't release it at all. Because I can't move now, I probably have to wait a few hours before I can move. Otherwise you can do it yourself, this perverted Mei Qian is really too much. Emoi had no choice but to try his best to calm himself down. Fortunately, after half an hour, I finally calmed down and fell asleep. I was so tired, and after going through such an exciting thing, I fell asleep naturally. But the women didn't hear these sounds tonight. Maybe the system doesn't allow these sounds to be transmitted out. Chapter 18 Antique Market. Emoi got up at 8 o'clock the next morning. Huayao sat next to Emoi as usual. Emoi was also helped to get up by Huayao, and Huayao's face was always red every day. Even though I watch it every day, I never get tired of it. In fact, Huayao really wanted to take action, but Emoi didn't let her do it, so she didn't dare. She only hoped that one day, Emoi would want her, and it would be painful for her to look at her every day. But fortunately, my immunity has been strengthened. Emoi also put on his clothes with Huayao's help, and then they went downstairs to have breakfast together. Since I have to go out today, I'll just go down and eat, so that Huayao doesn't have to serve it. Emoi also went out after breakfast. After getting on the Lamborghini, the driver started the car. Emoi thought to himself, today's plot is to go to the antique market. Yi Haoyu will also be present. A new heroine will appear today. The heroine admired Yi Haoyu very much because he could see the treasure, and then the two of them got together naturally. This is why the heroine fell in love with Yi Haoyu. The reason why Yi Haoyu can find valuable things is naturally due to his martial arts. It can be said that the martial arts is his greatest golden finger. As long as the martial arts is there, everything is possible. Emoi thought, first of all, I went today to show off the protagonist's pretentiousness. The heroine opened a relatively large store in the antique market. As for me, I just happened to fall in love with that beauty, and then I was ridiculed by Yi Haoyu. You can imagine what happens next. While Emoi was thinking about the plot, he had already arrived at the place. Uncle Emoi also followed Emoi. Now Uncle Emoi would follow Emoi whenever he went out, because Uncle Emoi had suffered a loss once. Emoi got out of the car and looked at the antiques and treasures around him. He had no interest at all and just glanced at them casually. These things are worthless to Emoi. Emoi soon arrived at the largest antique shop, which was also the heroine's shop. Emoi walked in without hesitation. As soon as I walked in, I saw a beautiful woman. This beauty is one of the heroines, named Zisha. Zisha is now sitting at the table on the right, discussing business with someone. Zisha is also very beautiful. She has a ponytail, which makes her face look very pretty. She also wears work clothes, which gives a uniform feeling and makes people unable to stop. Her hands are also white and tender, and her skin is as white as snow. Although she looks to be around 20 years old, her skin looks particularly elastic, making people want to touch it. Zisha's attention was not on business at the moment. She heard Emoi's voice and understood why he would come here. She had been feeling uneasy these past few days and thought something was wrong with her, but the moment she saw Emoi, she knew it was all true. She didn't have time to check because she was busy these days. Zisha looked at Emoi's face and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, he's so handsome that I can't help myself. Because his charm increased a little yesterday, even men now want to look at Emoi a few more times. Zisha still managed to look away from Emoi with difficulty. She would not allow herself to be as infatuated as a little girl. She admires capable men. It was obvious that Emoi was not her type. She also knew in her heart that Yi Haoyu would also come today, and she didn't want to follow the plot, so no matter what abilities Yi Haoyu had, Zisha would not care. Emoi also started to play the villain at this time, and the villain is supposed to tease beautiful women. Emoi came up to Zisha with a lecherous look and said, "This beautiful lady, do you have a boyfriend? Do you want to be with me? If you can serve me well, I will pay for everything you have here. How's it going, little beauty?" After Emoi finished speaking, he reached out and touched Zisha's face. Just as Zisha was about to hide, she heard a voice. "Stop it!" Yi Haoyu shouted loudly. As soon as Yi Haoyu walked into the store, he found that Emoi wanted to tease a beautiful woman, so he had to act as a hero to save her. Emoi's hand also stopped in mid-air. Now Emoi was ecstatic. "Luckily you didn't let me down, the protagonist. If the protagonist becomes abnormal again, I guess we will have to start all over again." Emoi looked in the direction of the voice, and it seemed as if he really didn't know that Yi Haoyu was coming. When Emoi saw Yi Haoyu, his expression changed from teasing to anger. Emoi said angrily, "It's you again, this lingering thing. I think you are looking for death. Emoi Shen couldn't bear it anymore and ordered Uncle Emoi, kill him for me. Uncle Emoi rushed towards Yi Haoyu without saying a word, but when he was about to kill Yi Haoyu, he was stopped by a woman. This person was Mei Qian from last night. Mei Qian didn't want to help Yi Haoyu either, but she had no choice. They were assassins from the Dragon King's palace and had to obey the Dragon King, otherwise they would be poisoned to death. These killers have all taken poison and have to take detoxification pills every month. Early this morning, she received a call from Yi Haoyu, asking her to protect him. There was no choice but to obey the order and protect Yi Haoyu. Yi Haoyu looked at Emoi Shen's bodyguard being stopped and laughed. Yi Haoyu said to Zisha, "My beautiful lady, I will help you throw this man out now." Emoi Shen said in his heart, "Throw myself out, and my story today will end perfectly." It seems that today is going pretty well. Zisha heard what was going on in her mind. She didn't want to follow the plot, so she wanted to stop Yi Haoyu from throwing Emoi Shen out. Such a large antique shop must have experts. But there is no need for that expert to come out for the time being. Zisha said to Yi Haoyu expressionlessly, "Thank you for your kindness." "No thanks." "Thank you. I can handle it myself." Yi Haoyu was numb. She was rejected again. Doesn't she know that I just helped her stop the hooligan? Yi Haoyu doubted his life. Emoi Shen just thought the plot was going on normally, but the heroine came out to cause trouble again. Who can tell me why this is happening? Emoi Shen thought to himself. Emoi Shen would definitely not get anything out of the system. Yi Haoyu suddenly had an idea and said, "Emoi Shen, how about we make a bet?" Emoi Shen was speechless now. Now the protagonist was adding more scenes to himself? Emoi Shen was not interested in betting with him. He had already completed the plot and was about to run away. Emoi Shen said uninterested, "I'm not interested, I'm only interested in women." Yi Haoyu originally wanted to provoke Emoi Shen and compete with him to see who could find a treasure of higher value. He never expected that Emoi Shen would reject him. He now wanted to use words to stimulate Emoi Shen. But Yi Haoyu saw that Emoi Shen started to tease Zisha again. "I'm so angry." Chapter 19. Zisha is very anxious. In order to change the subject, Emoi Shen started teasing Zisha again. Emoi Shen said to Zisha, "How do you think about it? I am the young master of MOU Group. I can give you anything you want." Emoi Shen knew that Zisha was actually a member of the four major families, but he just pretended not to know. Zisha knew very well that Emoi Shen did it on purpose, but she was not angry. But when Emoi Shen reached out his hand again, she couldn't help herself. He directly slapped Emoi Shen's hand away. Emoi Shen was a little angry and said, "How shameless. Are you pretending to be noble?" Emoi Shen spoke directly using the personality and tone of his predecessor. Although Zisha knew that Emoi Shen was acting, she was still angry. She couldn't stand it, so she grabbed Emoi Shen and threw him out the door. With a bang, Emoi Shen was thrown out. Emoi Shen sat on the ground and said angrily, "Just wait, you stinky bitch." Emoi Shen angrily took Uncle Emoi away without looking back. Yi Haoyu laughed when he saw Emoi Shen's miserable condition. It seemed that this woman was quite normal. Emoi Shen returned to the car and breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the voice of the system also came. "Congratulations to the owner for completing the daily plot mission. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 attack points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of defense. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million Chinese coins." "The system opens the character page," said Emoi Shen. "Ding, opening. Character, Emoi Shen, villain liquor. Charm value, 97, charm value cap 100. Attack power, 23, ordinary people are 10. Defense, 40, ordinary people are 10. This attribute is okay, but the attack power is a bit low. Now the following plot has nothing to do with me." Emoi Shen thought. However, Emoi Shen still wanted to complete today's complaining task. "So I forced myself to complain." Emoi Shen thought, the next thing is that Yi Haoyu bought it from the old man at the small stall, a bottle from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty, something worth hundreds of millions. It happened to be seen by Yi Haoyu. As for why they couldn't see it, maybe it was because their skills were not good enough. It's just the halo of the protagonist. Emoi Shen complained. It was because of this bottle that Zisha, the woman, developed a liking for Yi Haoyu. Zisha is the daughter of the head of the Su family, one of the 4 major families. Zisha is not short of money, she just likes collecting antiques. This is also the character that the author gave to Zisha. Yi Haoyu wasn't short of money, so he just gave the Qing dynasty Qianlong bottle to Zisha. Zisha naturally couldn't take it for free, so she gave the money to Yi Haoyu. Yi Haoyu had no choice but to accept it. Zisha was a silly woman, and in the end she gave her Feichen group to Yi Haoyu. Her father died in an accident, and Yi Haoyu happened to be her boyfriend, so she gave everything she had to Yi Haoyu. She was so stupid that she gave the Feichen group, which her father had worked hard for half his life, directly to Yi Haoyu. If her father knew about this, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. At this time, the system's voice also sounded. Hearing the system's voice, Emoi was too lazy to complain. Congratulations to the owner for completing the daily Tutsao task. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 attack points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 charm point. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million Chinese currency. When Zisha heard this, she was also extremely anxious. She had just heard Emoi's thoughts and knew that her father would die unexpectedly, and she became panicked. I wanted to hear how he died, but I found that Emoi's voice had stopped. Now she was really anxious. She wanted to ask Emoi now. She couldn't care less about so many things. Since it was concerning her father's life or death, she had to get to the bottom of it. Even that antique is of no interest now. She had been thinking of buying it secretly herself. But now I am quite anxious. Even when Emoi scolded her, she didn't care at all. She was from a single-parent family, and her father treated her very well. He even refused to marry a stepmother for her. You can imagine how great it is. If a man who is rich and has status can resist finding a second wife, you can tell how good a father he is. That's why Zisha is so anxious. Now Zisha got up and went to the garage, but was stopped by Yi Haoyu. Yi Haoyu smiled evilly and said, "My lady, how about we make a deal?" Zisha didn't want to make any deal now, so she said to Yi Haoyu directly, "I don't have time to make any deal now. Get out of the way." Seeing that Zisha's face looked not very good, Yi Hao knew that something must have happened. He is very good at reading people's expressions, so he wants to help Zisha share some of the burden. In this way, he could gain Zisha's favor and win her over. This is what Yi Haoyu was thinking. Yi Haoyu continued with a wicked smile and said, "My lady, if you encounter any trouble, you might as well tell me. Maybe I can help you." Zisha said anxiously and impatiently, "You can't help me, get out of my way. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude." However, Yi Haoyu still did not give way, because he felt that there was nothing he could not solve. He knows so many things, such as medical skills and antiques. Yi Haoyu guessed that it was either about antiques, or someone was sick, or it was a business matter. He felt that he could solve all these problems, so he resolutely blocked Zisha's way. Zisha now has a very bad impression of Yi Haoyu. She only has one master here now, and Yi Haoyu also has a master, so the best they can do is tie, so it is really difficult to get out of this door. But she still thought of a way. Zisha said to Yi Haoyu coldly and angrily, "If you continue to stop me, I will call the police." Zisha took out her cell phone and pretended to call the police. Yi Haoyu quickly stepped aside as he didn't want to deal with the police. When Zisha saw Yi Haoyu move aside, she went straight to the garage. Yi Haoyu was puzzled. What couldn't he tell him? Yi Haoyu said angrily in his heart, "I just wanted to help her out of kindness. It's really like a dog biting Lu Dongbin." But he was still unwilling to give up, and followed Zisha quietly. He wanted to go along, just in case he could help. He is now willing to do anything to seduce girls. Mei Qian looked at Yi Haoyu, who was following behind Zisha, and felt a chill. "Fuck, this guy is the protagonist?" Mei Qian said in disbelief. "Why did I feel before that this guy was pretty good? I was so blind at the time." "No, it should be the same as what Emoi said. It was because of the protagonist's halo that I became so stupid at that time." Mei Qian found a reason for herself. In fact, Mei Qian has probably guessed now that Zisha should be able to hear Emoi's thoughts. I could guess it by looking at Zisha how anxious she was. Mei Qian felt that it was becoming more and more interesting. It was really fun. When she thought of last night, Mei Qian blushed again. Chapter 20, Min Yao figured it out. Mei Qian didn't think much about it and followed behind Yi Haoyu. Zisha also came into the garage at this time and quickly got into a Porsche. Zisha started the car quickly and headed quickly to Emoi. Zisha didn't know where Emoi lived, but this didn't pose a problem for her. She immediately called the company and found out the answer in less than 3 minutes. That's the charm of big companies. Zisha looked at the map and started driving towards Emoi's villa. But what Zisha didn't know was that there was a Mercedes following her. Just now, Yi Haoyu saw Zisha walk into the garage and drove away directly. Yi Haoyu did not hesitate and drove his Mercedes-Benz with Mei Chen, quickly catching up with Zisha. The protagonists are all-rounders and their driving skills are naturally very good. In less than 3 minutes, they caught up with Zisha's car. Now Yi Haoyu is following Zisha's car. Wen Yao thought about it for a whole night and decided to go to Emoi for the sake of love. So she took out her cell phone, hailed a taxi, and headed to Emoi's villa. Emoi also sent her the location last night, and added a sentence at the end: "If you come, I will give you another 100 million. What it means is that if she plays the auto game with Emoi, she will be given an extra 100 million. Emoi now enjoys the feeling of using money to attack others. It feels great. At this time, 3 groups of people went to Emoi's residence. Emoi still knew nothing about this. Emoi had returned to the villa a long time ago and was watching TV with Huayao. Emoi was holding Huayao and watching TV. This was what he wanted to do most. This makes me feel relaxed every time. I have restarted the game 100 times, but my favorite thing is still to be with Huayao. Huayao has gotten used to it. At this time, Zisha's car also drove to the outside of the villa. But just in time, Min Yao's taxi also arrived outside the villa. The 2 women got off the car at the same time and looked at each other. Min Yao felt a sense of crisis. Women's intuition. At this time, Yi Haoyu, who was not far away, was watching this scene and was completely furious. Even my head was smoking with anger. He had already investigated where Emoi lived, so he knew at a glance that this was Emoi's villa. Because he was still studying yesterday how to sneak in and kill Emoi. So it is very clear that this is Emoi's villa. Yi Haoyu was now hammering the steering wheel frantically in the car. How could the steering wheel withstand such an attack and was directly turned into powder? It was reduced to powder before the airbag was even deployed. Mei Chen thought she should step aside and got out of the back seat. Yi Haoyu was in the car at this time, cursing non-stop. They are all stinky bitches who sell their bodies for money. She also said that she would definitely stay away from Emoi, but now she comes to meet Emoi privately. And this Zisha is the same. She is one thing in front of people and another behind their backs. Just now she acted like she hated Emoi, but now she can't wait to meet Emoi in private. They are all bitches, they are all sluts, they are all gold diggers. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't get so much money from abroad at once, I would be the richest man. Now Yi Haoyu's worldview has completely changed. He believes that as long as he has money, these bitches will be with him. At this time, he even hated the martial arts method. Why did it give him such a bitch's advice? Gongfa was very dissatisfied when he heard Yi Haoyu's words. But it can't do anything about it. Yi Haoyu vented his anger for half an hour and then left. Now he just wants to quickly improve his strength and find a company to start with. Zisha didn't care about Wen Yao anymore and walked straight towards the villa, but was stopped. They are the bodyguards guarding the gate. Wen Yao made a video call to Emoi. At this time, Emoi also discovered that Wen Yao was calling him on video. Emoi thought she called to say she couldn't come, so he picked up the phone. As soon as Emoi answered the phone, he saw the background image in the video and found that it was at the door of his own villa. Emoi was now very shocked. This Wen Yao actually dared to come. How come his personality changed so quickly? Wen Yao wanted to laugh when she saw Emoi's expression in the video. Now Emoi felt frightened. Wen Yao said, "I'm already at your door, come and open the door." Emoi also came back to his senses and quickly said, "I'm not home." Wen Yao Dao said with a smile, "What's the matter? Are you scared now that I'm here?" Wen Yao was taking revenge on Emoi for teasing her last night. Emoi realized that he couldn't pretend anymore, so he said calmly, "I was just joking with you. Wait for me a moment and I'll open the door for you." Huayao wanted to open the door at this time, but was stopped by Emoi. Emoi said, "I'll go open the door." Huayao nodded after hearing this. Then she was not idle either. When she heard that guests were coming, she went to prepare tea. She actually doesn't feel very comfortable now. This day has finally come. She has prepared herself mentally, but she still feels a little uncomfortable. Emoi came to the door, took a deep breath, and immediately turned into a gangster expression. When Emoi opened the door, he saw two women standing outside. Emoi was a little confused. Why is Zisha here? Shouldn't she be with the protagonist now? Never mind, you'll know after asking later. Emoi nodded to the bodyguards, and the latter let the two women come over. Emoi brought the two girls to the living room and sat on the sofa. Emoi asked curiously, "Beautiful lady, have you figured it out? I didn't expect to have two beauties together at once. It's really exciting just thinking about it." Zisha ignored Emoi's vicious words and wanted to ask about her father. So she wanted to ask, but when she wanted to ask about her father, she found that she couldn't open her mouth. Now she seemed to understand something. Could it be that she couldn't even speak out about what was in her heart? Then she tries to say something else, and other words come out. But when it comes to talking about what's in my heart, I find that I can't even open my mouth. Now she was suddenly depressed. But she did not give up. She seemed to be able to give Emoi some improvement and let him speak from his heart. Now Zisha took out her phone and typed again, but she found that she couldn't express her feelings at all. The only way she could take now was to deliberately guide Emoi to think in that direction. For my father's sake, I have to hurry. Emoi looked at Zisha for a long time without saying anything, and was a little speechless. Emoi had no idea why these two people became so casual. If they agreed to me, how should I end it? These are all problems, and Emoi is now very uneasy. Chapter 21. Two women fight together. Emoi tried his best to see if he could scare them away. Emoi slowly walked to the middle of Min Yao and Zisha and sat down, with his hands on their shoulders. Emoi grinned and said, "How about we start the battle here?" "How?" "I promise you all your requests, and I will honor them all." Min Yao's face is now red and her whole body is hot. Zisha was currently thinking about how to make Emoi tell her in his heart how his father died, and she didn't react for the time being. It was Min Yao's first time being hugged by a man, so she must have been very shy. Emoi was speechless. I had gone so far, but they were still indifferent. Did they really want me to do that? If I did, I'd probably just start over again. Emoi didn't want to suddenly start over again halfway through, otherwise he would be speechless. At this moment, Emoi's cell phone rang again. Emoi let go of the two of them, picked up his phone and saw that it was Mu Shui calling. As Mu Shui's loyal villain and bootlicker, Emoi must have answered the phone quickly. Before Emoi could open his mouth, a loud noise came from the other side. "Emoi, come out quickly and open the door." "I'm at your door," Mu Shui said anxiously on the other end of the phone. Min Yao was a little panicked at this time. She heard Mu Shui's voice, and now she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. I have already promised her that I will stay away from Emoi. Now that I am in Emoi's house, how can I explain it clearly? Min Yao calmed down for a moment, calmed down her mood, and then said to herself, I have to face it sooner or later, so I might as well face it sooner. Min Yao now feels like a mistress. But she already loved Emoi to the point of losing her mind. She found herself thinking about Emoi every moment, so she decided to compete with Mu Shui. Emoi quickly went to open the door, and then brought Mu Shui in. Emoi could only smile bitterly now, hoping not to make too much noise. As soon as Mu Shui came in, she found two women sitting on the sofa in the hall, and her face suddenly became unhappy. Mu Shui just heard Emoi's thoughts at home and rushed over without stopping. Mu Shui sighed, "Fortunately I'm not too late." Mu Shui got angry when she looked at Min Yao. She clearly said that she would stay away from Emoi, but she ended up coming to Emoi's house. That's too much. Mu Shui said to Min Yao coldly, "Didn't you promise me to stay away from Emoi? Why did you come directly to my boyfriend's house? Do you want me to call you a vixen again? You can't leave here without giving me an explanation." Mu Shui said this without any emotion, and her tone was extremely cold. Emoi felt like he was going crazy at this moment. Emoi thought to himself, "Oh my god. What's going on? I'm a villain, why are you heroines coming to my house to fight for my favor? What do you think the hero will think?" Sure enough, there is still a gap between the villain and the protagonist. The main character's girls all get along harmoniously, but why are these female protagonists with me? Why are they arguing every day? They seem to be ready to fight over the slightest disagreement. Emoi and Huayao are now hiding in the kitchen, with no intention of going out for fear of hurting innocent people. Huayao gave Emoi a thumbs up at this time. Huayao said, "Master, you are awesome." Cough cough cough. Don't make fun of me, or I'll spank your little butt. Emoi pretended to hit him. Ah. Master, I don't dare anymore. Huayao said while leaning in Emoi's arms. Emoi also hugged Huayao and watched the show in the kitchen. When Min Yao heard Mushue's question, she mustered up the courage to reply, "I've fallen in love with Emoi, and I want to compete with you fairly. I will never give up on Emoi, even if you kill me." Emoi was a little moved when he heard it. Zisha no longer wants to think about her father because the two of them are arguing and it's hard for her to think. Mushue was furious when she heard this. Mushue said angrily, "Emoi is already my boyfriend. Why should I fight with you? And everyone knows that Emoi has always liked me. Why should I compete with you fairly? Why?" Mushue said angrily word by word. Min Yao didn't know how to answer it this time, because Mushue was right. She really didn't have to compete fairly with herself. But it was obviously fake that Emoi liked her, it was just for the plot. But she couldn't say it. Min Yao still said stubbornly, "Don't be so overbearing, I really love Emoi. It's best that we compete fairly. Are you afraid that I'll snatch Emoi away from you? Are you scared?" Min Yao can only resort to provocation now. Mushue was so angry when she heard what Min Yao said. She must have recognized such a simple provocation at once. How could she be fooled? There's obviously no need to compete fairly with her, so why should I give others a chance? Emoi can only belong to her, don't even think about taking him away from her. Mushue now felt that she couldn't make any sense with Min Yao, so she just ran up to her and started fighting with Min Yao. Emoi felt a little unbelievable when he saw that the two of them actually started fighting. Emoi now feels that he, the villain, has done something really awesome, right? He actually made the heroine fight for him. Emoi must go out and mediate the fight now. Emoi walked between Mushue and Min Yao and separated them directly. Emoi was still very strong and separated them easily. In fact, when they saw Emoi coming, they didn't plan to fight anymore. After separating them, Emoi quickly said, "Stop fighting. You two should sit down and talk calmly." Mushue and Min Yao were relatively obedient and sat on the sofa. Zisha now admires Emoi a little bit. However, when Zisha saw Emoi's appearance, she was not surprised. She even felt like giving herself to Emoi. Zisha also spoke up at this time, "Actually, you can be together with Emoi. And Emoi shouldn't mind." "Absolutely not," Mushue said without hesitation after hearing Zisha's words. "What era is this now? Don't even think about letting me share a husband with a woman like that." When Min Yao heard the words "that kind of woman," she also got furious. "What do you mean? What kind of woman am I?" Min Yao asked angrily. "You're not married, so you can compete fairly. I don't want to share a husband with you yet." Min Yao's temper also flared up at this time. This is a temper that refuses to admit defeat. When Mushue heard what Min Yao said, she really wanted to hit her. "I said it more than 100 times, but Min Yao just didn't understand. She said she was Emoi's girlfriend." Chapter 22 Li Mengzhu. Emoi was a little bit incredulous when he heard Zisha's words. In Emoi's impression, Zisha is not that generous. What Emoi didn't know was that she was helping Emoi for the sake of her father. Only by getting familiar with Emoi will you have more opportunities to get out of Emoi's inner thoughts. At this time, no one knew what to say. "I can't think of any good way." But Emoi still had to speak. As Mushue's villain bootlicker, Emoi would naturally side with Mushue. Emoi said to Min Yao, "I like Mushue, you should go back." When Min Yao heard this, even though she knew it was not true, she still felt inexplicably hurt inside. Mushue said proudly at this time, "Did you hear that? Emoi loves me, please leave quickly." After Mushue finished speaking, she hugged Emoi's arm. Min Yao felt even more uncomfortable at this time. But she also understood that it was meaningless to continue making trouble now. It would be better to wait a few days before looking for Emoi. She would never give up, even if she was beaten to death. Min Yao stood up and said to Mushue, "I will not give up on Emoi." Humph. Min Yao turned around and walked out. Emoi Xian quietly took out his cell phone and sent a message to Uncle Emoi. After receiving the news, Uncle Emoi hurriedly drove a luxury car to the door of the villa and waited for Min Yao. Of course, the message Emoi Xian sent was to send Min Yao back to school. If there was no luxury car to take her back, Emoi Xian was afraid that she would be laughed at by her roommates. I was also worried about her going to find a car alone. To be honest, I have restarted the game 100 times and I have some feelings for each of the heroines. Mu Shui seemed to have one and was very happy. Zisha also felt that it was getting dark. She wanted to go back too. He also stood up, said hello to Emoi Xian and went back. Emoi Xian felt that he had to send Mu Shui home, as it was almost evening. Something might go wrong if they stayed overnight. Emoi Xian smiled and said to Mu Shui, "I'll take you back." Mu Shui said coquettishly, "I won't go back, I will stay here, otherwise you will bring the vixen back again tomorrow. Don't even think about letting me go. I'm going to stay here and watch you." Emoi Xian held his forehead with his hand. Mu Shui absolutely could not stay here. Emoi Xian picked her up and walked out the door regardless of whether she agreed or not. Mu Shui hit Emoi Xian's chest hard with both hands and moved her feet around, but it was useless. Emoi Xian put her into the car. She was brought here by a driver, so Emoi Xian was too lazy to send her off. Mu Shui looked at Emoi Xian resentfully through the car window. Emoi Xian said to Mu Shui, "Bye, have a safe journey." After watching Mu Shui's car leave, Emoi Xian returned to the villa. As soon as she returned to the villa, Hua Yao threw herself into Emoi Xian's arms. There were tears in the corners of her eyes. It was obvious that she had just cried. Emoi Xian comforted Hua Yao and went back to his room. Emoi Xian lay on the bed inside. This is the most tiring reopening. I don't have any scenes tomorrow. Finally I can take a day off. Emoi Xian thought to himself, tomorrow the protagonist will go and get the treasure left by his grandfather. The treasure is in the soul-devouring cave in the suburbs. Those treasures are also great opportunities for the protagonist. But the best thing is still that marriage contract. The engagement was with the daughter of the head of the Li family, one of the 4 major families, whose name was Li Mengzhu. The others are materials for improving strength. It is estimated that if all of them are absorbed, the combat power will soar to more than 30. Emoi Xian didn't think about it anymore. He was too tired today, so he decided to catch up on some sleep. At this time, there was a beautiful woman in the Li family villa, and this woman was still muttering something. "Is it finally my turn?" Li Mengzhu said. "It turns out that the marriage contract my father mentioned was real. How could I possibly marry such a man? This marriage certificate must be destroyed. But seeing that it's already dark outside, I can only go and destroy it early tomorrow morning." She doesn't want to follow the plot, but that doesn't mean she will be with Emoi Xian. She didn't like Emoi Xian either. She had also heard about what happened in school. As long as you destroy the marriage certificate, the plot will change. Li Mengzhu has decided to find the marriage certificate early tomorrow morning and destroy him. Li Mengzhu didn't think much about it and went to bed waiting for tomorrow to come. Soon the next day arrived. Li Mengzhu set out for the suburbs early in the morning and is now asking where the soul-devouring cave is. She also brought several bodyguards to help find the cave. After 2 hours, Li Mengzhu finally found out about the soul-devouring cave. Li Mengzhu also hurriedly took his bodyguards and headed towards the soul-devouring cave. Fortunately, it was not too far and we reached the cave in half an hour. It was pitch black inside, but they all had cell phones, so they were not afraid of the dark. The bodyguards also went into the cave. To them, it's just a cave. But I didn't find anything at the end. Li Mengzhu felt that Emoi Xian would not lie in his heart, so she and the bodyguard continued to look for any mechanism. They also started looking everywhere. After searching for half an hour, they finally found it. The mechanism is right next to the weeds. If you don't look carefully, you really can't find it. Li Mengzhu came over and looked at the switch, pressed it, but there was no response. Li Mengzhu was very upset as he tried every possible method but still couldn't open the mechanism. Because she guessed that Yi Haoyu would be here soon. There was no other choice but to let the bodyguard open it with violence. The bodyguard also picked up a stick and hit the mechanism, but it was of no use. But they refused to believe it and continued knocking, but in the end it didn't work. If Emoi Xian knew that they were doing useless things here, he would definitely laugh at them for overestimating their own abilities. Of course, the protagonist's opportunities can only be taken by the protagonist. Li Mengzhu was helpless. She didn't expect that after working hard for a whole morning, there would be no results. Li Mengzhu had no choice but to wait with her bodyguards for Yi Haoyu to open the door. They were now lying in ambush. She still felt unsafe, so she called her most powerful person to come. This marriage certificate must be destroyed. Yi Haoyu finally woke up now. Because he was hit so hard yesterday, he went out to drink last night. He slept until noon before getting up. He remembered that he still had to get the things left by his master today, so he set off immediately. Li Mengzhu and his men were lying in ambush quite far away. Because she knew that Yi Haoyu was the protagonist, she had to treat him with caution. Chapter 23 The heroine ambushed the protagonist. Soon Yi Haoyu came out of the cave. Yi Haoyu looked at the weeds around him and saw that they seemed to have been trampled. His intuition told him that there was danger. However, after a careful look around, he didn't find anyone. He thought it might be because of the farmers who went up the mountain. Yi Haoyu didn't think much about it. Now he just wanted to improve his strength quickly. So he was quite anxious and quickly entered the cave and went straight to the mechanism. Yi Haoyu came to the mechanism and took out a jade pendant. The faint light emitted from the jade pendant shone on the mechanism. As soon as the light hit the mechanism, the cave began to shake as if there was an earthquake. But the shaking soon stopped, and a treasure chest slowly appeared at the mechanism. Yi Haoyu was ecstatic. Just as he was about to open it, he found 6 people coming in, one of whom was a stunning beauty. Yi Haoyu saw that they came with bad intentions and had no time to appreciate the beauties. However, Yi Haoyu took a look at those bodyguards and found that their strength was not very good. He could still solve it easily, so his face returned to calm. Instead, he set his sights on Li Mengzhu. Li Mengzhu also felt Yi Haoyu's gaze and felt a little disgusted in her heart. After all, she knew that Yi Haoyu's martial arts relied on women to practice. In her opinion, it is an evil practice. She also didn't understand why such a person could be the protagonist. At this time, Yi Haoyu thought to himself, looking at their attire, they don't look like people who are short of money, so why would they come to steal my things? Does she know that the things in this treasure chest can improve strength? That should be the reason. Since she wants to steal my things, she has no choice but to use her body to compensate me. Because he now has a decision, which is to take down Li Mengzhu. He is still very confident in himself. Because he thought about it all night last night and felt that those women before were just gold diggers, so they had no feelings for him. Now, this beauty, who is obviously rich, will definitely be won over by me, and I will be able to take down her and the forces behind her. Just when I was in need of a company, one came to me. He felt no guilt at all. After all, it was Li Mengzhu who came to cause trouble for him first. Besides, he was just using her company and would give it to her in the future. In his opinion, it is a win-win situation. After all, he will definitely lead their company to a new level. Yi Haoyu thought of this and stopped thinking about it. He started to act according to the plan. Li Mengzhu did not act rashly. After all, she was waiting for someone to come. Just delaying Yi Haoyu. Yi Haoyu would never have thought that she would actually call someone over. Yi Haoyu showed his signature evil smile, and then asked Li Mengzhu. My beautiful lady, are you trying to steal my things? Li Mengzhu didn't say anything either. She found that she couldn't even say the word marriage certificate. She also roughly guessed that she probably couldn't express what was in her heart. Yi Haoyu looked at Li Mengzhu, who was neither speaking nor moving, and now he felt something was wrong. The protagonist's intuition is still very accurate. Yi Haoyu thought of this and stopped arguing with her. He just went straight to kill the bodyguards. The bodyguards looked at a man as thin as a monkey coming towards them with a look of disdain on their faces. One of the bodyguards also rushed up and started fighting with Yi Haoyu. Just as he was about to punch Yi Haoyu in the chest, he found that Yi Haoyu was extremely fast and dodged his attack directly. After the bodyguard's attack failed, Yi Haoyu did not hesitate. He took advantage of the bodyguard's gap and struck him in the chest with a palm. Yi Haoyu's attack speed was also very fast. The bodyguard had no way to dodge and could only watch as a palm fell on his chest. The latter flew backwards and hit the mountain wall. The other bodyguards did not dare to be careless when seeing this, because they saw that the bodyguard against the wall was vomiting blood after being hit by a palm and now fainted. They smelled danger and now knew that they could not defeat the opponent in a one-on-one fight. So everyone rushed in. Seeing this, Yi Haoyu sneered disdainfully and said, "This is better, so I don't have to deal with them one by one." Soon, the 4 bodyguards rushed to Yi Haoyu's side and attacked him with all their might. They fought without reservation, they dared not underestimate the enemy. They don't have any special skills and can only rely on brute force. After all, this world only values physical attributes and attack power. Yi Haoyu didn't even try to dodge. These attacks were just like tickles to him. Take the damage, counterattack directly, and then kill every kid with one palm. Li Mengzhu looked at his bodyguards being beaten and sent flying, and sighed, he is indeed the protagonist. But it's just that I lack character. If she didn't know about his character issues, Li Mengzhu might have thought that Yi Haoyu was a very nice person according to the plot. Li Mengzhu was not actually too scared, because she knew that Yi Haoyu would not hit her. She had also read novels and knew that the protagonists generally did not hit women. When they see beautiful women, they just want to take them into their harem, so she is not very scared. And I also called my father's bodyguard, they should be here soon. The bodyguard was there to protect her father, and now she had no choice but to ask him to help. Yi Haoyu clapped his hands at this time to shake off the dust. He had dealt with all those bodyguards. All of them were lying on the ground, but they were not dead. Yi Haoyu is not a kind-hearted person, he just wants to leave a good impression on Li Mengzhu. If I kill Li Mengzhu's people, Li Mengzhu will definitely feel a little disgusted with me, which will be difficult for me to take her down. And if we kill these people, we might be discovered by the police. Yi Haoyu now started to walk towards Li Mengzhu, and he planned to tie Li Mengzhu up. But when Yi Haoyu was halfway there, he noticed someone walking in from outside. He felt that the man's aura was very strong, at least on the same level as Emoi bodyguard. From the moment Yi Haoyu saw that man, he no longer had any thoughts of fighting and only wanted to escape. But he didn't want to give up the treasure chest. If he took the treasure chest, it would be difficult for him to escape. This cave is not conducive to my escape either. Now he can only rely on his skills, he can't think of any other method at all. Yi Haoyu is feeling very aggrieved now. As the Dragon King, he encounters obstacles everywhere when he returns to his country. He felt like God was against him, which was a huge blow to him. However, as the protagonist, the best thing is to adjust your mentality. So I calmed down quickly. Li Mengzhu also breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her father's bodyguards coming. She just saw Yi Haoyu trying to come towards her, which scared her. At this time, the bodyguard felt relieved when he saw that his lady was fine. Li Mengzhu quickly said to the bodyguard, "Uncle Juechen, catch him for me." Li Juechen was also very angry at this time. After all, he had watched Li Mengzhu grow up since she was a child. Although he was not injured, we cannot let this kid go easily. At least one of his arms should be disabled. Just then he heard Li Mengzhu's order and rushed forward to kill. Chapter 24, Hot Temper. Yi Haoyu looked at Li Juechen coming towards him and knew that there was no way he could win, so he could only try to dodge. Li Juechen kicked Yi Haoyu at an extremely fast speed, but Yi Haoyu still managed to dodge it. Li Juechen was a little surprised that his move failed, but he was very angry now and just wanted to destroy him. So after one move failed, he changed his move and punched Yi Haoyu in the abdomen at an extremely fast speed. Yi Haoyu was unable to dodge this time, after all, the gap in strength was too big. Yi Haoyu was knocked to the ground by a punch and vomited blood madly. Just when Li Juechen wanted to go up and finish off the enemy, he was stopped by Li Mengzhu. Li Mengzhu said, "Hold him down, I'll go get something." Li Mengzhu had no grudge against him and didn't want to go too far, so just beat him up. After hearing this, Li Juechen was confused, but he still had to listen to the young lady and came over to control Yi Haoyu. At this time, Yi Haoyu watched the treasure chest being opened by Li Mengzhu. Now his eyes were red and he was furious, but he could do nothing. Now his life is not in danger, and his skills have not released any energy. Li Mengzhu looked at the items in the treasure chest but was not tempted. To her, the marriage certificate was the most important. She saw the marriage certificate at first glance, after all, it was at the top. Li Mengzhu picked up the marriage certificate and tore it up directly. I don't even want to take a look at the contents inside. Yi Haoyu felt deeply hurt when he saw the marriage certificate being torn up. His master said that he had a childhood marriage, the daughter of the Li family. Yi Haoyu now guessed that this woman should be Li Mengzhu. But he still wanted to confirm it. Yi Haoyu said with difficulty, "Are you Li Mengzhu?" Li Mengzhu did not hide it and nodded directly, "I don't want to be constrained by the older generation. Do you understand? Don't worry, I won't kill you." Yi Haoyu smiled. "That's really great." Yi Haoyu shouted, "My master saved your grandfather, but now he is turned against us. Is that how you behave?" Now you have injured me in order to destroy the marriage certificate. You are really awesome. My master was really blind to save your grandfather. Li Mengzhu was not clear about this matter, but she did not regret it. Her happiness could not be ruined by a marriage contract. Li Mengzhu took out a bank card from his pocket and said, "There is 1 billion in this card. It will be used as medical expenses for your master." After Li Mengzhu finished speaking, he put the card into the treasure chest. "Let's go," Li Mengzhu said to the bodyguards. After saying that, Li Mengzhu turned and walked towards the exit, but before she had taken a few steps, she heard Yi Haoyu's voice. "You will regret it. Sooner or later you will come to beg me," Yi Haoyu said coldly. Li Mengzhu disagreed. What could she ask of him? She did not stop at all and continued to walk towards the exit, supported by the bodyguard behind her. Li Juechen threatened, "You're lucky. If you dare to cause trouble again, don't blame me for being rude." Li Juechen left after giving a warning. Yi Haoyu was now lying on the ground like a dead dog, grinning foolishly. "Ha ha ha. You'll come back and beg me, bitch." He is a little delirious now. He has suffered too many setbacks recently. Yi Haoyu still stood up with difficulty, walked to the treasure chest, and began to absorb the medicinal herbs. Soon his injuries were recovering visibly. In less than half an hour, his injuries were almost healed. He continued to devour the energy of the medicinal herbs madly. There are also some swords and some other things of little use in the treasure chest. "I'm waiting for you in Kekatuhai." The cell phone rang and Emoi pressed the call button. "Hello? Who are you? If you have something to say, say it now. If you have to fart, fart now," Emoi said impatiently to the person on the phone. "Good you. The wings are hard, aren't they? Don't I recognize your sister?" There was an angry voice on the other end of the line. As soon as Emoi heard the voice, he remembered. She was the sister of this body, a sister who was not related by blood. Emoi said, "Cough cough cough. Sister, what can I do for you? I guess you ran out of money while you were abroad." "Right. I'll ask my dad to transfer the money to you right away. Goodbye." Emoi wanted to hang up the phone quickly just as he finished speaking, but a voice came from the other end soon. "If you dare to hang up, I will kill you immediately. I have 1 hour until I get back to Shadow Moon Airport in Inhai City. Come and pick me up. If you're late, you'll die. My good brother." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Emoi was in a terrible state at this moment. How come this female demon came back so soon? Shouldn't she be back in a month? What this body fears most is this non-blood related sister. When I was at home, she beat me every day. I haven't had a single day of peace. My previous life was scared to death of this woman. It makes me feel a little scared. She also liked to abuse people, and often beat Emoi until his face was bruised and swollen. She is also one of the heroines, her name is Emoi. She was captivated by Yi Haoyu's charming smile and business ability. The protagonist also used her to practice martial arts and take revenge on Emoi. Yi Haoyu used her from the beginning. He knew that Emoi had a sister, so he started by taking down Emoi's sister. This was part of his revenge plan. Because of the protagonist's halo, Emoi fell in love with the protagonist, so she believed Yi Haoyu's lies. She didn't even know how their family was wiped out. Yi Haoyu later destroyed the entire Emoi group, but Emoi didn't know about this. After bringing down the entire Emoi group, Yi Haoyu sent Emoi's parents abroad, where there was a villa. They also cannot stay in the country, otherwise they will be caught by the police. Why does Yi Haoyu want to help Emoi's parents? Because this way he can firmly grasp Emoi's heart. As the protagonist, he would not kill his wife's parents, which would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Emoi died in the middle part of the story, and at that time Emoi was not yet with the protagonist. Emoi didn't know who killed Emoi, so she was kept in the dark. Emoi was speechless when he thought about this plot. This female lead was so stupid. So stupid and has such a bad temper, what an idiot. Emoi couldn't help but curse. I wanted to take a day off, but ended up having to pick someone up. I am speechless that they insist on me picking someone up. Can't you just call a random driver? It's a rare day off, but I still can't rest. Chapter 25. Go pick up my sister. Emoi grumbled a bit, but still prepared to go pick up Emoi. After all, Emoi used to listen to his sister very much, so he had to accept it, and his own personality could not be ruined. With Huayao's help, Emoi went out quickly. At this moment, Li Qiui on the plane had a look of hatred on her face. Emoi thought to herself, "How dare you get on my brother's body? I will kill you." She has listened to her inner voice these days, and she feels that her brother has been possessed by something unclean. This time she came back to kill the culprit who killed her brother. Her own strength is also quite good, and if she launches a sneak attack, it is very likely that she can kill Emoi. Emoi snorted coldly, "Humph. Fortunately, during my time abroad, I met a pretty good friend, who gave me a jade pendant. With the jade pendant given by her best friend and her own strength, she believes she can kill this evil demon. My best friend said that the jade pendant contains an energy that evil spirits fear, and as long as the evil spirits see this energy, they will be reduced to ashes." This was told to her by her best friend, who is the most powerful person in the school. No matter who it was, she could defeat him with one move, and even taught herself a lesson. Her best friend also gave her some unknown pills, and after she took them, her strength increased dramatically. From then on, no foreign girl dared to bully her. She trusted her best friend very much. My best friend said that if it really is an evil demon, the jade pendant will automatically kill the demon. As for those thoughts, she didn't want to care. She only knew that he killed her brother. She wants to avenge her brother. Emoi was thinking about things and time passed quickly. Soon the plane arrived at Emoi Airport. Emoi Airport is also the largest airport in Inhai City. Although Emoi arrived at the airport, Emoi was still stuck in traffic. Emoi is now speechless. Emoi thought to himself, at this snail's pace, it will take at least half an hour to get to Emoi Airport. I'm afraid I'm going to get beaten up this time, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, with my current defense, her hitting me is just like tickling me. Thinking of this, Emoi was even less anxious. The reason why he was afraid of Emoi was mainly because the previous Emoi was very afraid of her. I was just infected. As soon as Emoi got off the plane, she started calling Emoi. I'm waiting for you in Kekatui. The cell phone rang again. Emoi looked at the caller and pressed the answer button without hesitation. Before Emoi could speak, Emoi said, "Sister, I'm stuck in traffic right now, it might take another half an hour to get there. I won't talk to you for now. It looks like there's no traffic jam ahead. I'll be there soon." After Emoi finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Afraid of being scolded by her. Emoi didn't lie, there was indeed no traffic jam ahead. Although he didn't know what happened, Emoi didn't bother to care. This time Emoi drove himself, mainly because he didn't want the driver to see his ugly appearance. Emoi was furious after the call was hung up. She also knew that he was an evil demon, so she could only wait. If it was her own brother, she would definitely be very angry. Half an hour later, Emoi finally arrived at Shadow Moon Airport. As soon as Emoi got off the car, he attracted everyone's attention and was the center of everyone's attention. Regardless of gender, age or status, everyone now finds it difficult to take their eyes off Emoi's handsome face. Especially women, they couldn't wait to rush up and hug Emoi and kiss him madly. Emoi felt his scalp tingling when he looked at the gazes of the people around him. I didn't bring a bodyguard with me today because I didn't want anyone to see my ugly appearance. Now he regrets it. If those women hadn't been afraid of Emoi's identity, they would have attacked Emoi. Now Emoi is so handsome that his handsomeness is engraved deep in their souls. This is still due to the charm value, now the charm value is 98 points. Even the heroine can't resist his handsomeness, let alone these passers-by. Soon there were huge crowds of people around, which seriously affected the order of the airport, and even the roads next to it were blocked by people. Now it not only affects the airport, but also the traffic order. Soon, the police in Inhai City also received the alarm call. Those who called the police were men with stronger resistance. They forced themselves to regain their sanity because their eyes widened when they saw their girlfriends. Naturally, they can't stand it. Not to mention their girlfriends, they will get angry even if other women keep staring at a man. The police also deployed a lot of people because it seriously affected traffic and public order. Emoi was in a dilemma now. He couldn't even move. There are too many people. But at this moment, there was a loud bang. Get out of the way. The words "get out of the way" were spoken very loudly, and the entire airport fell silent in an instant. The voice belonged to Emoi, and she saw Emoi from afar. I couldn't see clearly because it was too far away, but I still recognized him as my younger brother at first sight. Even though they were so far apart, she was also surprised at how her brother's appearance had changed so much. It was indeed an evil demon. Both he and these people were influenced by it. My brother is still the same brother, but this is the power of an evil demon. Emoi automatically imagined it. Those people looked back at the source of the voice and found it was a beautiful woman. The women glanced away and ignored Emoi, but it was difficult to look away from the men's gazes. Emoi was wearing black clothes and a black hat, and she looked very cold. Her face under the hat was very fair and tender, her black hair fell casually on her chest, her skin was as white as a peeled egg, and her figure was very slender, almost fit in one hand. At this time, Emoi also heard this voice, which was engraved in Emoi's soul. So I knew it was Emoi's voice. Emoi was now also walking slowly, and the people in front of him also moved away, so that they would not block the way of the male god. But some men just stand there and refuse to leave, they really deserve a beating. Seeing this, the women pulled the man aside and beat him up. Pa! You are a common man, how dare you block the way of the male god? I will beat you to death. Don't you even look at what you look like? How dare you come out and embarrass yourself? It's fine if you come out and embarrass yourself, but you're actually pretending to be cool. It's really a Boshan man. Beat that guy, said one of the women. The other women also started to attack the man with various words. The man looked ashen, and he felt like he was not a human being. Some men also wanted to block the road, but after seeing the miserable state of the man, they no longer had the idea and stepped aside obediently. PQ. Chapter 26 Hug Emoi. No one stopped him, and Emoi quickly came to Emoi's side. Emoi pretended to be very excited and said, "Sister, I miss you so much." After Emoi finished speaking, he hugged Emoi. Emoi didn't even have time to react before he hugged her. Because she had just looked at Emoi from a close distance, she was actually stunned. She felt that her brother had changed. But it seemed that he hadn't changed at all. Just by looking at his face, she felt that she was about to fall for him. She only came to her senses when Emoi hugged her. Emoi thought to herself, why would I have such thoughts? Even if he is not an evil demon, he is still my brother. Now, she didn't know why, deep in her heart, she felt for her brother's body. This is extremely ridiculous. She really wanted to control herself and push Emoi away, but she just couldn't bring herself to push him away. It's very contradictory now. However, Emoi let go of Emoi on his own. Of course, he couldn't hold her for too long, as there were so many people here. When the women behind saw Emoi hugging Emoi, their hearts were broken. However, someone soon looked up Emoi's information on Baidu, and they discovered that she was Emoi's sister. They felt that they had another chance. Little did they know that it was all wishful thinking. The reason why Emoi hugged Emoi was because he really couldn't bear it. Looking at such a cold face and icy feeling, and that face with a special attraction, Emoi couldn't help but hug her. Emoi also wanted to take advantage of it. It was very good and a little exciting. She was brought back by Emoi's father from a brother who had worked with him in his youth. The main reason was that his father's brother died, leaving only a baby in the family, and before he died, he asked Emoi's father to take good care of his daughter. He is not confident in having other people take care of him, so he trusts his good brothers more. His vision was indeed very good. Emoi's father really raised Emoi as his own daughter. He even treats this adopted daughter better than Emoi. What's even more outrageous is that my father wants to hand over the Emoi group to Emoi for management. However, the father was also a good judge of people and knew that his son had no future at all. If I hand over all the family business to Emoi, I estimate that Emoi will lose it all in a few years. Emoi's father thought that by handing the child over to Emoi, he could also support his useless son. In fact, if Yi Haoyu had not joined, this could indeed be achieved. Just with the addition of Yi Haoyu, the ending changed. Emoi didn't care about these things. To Emoi, the money in this world was no different from white paper. Emoi has always believed that everyone in this world is just paper people. Only when we return to Earth can we feel the real world. While Emoi was still thinking about something, he heard Emoi speaking. Emoi blushed a little and said, "Brother, let's go back and talk. You've become so handsome now. If you stay here, it will affect others. Emoi thought so too, so he took Emoi's tender little hand and walked towards the Lamborghini. Emoi's face turned red instantly. The moment Emoi took her hand, Emoi felt like she was electrocuted. And my heart was pounding. She really wanted to slap herself now, and then frantically reminded herself in her heart. He is the evil demon who killed his own brother. I cannot have any thoughts about him. I can't. Just keep reciting it silently in your heart. However, the charm value cannot be resolved by such low-level means. Even if I was reciting, my heart was not at peace. Now she even had an even more absurd idea, which was to touch Emoi's hand properly. Her eyes were also fixed on Emoi's hands. She had never seen such beautiful hands before. But she didn't dare to touch it, so she could only hold it and feel the warmth of the hand. In fact, she was not satisfied yet. Although she knew that her idea was absurd, she was relieved now. As long as she killed this evil demon, everything would be fine. At this moment, she was still frantically thinking about some unspeakable things. If this continues, she will definitely not be able to control herself and push Emoi down. Even Emoi didn't know that the charm value would be so powerful. In fact, Emoi is not a casual person. She is just influenced by her charm, which leads to her wild thoughts. Of course, her handsome appearance is also a reason. And in fact, she herself didn't even know it, but she really enjoyed the envious looks from those women. The women of the protagonist are naturally all virgins, there won't be any unclean ones, otherwise Emoi would be the first to abandon the book. Emoi doesn't want to read cuckold fiction. Just then the police car sirens sounded. Dozens of police officers came down to evacuate the crowd, and security guards inside the airport also came out to help evacuate the crowd. The people around also regained their senses when they heard the sirens. Everyone was scared by the sound, so they regained some of their sanity. Just then, Emoi and Emoi got into the car. The crowd was quickly dispersed. It was originally quite difficult, but the police pulled out their pistols and fired several shots into the air, and they reluctantly dispersed. If you look closely, you can see that there is a very beautiful female police officer evacuating the crowd. Some men even stood still on purpose, wanting to take a closer look. A male policeman saw it and came over. When those people saw the male policeman coming, they were so scared that they ran away quickly. The male police officer came to the female police officer and said, "Yatom, go talk to the car owner and ask him to wear a mask when he goes out next time. I'll just evacuate the crowd." He originally wanted to talk to the car owner, but when he saw that Yatom was having a hard time evacuating the crowd, he came over and switched jobs with her. He naturally understood why it was so difficult. It was because Yatom was too beautiful, and there was nothing he could do about it. After hearing this, Yatom nodded and said, "Thank you." Yatom said nothing more and walked towards Emoi's car. At this moment, she was very uneasy, because she knew that the person in the car was Emoi. She kept hearing a voice in her heart these days, so she checked and found that this person really existed. But due to my busy work, I don't have much time to learn more. But she understood that she was also one of the heroines and was very likely one of Yihaoyu's many wives in the plot. Naturally, she was disgusted by such men, especially since she was doing such a sacred job. Emoi couldn't leave at this time. After all, there were still too many people and he needed to wait for a few minutes. Emoi looked at the policeman and a woman came to his mind. Chapter 27 Yatom scared Emoi. The woman in my mind is also one of the heroines. Emoi still remembered that she was also very beautiful. She had a fair face, white teeth, bright eyes, and soft skin. Overall, she looked like a stunning beauty. As Emoi was thinking, he heard someone knocking on the car window. Emoi also came back to his senses, looked at the person knocking on the car window, and then got scared. Just when I was thinking of someone, that person suddenly appeared and I was almost scared to death. Yatom also saw Emoi outside the car window and was shocked. She is a little angry now. Does she look scary? Yatom thought to herself. Emoi came back to his senses and quickly opened the car window and asked, "Police sister, what can I do for you?" Yatom is very unhappy now and doesn't want Emoi to leave so soon. Although she had very good self-control, she was still a little moved when she saw Emoi. She had to admit that Emoi was really handsome, no wonder he attracted so many people. Yatom looked unhappy and said, "Please show me your driver's license." Emoi looked at Yatom with a look that said if she didn't give him her driver's license, he would not be able to leave. Emoi could only look for his driver's license in the car. However, Emoi couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Emoi remembered that he put it in the car. Emoi thought about it and realized that it was most likely under Emoi's butt. Emoi could only say awkwardly to Emoi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, "Sister, check if your driver's license is under your butt." After hearing this, Emoi seemed to feel that there was something. She was thinking about something just now and didn't feel anything. Emoi lifted her butt, and it really was a driver's license. She handed it to Emoi. Emoi also picked up a little bit between his thumb and index finger and handed it to Yatong. Now Emoi was unhappy. He actually despised her. How could she tolerate this? Emoi said unhappily, "What's wrong? Are you starting to dislike your sister now? When you were a kid, you often ate the same things I ate. Now that you've grown up, you still look down on your sister. I think you're just being naughty." After Emoi finished speaking, she slapped Emoi on the head. However, Emoi dodged it easily. "If you dare to hide, I will beat you to death," Emoi said angrily. After saying that, she continued to hit Emoi, and finally hit Emoi's head once. Only then did she stop with satisfaction. Emoi was speechless. This guy was such a violent person. Emoi's left hand was always outside the car window, with 2 fingers holding it. Seeing that Yatong didn't take it, Emoi said impatiently, "Police sister, look quickly. I have urgent business." Yatong really couldn't bring herself to do it. If she hadn't seen that it was taken from under someone's butt, maybe it wouldn't have been a big deal. But after seeing it, I wonder how she could have done it. Yatong said, "Wipe it with a tissue, and I'll take a look." Yatong couldn't help but say this. Emoi said, "It's really troublesome." Emoi could only take a piece of paper and wipe it casually in the car. Emoi's mood is so bad right now. She is so embarrassed. After Emoi finished wiping it, he handed it out again. At this time, Yatong also took it and looked at it. Finding that there was no problem, she returned it to Emoi. After returning the driver's license to Emoi, Yatong said, "Hey handsome guy, you are so handsome. Please wear a mask in places like this in the future. Otherwise it will affect others. Do you understand?" Emoi said awkwardly, "Don't worry, I didn't know I was so handsome. I'll listen to you. I'll wear a mask next time. Don't worry, police sister. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Thank you for your hard work." After hearing the satisfactory answer, Yatong said, "You can go now." Emoi nodded, then closed the car window, started the car, and soon left the airport. Emoi was driving while chatting with Emoi. Emoi asked curiously, "Sister, why did you come back so soon? You didn't expect me to come." "Actually, sister, if you miss me, just give me a call and I'll fly over to see you right away. Why do I need my sister to come back to see me in person?" Emoi said speechlessly, "Who missed you, you shameless bastard?" "I came back because I missed my parents." Emoi didn't lie, she really missed her parents. Emoi continued chatting with Emoi, and he didn't notice that there was a car following behind. There were 2 ferocious-looking men in the car behind. One is 2 meters tall and the other is a fat man weighing 350 kilograms. They all had scars on their faces, and it was obvious that they were people hovering on the brink of death. At this time, the fat man said to Shingdong, "I didn't expect that the young master of the Emoi group is so stupid. You didn't even bring your bodyguards with you. It seems there's a gorgeous chick in the car. We 2 brothers are in for a treat today. Ha ha ha." Shingdong also smiled and said, "That's right, after we finish this big deal today, we won't have to work for the rest of our lives. But the risk is a bit high. Let's just kill Emoi and run away. With money, what girls can we get?" Shingdong thought about it and decided that he couldn't let this matter ruin the rest of his life. At this time, the fat man also nodded and felt that it was the right thing to do, just to be safe. They have already decided on a location to attack, where there are fewer people. That place is also the only way back to the villa. Soon they arrived at a road with not many cars, and they chased after Emoi's car and rammed it. Bang! The 2 cars collided with each other. Emoi realized that he had been hit by someone and understood that there must be danger. But he still got out of the car. He actually dared to kill me. I must teach them a profound lesson. When Fatty and Shingdong saw Emoi getting out of the car, they also said with contempt, "What an idiot, they thought they were going to hit him a few more times. Unexpectedly, I bumped into Emoi Xian and saw him walking down. When they saw Emoi Xian coming down, they hurriedly got out of the car and picked up knives and axes. They were armed. As soon as Emoi Xian saw the two people, he knew they were up to no good. However, Emoi Xian could feel that it was not very strong, and its basic attributes were all around 20. Emoi Xian jokingly asked, "Are you here to kill me? You are really brave." Before Emoi Xian could finish his words, they came charging at him. They needed to end this quickly and had no time to waste talking to Emoi Xian. This is the cultivation of a killer. Never push too much. Emoi Xian was speechless and said in his heart, "Why did he come directly to kill me? Why is he different from other villains? He doesn't have the manners of a villain at all. It's really unprofessional." Chapter 28, Beauty kills 2 assassins in seconds. I am still a dedicated villain. Emoi also got out of the car, and as soon as she got out, she saw 2 people rushing towards Emoi Xian. She didn't care about anything else and just stood in front of Emoi Xian. Those 2 people didn't care when they saw it, at most they would just destroy the flower. The 2 of them quickly attacked, and before they could make a move, Emoi took action. Emoi punched the fat man's temple directly at an extremely fast speed, and at the same time, she used a tricky angle to dodge Xingdong's axe. The fat man had no time to dodge and was hit on the temple by Emoi. He fainted immediately. This is a very practical way of hitting the vital points that her best friend taught her. Xingdong, who was standing next to him, saw the fat man fainting on the ground, and he thought his brain might have been stunned by the blow. Now Xingdong was a little panicked. Damn, a woman can be so powerful. He no longer had the heart to fight, so he turned and ran. Emoi also guessed what he was thinking, so how could she do as he wished? Xingdong has started running now, and he thinks he can escape with his speed. Little did he know that Emoi was faster than him. As soon as Emoi caught up with Xingdong, she used a whip kick to hit his joints. Crack! Xingdong's legs broke and he could no longer run. He fell to the ground, holding his legs and screaming in pain. However, Emoi felt that it was enough, so she called the police. Emoi Xian saw Emoi's skills and found them to be really good. "You too insisted on fighting the female devil, don't you deserve it?" Emoi Xian thought to himself. Emoi Xian had been beaten many times in the past. Emoi Xian also knew why this female devil was so powerful, because she had a very powerful best friend. And that best friend is also one of the heroines. Her plot hasn't come yet, so Emoi Xian is too lazy to think about it too much. Emoi's attack power is now around 30. It's considered pretty cool in the country. Emoi Xian now changed his expression to one of flattery and gratitude, then came to Emoi's side and said, "Sister, you are so awesome. Can you teach me? I want to learn, too. And thank you, sister, for saving me. If it weren't for you, I would have died here today." Of course, Emoi Xian didn't want to learn any useless skills. In the face of absolute power, the effect of skills is equal to 0. Emoi was a little angry now. She clearly saved him, but he was cursing her as a female devil in his heart. "You are a devil yourself, and you call me a devil. That's outrageous," Emoi said inwardly. She saved him just so she could kill Emoi Xian with her own hands. Emoi smiled and said, "Okay. Then I will go to your villa tonight to teach you. I'll go back to my parents tomorrow." Emoi Xian looked at Emoi and saw her smiling face, but he always felt something was wrong. But he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Emoi Xian regretted saying it now, but it couldn't be taken back now that it was out. It was just one night, so he just had to endure it for one night. Emoi Xian immediately said cheerfully, "That's great. I also want to be as powerful as my sister. Then I'll see who dares to bully me." Emoi held her forehead and asked, "Who can bully you? It would be good if you don't bully others." Emoi Xian did not refute. In fact, he wanted to say that Yi Haoyu bullied him and add more hatred to Yi Haoyu. But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. First of all, it doesn't make any sense, and secondly, I don't want to ruin the plot. Emoi Xian basically guessed who was sending someone to assassinate him. It is impossible for the protagonist to assassinate himself now. There is no such part in the plot for the time being, so there is only one person. This person must be Zhou Han. Emoi Xian didn't expect to ask these 2 pieces of trash. He probably didn't even know who wanted to kill them, and the killer was particularly stubborn. Emoi Xian came over and knocked Xingdong unconscious, then threw them both back into the car. Now Emoi doesn't want to go to the police station. He's tired. If the police come, they will definitely take us to the police station. Although Yatong was in the police station, it was not her turn yet and Emoi didn't want to get too involved. Sister, let's go. Emoi said. Emoi also understood what Emoi meant. She was also tired after traveling back and wanted to go back and rest as soon as possible, so she ignored them. However, Emoi still took out a pen from her bag, wrote down the whole process, and then threw it into the car of the two killers. Emoi was not worried that the police station would not be able to find out. The two of them were killers and must be wanted criminals. Only wanted criminals would do this. After doing all this, Emoi got into Emoi's car. The car is still drivable, it was just hit, but I will have to buy a new car next time. But there are dozens of Lamborghinis in the garage, so there is no need to worry about this. Emoi has no pursuit for cars, they are just a means of transportation. An hour later, Emoi finally returned to the villa. It was already evening, and Huayao saw Emoi and the young lady coming back, so she hurried to prepare dinner. A very sensible girl. If it is too late at night, Huayao will cook, and during the day, my aunt will cook. Emoi sat on the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. He was really tired. I thought I could take a day off, but it turned out to be a total waste. Emoi also sat next to Emoi. She planned to kill the evil demon Emoi. Now is the best opportunity, a good opportunity for a sneak attack. But she thought of a better way. Emoi smiled and said to Emoi, "Thank you for coming to pick me up. How about this? I just learned some massage techniques. How about you lie down and I'll give you a massage?" When Emoi heard that there was a beautiful female massage, he naturally accepted it. Emoi had no idea that he was about to be assassinated, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Emoi quickly lay down on the sofa. "Sister, please press it," Emoi said expectantly. Soon Emoi felt comfortable. Emoi thought to himself, this devil woman's massage is quite comfortable. It seems that there are still some merits to be commended. Emoi was very conflicted at this moment, not knowing whether to kill or not. She found that she couldn't do it at all. A quarter of an hour later, Emoi finally made up her mind to avenge her brother. So she took out the jade pendant and put it on Emoi's back. But she found that Emoi was fine. How could he be fine? At this moment, Emoi felt something cold behind him, so he put his hand behind his back and took the thing over. Emoi took the jade pendant in front of him and looked at it. It seemed nothing special, so he threw it on the table. Emoi also understood at this time. Since he is not an evil demon, then what he says in his heart is true. In other words, this world is actually the world created by other people's writings. She couldn't believe that she was just a paper figure. Chapter 29 Huayao's food is delicious. Emoi was thinking about something now and didn't continue pressing. Seeing that she stopped pressing, Emoi thought she was tired, so he sat up. Emoi waved his hand left and right in front of Emoi and said, "Sister, who are you thinking about so intently?" When Emoi heard Emoi's words, she came back to her senses. She thought about it and decided that even though she was a paper man, she still wanted revenge. But now when she saw Emoi's face again, she found that she simply couldn't bear to do it. All we can do is wait for another opportunity. Huayao had prepared the meal by then, and Emoi took Emoi's hand and went to the dining table to eat. "Come on, sister, eat the chicken drumstick. Come, sister, eat beef. This beef is delicious." Emoi is now frantically picking up food for Emoi. During the meal, he kept praising Huayao's cooking skills. The latter Huayao was also extremely happy. As for Emoi feeling like she was very happy now, she even felt like she was crazy. Dinner was over soon. Not long after Emoi finished her meal, she pulled Emoi to practice fighting skills. After all, Emoi stayed tonight and agreed to teach Emoi. Emoi also began to learn those skills from Emoi. As soon as Emoi walked outside, she hugged Emoi from behind and grabbed his hands and said, "If it's a one-on-one fight, you have to punch quickly, you have to strike first, and punch him in the face quickly." Emoi continued to teach Emoi some techniques. But Emoi couldn't hear much. It really felt good to be hugged by Emoi like this, okay? Even my snow popsicles are about to break through my defenses. It was naturally difficult to bear the surging waves behind me. Emoi turned Emoi around at this time, and then took Emoi fist and performed some moves while explaining. However, after Emoi finished teaching the boxing techniques and was about to teach the leg techniques, she looked towards the legs. Emoi's face turned red in an instant. Emoi was very embarrassed at this time, but there was nothing he could do. It was mainly because it was too exciting and he couldn't help it. Little stick brother, you scared people again. Emoi sighed to his stick brother in his heart. Emoi was no longer in the mood to teach Emoi and hurried back to her room. With a bang. When Emoi heard the sound, he knew that Emoi had gone back to her room and was hiding. Emoi spread his hands, didn't care about anything else, and went back to his room to sleep. After all, I can't blame myself for this kind of thing. I can only blame her for teaching me martial arts and holding me in her arms. How could a hot-blooded teenager like me endure this, especially since we were nominally brother and sister? It's exciting just thinking about it, isn't it? Emoi quickly returned to the room, lay down and started thinking about the plot. At this time, Emoi's face was so red that blood could drip out. Although I can feel it when I look at Emoi, but Emoi is being too blatant. The reason why she hugged Emoi was because she felt that he was her brother after all, and it would be easier to teach him by hand. After all, her best friend taught her step by step. If it were any other man, it would naturally be impossible to be so intimate. But she didn't expect that this evil demon actually had feelings for her. What an inhuman! But she also felt that she was not a human being, so she slapped herself. She now understands that Emoi actually knows nothing. After spending a day together, she also discovered that Emoi actually knows nothing. Since I know nothing, it is impossible that he used some evil magic against me. Then I feel that it is my own problem and I am such a bad person. Even though he is not your blood brother, you can't do this. Emoi didn't know what to do now. She found that she might fall in love with Emoi. If you don't like it, how can you feel it? Although it is not certain, it is very likely. She would never be like that. She only liked girls and she and her best friend often slept together. She has never had any feelings for men, and this is the first time she has any feelings for a man. This explains the problem. It feels 100 times better than seeing your best friend. She couldn't let her imagination run wild anymore. Emoi made a decision, which was to avoid Emoi as much as possible, as long as she didn't meet Emoi. What would my parents think of me if I were with Emoi? As an elder sister, she would never allow such a thing to happen. After making the decision, I lay back on the bed and went to sleep. Zzz. At this time, Emoi was recalling tomorrow's plot. Emoi thought to himself, tomorrow's plot is that Yi Haoyu is going to ambush me. According to the plot, I will know Yi Haoyu's location tomorrow. Then I went to the dilapidated factory with my bodyguards. Afterwards, he was ambushed by Yi Haoyu. Uncle Emoi was seriously injured and barely managed to bring himself back to the villa. But Uncle Emoi will have to spend his whole life lying in the hospital ward. Every time Emoi restarted to this plot, he would go find people from the underground forces to disguise as his bodyguards. Those people have committed murder, so if they die, they die. The underground force is actually one of the forces that the protagonist wants to take down, and it is a force that can be of great help to the protagonist. Those masters of the Dragon King Palace who came from abroad were all assigned to underground forces. This underground force is called Zohaemon. Its hiding place is extremely secretive and difficult to find. Even if we get in touch, we'll just be in charge, and even that person in charge doesn't know where the Blood Sea Gate is. They all communicate using special communication equipment. They are also people in the open and know very limited things. It can be said that they are just people who convey messages. Emoi has already sent a message to Uncle Emoi, and Uncle Emoi will naturally arrange everything. Emoi fell asleep while thinking. Zzz. Early the next morning, a deafening sound was heard coming from the villa. Ah! Sister, please let go, it hurts. Emoi said very painfully. Emoi grabbed Emoi's hand at this time, fearing that Emoi would break his ears. Emoi was now lying on the bed covered with a quilt, but because his head was exposed, Emoi's ears were twisted by his hands. My ears are now so red they can't be any redder. Emoi said angrily, I've been calling you here for a long time, but you just don't get up. Do you think you deserved it? Hurry up and get up and drive me back to Dad's house. Although Emoi was in pain, he didn't have time to go back today, so he definitely couldn't agree. Emoi said speechlessly, why don't you just ask a bodyguard to take you back? And don't you know how to drive? Why do you have to let me take you back? Chapter 30 Yi Haoyu's Plan. After hearing what Emoi said, Emoi explained, our family hasn't had a meal together for a long time. That's why I asked you to go back with me. Come back with me quickly. Emoi couldn't stand it when she saw that Emoi was still indifferent and wanted to sleep. She directly lifted Emoi's quilt and immediately saw his snow-white skin, especially the snow popsicle, which blinded her eyes. His face suddenly turned red, including his neck and ears. Emoi was still sleepy, so he was not on guard and let her lift the quilt directly. Emoi quickly pulled the quilt back on himself. Emoi was very embarrassed now. After Emoi reacted, she ran out quickly. Her heart was beating very fast and she swallowed. She is too embarrassed to face Emoi now. Now she sat on the sofa and slowly adjusted her mentality. Emoi also quickly put on his clothes and went downstairs to explain. Soon Emoi came downstairs. Emoi apologized to Emoi, sister, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Also, I can't go back today. I have something to do. I'll go back another day to have dinner with you guys. After Emoi finished speaking, he came and sat down next to Emoi. Emoi leaned close to Emoi's ear and whispered, sister, don't tell my dad about what happened last night and this morning. I'm counting on you. Emoi cursed in her heart, do you think I have the nerve to say that? Emoi was too embarrassed to stay here, so she picked up the car keys from the table and went out. Emoi didn't stop him, and it seemed like he wouldn't tell anyone. Emoi didn't think about it anymore. Huayo is cooking breakfast now. It's only 7 o'clock, so Emoi hasn't gotten up yet. Huayo knew that he might be in trouble, so he did not remind the young lady. I was cooking breakfast just now and didn't notice Emoi woke up. That's what caused that to happen. After Huayo finished cooking breakfast, she came to Emoi and said, Master, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't remind the young lady. After saying that, he was about to kneel down to Emoi. However, Emoi was quick to support Huayo. Emoi touched Huayo's little face and said, it's not your fault. Emoi kissed Huayo's cherry lips. Emoi really couldn't help it. What happened last night and this morning was too exciting. He had to kiss her to relieve it. Soon the two kissed each other and then began to bite each other. We kissed for a short while and then stopped. Then I had breakfast with Huayo. The latter Huayo was also very happy today, as if she had won the lottery. After breakfast, Emoi came to the outside of the villa and saw a dozen bodyguards. However, these are not real bodyguards, but people from the Bloodsea clan. Emoi looked at their strengths, and found that most of them were around 25 in attack power, with only one having 30 in attack power. These people are not cheap, each one costs 100 million, and the most powerful one costs 1 billion. If these people died during the protection mission, they would not blame the buyer. Emoi could feel the bloody aura on them, and it was obvious that they had killed a lot of people. Emoi just glanced at them casually and nodded with satisfaction. Uncle Emo then walked up to Emoi and said, our people saw Yi Haoyu in the dilapidated factory. Should we go and take care of him now? Emoi smiled and said, then go ahead. I just happened to want to kill this bastard, too. After Emoi finished speaking, he got on a new Lamborghini and started heading towards the dilapidated factory. Uncle Emo didn't think too much about it. He just thought that Emoi knew Yi Haoyu's whereabouts in advance, so he looked for people from Zoheiman in advance. He felt that the young master had grown up. Without thinking too much, he got into a black van with his bodyguards and started following Emoi's car. At this time, there were 3 people in the dilapidated factory. One was the beautiful woman Meiqian, and the other 2 were Yi Haoyu and the fat man. The 3 of them were lying in ambush, ready to kill anyone who arrived. Want to catch Emoi off guard? Yi Haoyu smiled evilly and said, it seems that I can take revenge soon. As long as I kill Emoi, I will be able to rise to prominence. Emoi is just a stepping stone in my life. The fat man also smiled and said, then congratulations in advance, big brother. Meiqian complained in her heart, what an idiot. Meiqian really didn't want to stay with them anymore, she was afraid it would affect her IQ. Meiqian actually missed Emoi very much, but she was also looking forward to seeing him soon. When Yi Haoyu saw Meiqian smiling, he thought she was in love with him. Meiqian only smiled when she thought of Emoi. Emoi car soon arrived outside the dilapidated factory. He got out of the car without hesitation and walked straight into the abandoned factory. The bodyguards behind also followed behind Emoi. Emoi arrived at the dilapidated factory and looked around. He was just pretending. Emoi knew exactly where they were. Yi Haoyu was looking at Emoi in the dark at this time, revealing a ruthless look. He didn't expect that Emoi was so cautious and actually brought more than a dozen powerful bodyguards. There are only 3 of them here. Mei Qian has a combat power of 35, and the fat man and he are both about 30. Yi Haoyu said to the 2 people beside him, "Fatty, you will fight the one with the strongest bloody aura later. Mei Qian, you fight with that guy called Uncle Emoi, the guy you fought with before. I'll take care of these little shrimp soldiers and crab generals first, and then I'll help you, and we can take them down." Mei Qian and the fat man also nodded to show their agreement with his plan. They are now waiting for an opportunity, and as long as they get closer to their ambush, they will take action. Mei Qian kept staring at Emoi at this time, and she really wanted to slap Emoi again. Mei Qian then thought of a way to be with Emoi. That is to tell Emoi what he knows and guide him to speak out what is in his heart. Emoi must know how to cure her own poison. But you still need to think carefully about how to ask questions. She felt so smart now. At least I feel that I am better than the 2 idiots next to me. Yi Haoyu finally saw the opportunity and spoke loudly. "Get started." Mei Qian and Fatty didn't hesitate after hearing this and rushed out directly. The 3 of them killed them at the fastest speed. When the bodyguards saw someone coming to kill them, they also stood in front of Emoi. Mei Qian also found Uncle Emoi accurately and started fighting with him directly. Uncle Emoi was very anxious now, and every move he made was a killing move. The fat man also found Wei Chen, the strongest bodyguard. Chapter 31, Rescued by the Heroine again. Yi Haoyu looked at Mei Qian and the others, and saw that they had already started fighting with their opponents. Yi Haoyu did not hesitate and attacked the bodyguard closest to him. He was now extremely fast. In less than a moment, he arrived in front of the bodyguard. With lightning speed, he quickly grabbed the bodyguard's head and smashed it on his right knee. The bodyguard's strength was limited, and he couldn't break free at all, so he was hit hard by the knee. However, Yi Haoyu did not stop. He continued to raise his feet, then held his head with both hands and smashed it down with his knees again, while at the same time pushing his knees up with force. Crack! The bodyguard's head cracked open, and Yi Haoyu threw the bodyguard to the ground with satisfaction. Yi Haoyu thought to himself, "They have murderous and bloody auras, so they must have killed a lot of people. I want to kill them all and restore order to this world." Yi Haoyu felt no guilt for killing them. The other bodyguards were also unable to join the fight between Uncle Emoi and Wei Chen. If they went to help, it would affect them instead. Their idea was to wait until both sides were defeated, and then they would attack and easily defeat Mei Qian. "If we go up now, we will just become cannon fodder." However, when the bodyguards saw that Yi Haoyu was so ferocious and directly killed one of them, they also realized that Yi Haoyu was also a strong enemy. The bodyguards thought about it and felt that they had to attack together to have a chance to survive. They couldn't let Yi Haoyu defeat them one by one. When they thought of this, all 10 of them rushed towards Yi Haoyu together. However, 3 people were left behind to protect Emoi. Yi Haoyu was completely disdainful when he saw these bodyguards coming towards him. Many of the bodyguards were using axes or machetes. As soon as they arrived in front of Yi Haoyu, they swung the machetes and chopped at Yi Haoyu. Emoi looked at the battle situation inside. These people are too slow. It is impossible for them to hit Yi Haoyu. These weapons are too heavy. Yi Haoyu is extremely fast. It is impossible for him to be hit. Instead, he will find the right opportunity to defeat them one by one. Just as Emoi said, Yi Haoyu dodged all the attacks and then punched someone in the abdomen with his backhand. The latter's bodyguard had no ability to resist at all and was knocked away by the punch. Seeing this, the remaining 9 bodyguards became extremely angry and continued to kill Yi Haoyu. Yi Haoyu picked up the machete on the ground. The machete was dropped by the bodyguard who had just flown out. Yi Haoyu continued to wait there, wanting to use the same trick again. The bodyguards quickly slashed at Yi Haoyu again. This time their attack speed was at the fastest, but Yi Haoyu still dodged it easily. He took advantage of this gap and chopped a man in half with one blow. Sizzle! Blood splattered all over Yi Haoyu. However, Yi Haoyu did not feel any discomfort, but became more and more courageous as the battle went on. On the other hand, the bodyguards were also defeated because they had no other options. Soon Yi Haoyu took care of the bodyguards one by one, and all 9 of them fell in a pool of blood. It was very tragic. Yi Haoyu now looks like a bloody man, covered in blood, looking extremely scary. So terrifying. Yi Haoyu did not stop at all and continued to kill the 3 bodyguards in front of Emoi. After seeing this, Emoi also moved away for fear that the blood would splash on himself. At this time Uncle Emoi also hurriedly wanted to get away and take Emoi away from here. Soon the last 3 bodyguards also died at the hands of Yi Haoyu, leaving only Emoi, Wei Chen, and Uncle Emoi. Yi Haoyu showed a cruel expression to Emoi and said, "Emoi, I didn't expect that you would have this day. And I will not only kill you, I will not let your family go either. TSK. And I will also accept your MOU group with pleasure." Emoi now also began to respond to Yi Haoyu's silly words according to the script. Emoi showed a frightened look and said, "Don't kill me. If you kill me, my father will never let you go. I can give you anything you want, please let me go." Yi Haoyu smiled. Ha ha ha. But he soon stopped laughing. He laughed because the depression he had been feeling in the past few days was finally relieved. Yi Haoyu sneered, "If I dare to kill you, I am not afraid of revenge. Do you understand? And I hate it most when people threaten me. The grass on the graves of those who threaten me, the Dragon King, is more than 1 meter high." When Emoi heard Yi Haoyu's words, he retreated frantically, as if he was really scared. Now Uncle Emoi had already made plans after seeing this situation. He would use his own body to block the attack, and then take advantage of Mei Qian's distraction to quickly take Emoi away. Even though I would get hurt, the young master must not be in any harm. He is waiting for an opportunity. Emoi stepped back and said, "I was wrong, please let me go." Yi Haoyu snorted coldly, "Humph. From the moment you snatched Mu Shui from me, you are a dead man. I, the Dragon King, have never been beaten by anyone before, but you, a bully like me, hired someone to beat me up. How will I, the Dragon King, save my dignity if I tell anyone about this?" Yi Haoyu didn't want to say any more words to a bastard like Emoi, so he started to kill Emoi directly at an extremely fast speed. Just when Uncle Emoi wanted to get away to save Emoi, he saw a person with the same speed as himself blocking Yi Haoyu. Yi Haoyu was directly slapped back by the person who blocked him. Emoi was looking at the person who was blocking him not far away and was a little confused. Why was Zisha's bodyguard here? However, Emoi's doubts were soon dispelled. Zisha and 7 or 8 bodyguards walked in from the factory entrance. Zisha was relieved to see that Emoi was fine. She heard his thoughts last night and knew what was going to happen to Emoi today. Although she knew that Emoi would not die, she was afraid that something had happened to him. It's better to be safe than sorry. And she brought people here to get closer to Emoi. Let yourself go to Emoi with a legitimate reason. She really didn't want to wait even a day, she was afraid that her father would leave her one day. So today she brought a master from the antique shop who was at the same level as Uncle Emoi. Zisha didn't want to do that either, so she hurried to Emoi, took his hand and said, "Emoi, are you okay?" Emoi was numb at this moment. Emoi really wants to complain now. Who knows if the show will be restarted and the heroine will save the villain again. Emoi cursed inwardly, "You are the heroine. Why are you here to save a villain like me? Shouldn't we go save the protagonist? Besides, there is no plot for you today. How the hell can you steal other people's roles? This is outrageous. I've been saved by the heroine twice." Chapter 32 Zisha scolds Yi Haoyu. Just as Emoi finished complaining, the system's voice came. "Congratulations to the owner for completing the daily Tutsao task. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 charm point. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 attack points. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million Chinese coins." When Zisha heard Emoi's words, she was speechless. "I'm not even happy to save you. If it weren't for my father and because you're so handsome, I wouldn't save you." It only took a few seconds for Emoi to complain in his heart. Emoi quickly replied, "I'm fine, thank you for saving me." This reply has nothing to do with the character setting. Anyway, it has already collapsed into a mess, so there is no need to care so much. As long as the protagonist does not collapse, Emoi feels that he will not restart the game. This is the experience Emoi gained from these few days, but you still have to be careful and try to follow the plot. Yi Haoyu looked at Zisha asking Emoi about his well-being, and his heart felt like it was being pierced with pain. I also feel very regretful. Why did I talk so much nonsense? He was so angry that he reached the extreme, and then he was attacked by anger and spit out blood. Yi Haoyu felt that he could not stay here for long. He had just dealt with those bodyguards and his strength was running out. If he continued fighting, he would die here. At this time, Zisha's bodyguard asked, "Miss, do we need to kill him?" Zisha said coldly, "Beat him up and wait for the police to come." She didn't want to kill anyone, and she knew that the protagonist was not that easy to kill. Yi Haoyu was very angry now, but he still wants to try to persuade Zisha. He went back to check Zisha's information, as well as the information of other girls, and found that they were all very good. They became like that after meeting Emoi. They must have been blinded by Emoi. He wants to save these innocent girls. He originally planned to kill Emoi and then pursue these beauties again. He wanted them to know what kind of person Emoi was. Yi Haoyu didn't think any more about it, and then said to Zisha, "I advise you not to help this kind of person. Is this kind of person really worthy of your love? Emoi is a lustful person, domineering, and bullies the weak. Besides..." Before Yi Haoyu could finish, Zisha said coldly, "Hey, big brother, don't you think you're meddling too much? Who I like is none of your business. I know more about Emoi than you do. You don't need to tell me yet. Stop being so righteous, okay? That would make me look like a hypocrite, wouldn't it? Besides, you're not any better. You are like that yourself, yet you judge others. Pa! Stupid idiot. I usually don't burst out, but I can't help it." Yi Haoyu was stunned at this moment. He was actually being scolded so harshly. Yi Haoyu became furious again and spat out a large mouthful of blood. At this time, Emoi couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. Come and kill me. You damned piece of shit. You just want to slander me every day, is that useful? Hypocrite, is it useful for me to ask you?" When Yi Haoyu heard Emoi's words, he almost couldn't help but vomit blood again. Yi Haoyu pointed at Emoi and said, "Is all you can do about hiding behind a woman? Come out and fight me one-on-one if you dare. You're really not a man." Yi Haoyu was talking nonsense now, and he was so angry that his mind was confused. "Don't you know? Having a woman to protect you is a skill, but you know nothing about that," Emoi said jokingly. "I don't want to talk to this person anymore. He's insulting my intelligence. Zisha, quickly get your bodyguard to kill him for me," Emoi said to Zisha. After hearing this, Zisha said to the bodyguard, "You can start now." After hearing Zisha's order, the bodyguard rushed directly towards Yi Haoyu. Yi Haoyu knew that he had no chance of winning if he continued to fight, so he said to Mei Qian and Fatty without hesitation, "Let's retreat." Yi Haoyu had no choice but to retreat first. He didn't have much strength left. Mei Qian also quickly got away. She was very fast and ran towards the exit as soon as she got away. After all, she often carries out assassinations, and her physical skills and speed are very good, so it is easy for her to escape. It was easier for the fat guy to escape because he was tough. The bodyguards and Uncle Emoi also chased after him, but they were definitely unable to catch up. Emoi watched them all walk out, and his part for the day was over. "It's okay, not perfect but it's okay." Emoi said to Zisha, "You saved me, so I can only repay you with my body. If it weren't for you, I would have died here today. Your bodyguard is so strong, you must be from one of the 4 major families. Since you are from one of the 4 major families, you must not be short of money. So I have nothing else to repay you except giving you my body. Come on. No one should be here for a while. I'll be gentle. If you're scared, we can go to the small room inside the workshop. But I think it's more exciting here, what do you think?" Anyway, there were footsteps when they came back. How about it? Zisha couldn't believe these lewd words for a moment. After she came to her senses, she hurriedly said, "Bah! Who cares about your commitment to me? I came to save you because..." The second half of the sentence was simply impossible to utter. "What is it for?" Emoi looked at her for a long time without saying a word. "Oh. I came to save you in order to be friends with you." I have a little bit of affection for you, Zisha replied with a slightly blushing face. Zisha had no choice but to say this without any excuse. Emoi still teased, since you like me, let's get married as soon as possible. It's just a matter of time anyway. Zisha blushed and said, I'm not ready yet. Wait until I'm ready. Although Zisha knew that Emoi didn't really want to tease her, she still blushed when she heard such explicit words. She hadn't experienced anything like that. What's more, he is such a handsome guy, and when he says such words, the impact is still very strong. Coupled with the influence of her charm value, she almost couldn't help herself. Emoi stopped teasing her, that's enough. Looking at her shy appearance, Emoi was afraid that she would really agree. By then I won't know how it will end. If Mushue hadn't come last time, Emoi really wouldn't have known how it would end. I have to thank Mushue for that time. Chapter 33 Yi Haoyu confesses to Mei Qian. Emoi didn't think about it anymore. Then I'll wait for you to be ready, and then we can make up for today's business, Emoi said with a smirk. At this moment, all the people who had just chased out came back. Uncle Emo was the first to come to Emoi and apologize. Master, I'm sorry we lost him. Zisha's bodyguard also said to Zisha, Miss, I didn't expect their speed to be so fast. I can't keep up at all. Zisha waved her hands and said, if he ran away, he ran away. It's okay. No need to explain. Emoi also said, Zisha is right, just run away. After Emoi finished speaking, he ignored them. He said to Zisha, I'm leaving first. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Repay you for saving my life. Again, if you want me to repay you, just come to my house. I promise to be gentle. Emoi said this with a wicked smile, then he took Uncle Emo and Wei Chen out of the abandoned factory. Zisha also stomped her feet in anger. But she didn't say anything and walked out. Emoi came to the Lamborghini, waved to Zisha, and then got into the Lamborghini. Zisha watched Emoi's car drive away, and for some reason she felt a little reluctant. But she didn't think much about it and got into her Porsche. At this time, in a room in a village in the suburbs, a man was sitting cross-legged. This person is Yi Haoyu, and he is recovering from his injuries. A quarter of an hour later. Yi Haoyu's injuries were almost healed. Then began the impotent rage. Barking wildly, like a mad dog. The sound could be heard throughout the village. Yi Haoyu roared, if it weren't for that bitch Zisha, I could have killed Emoi. Just when we were about to get our revenge, it was destroyed. Very good. Even if I don't kill the woman, I will make your family business pay the price. Just wait. Mei Qian was speechless as she looked at the helpless and furious Yi Haoyu. Yi Haoyu now thought of a brilliant idea. First, take down Mei Qian and improve your strength. She is your subordinate, so it should be easy to flirt with her. She must like herself very much. Which woman in the Dragon King's palace doesn't like me? Do it when you think of it. Yi Haoyu said to the fat man, Fatty, please continue to find some medicinal herbs for me. He has to get the fat guy out of the way first. After hearing this, the fat man nodded and said, I'll go now. After saying that, he left the room and went to look for medicinal herbs. After seeing the fat man leave, Yi Haoyu also smiled evilly at Mei Qian and said, Mei Qian, you've been working beside me for quite a long time. I've been watching you for a long time. I'm going to confess to you now. In fact, the reason I arranged for you to work by my side was because I fell in love with you. I can see that you like me too, why don't we be together? After Yi Haoyu finished speaking, he was also waiting for Mei Qian's reply. He thought Mei Qian liked him, so he said it very confidently. Coupled with his devilish smile, he is sure to win everyone's heart. He is quite proud of his appearance because he gave a passerby a devilish smile yesterday and the woman's eyes lit up. He tried it several times and he realized that it wasn't his evil smile that was the problem, but the women's problem. When Mei Qian heard Yi Haoyu's words, she stood there in a daze as if she had been struck by lightning. Mei Qian thought to herself, he really did arrange for me to work for him just to protect his body. I really want to kill this kind of person. But she knew that she would never have the chance to kill the protagonist. It's just something I can think about. Mei Qian is frantically looking for excuses. But she still found an excuse. Anyway, he won't force himself, so he doesn't need to be afraid. Even if he really wanted to force himself, he had to have the strength to do so. Mei Qian didn't think much about it. Mei Qian apologized, Your Highness the Dragon King, I think you misunderstood. I don't like you. And I don't want to find a partner right now. Excuse me, Your Majesty the Dragon King. Although I know I can't disobey His Majesty the Dragon King, I can't accept being with someone I don't like. Feel sorry. Mei Qian lowered her head after she finished speaking, because she saw that Yi Haoyu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Yi Haoyu was furious in his heart. He is the Dragon King, and he confessed his love to a subordinate, but the subordinate rejected him. How dare she? I am rich, powerful, and handsome. He can understand those women in China who reject him. After all, they don't know their identity and status. But Mei Qian knows it clearly. Why does she still reject herself? You have such high standards? Anyway, Yi Haoyu is doubting his life now. He is hit everywhere when he returns to China. If he didn't have a big heart, he would have been angry to death long ago. Yi Haoyu still asked stubbornly, "Why don't you like me? What's wrong with me? Can you give me an explanation?" Mei Qian felt a little annoyed seeing Yi Haoyu persisting. However, Mei Qian still explained, "Sorry. Your Highness the Dragon King, I already have someone I like. Your Highness the Dragon King is so handsome, he will definitely meet someone better. But I still have to thank His Majesty the Dragon King for this. If it wasn't for His Majesty the Dragon King taking me back to my country, I might not have known him. Thank you, Your Majesty the Dragon King. You are a good person." After hearing this, Yi Haoyu wanted to vomit blood again. Damn, is she giving herself a nice guy card? Yi Haoyu said angrily in his heart. Yi Haoyu asked with a gloomy face, "Who is that person? I want to see who is so awesome. Just got back and captured the 10th ranked assassin in our Dragon King Hall. Tell me what kind of person he is." Yi Haoyu now only wants to find that person and assassinate him. He actually dared to cheat on him. He had been eyeing Mei Qian for a long time, and this was something he could not tolerate. He already regarded Mei Qian as his exclusive love and his property. Now that I have been robbed, I must kill that person. If you dare to cheat on yourself, you must pay the price. Chapter 34. Mei Qian and Yi Haoyu broke up. Mei Qian could also guess what he was thinking, but how could she possibly say it out loud, especially to Emoi Qian? Mei Qian apologized, "Your Highness the Dragon King, thank you for your kindness. He is very good. I won't bother you, Your Majesty the Dragon King." Mei Qian knew that she had disobeyed Yi Haoyu. But she didn't care. At worst she could just try to trick Emoi Qian into talking. Yi Haoyu finally couldn't help but ask, "Do you think I will hurt him? And you've disobeyed me twice today. Don't think I'm easy to talk to. Was I too nice to you before? You've forgotten your identity?" Yi Haoyu now only wants to kill the person who cheated on him. Mei Qian said fearlessly at this time, "Your Highness the Dragon King, I didn't mean to disobey you. I was just trying to protect my family. If I have offended His Majesty the Dragon King, I can only say I'm sorry." Mei Qian saw that he was being aggressive and she couldn't help it. She didn't want to be too polite to him anymore. He is just the newly appointed Dragon King. Seeing Mei Qian's determined attitude, Yi Haoyu gave up. He can check it himself when the time comes. Yi Haoyu angrily slammed the table and said, "Get out. Reflect on yourself. I will not give you the antidote now unless you tell me the name of that person. This is your punishment." Yi Haoyu closed his eyes and rested after he finished speaking. He was really angry. If you don't show some authority, she will become more arrogant. After hearing his words, Mei Qian turned around and walked out of the room. After Mei Qian walked outside, she went straight into the city without stopping. And as he walked, he said, "This kind of person is worthy of being the protagonist, ugh. What a waste. Compared to my little Xian Xian, he is more like a villain." Mei Qian walked happily towards the city. Although the distance was a bit far, her pace was not slow. Yi Haoyu felt that Mei Qian had really left here, and he became even more angry. Yi Haoyu said in disbelief, "You actually left here directly. Don't you know that you are in danger now? She really wants to give up her life for that guy? I just wanted to scare her, but she actually ran away. Fuck you. What the hell is going on?" He was so angry that he finally couldn't help but spit out blood again. Yi Haoyu picked up the phone and made a call, and the other end answered the call soon. Yi Haoyu said directly to the person on the other end of the phone, "Send me 5 masters from the Dragon King Palace. And buy me a large amount of medicinal materials." An old voice came from the other end of the phone, "Okay, Your Highness Dragon King, I will arrange it right away." Yi Haoyu hung up the phone after hearing the answer. I was planning to have them come over later, but we just don't have enough manpower right now. If there was one more expert today, this wouldn't have happened. Yi Haoyu thought to himself. Now he wanted to kill Mo Xian at all costs. He really didn't want to see this despicable guy Mo Xian anymore. Yi Haoyu didn't think about it anymore. At this moment, the system's voice came into Mo Xian's mind again. Congratulations to the owner for completing the daily plot mission. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million Chinese coins. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 attack points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of defense. The system opens the character page, said Mo Xian. Ding, opening. Character, Mo Xian, villain liquor. Charm value, 99, charm value cap 100. Attack power, 38, ordinary people are 10. Defense, 45, ordinary people are 10. Mo Xian took a look and then exited the system space. Mo Xian was completely indifferent to these attributes. For someone as rich as him, it was completely useless. The only use is that you don't have to worry about being killed by the protagonist in advance. I'm waiting for you in Kekatuhai. The cell phone rang and Mo Xian pressed the answer button. Hey! Min Yao. What can I do for you? That's right. It was Min Yao calling. Min Yao was very happy when she heard Mo Xian's voice. She didn't know how much she missed Mo Xian. She wanted to find Mo Xian right away, but she had no reason to go. If I am too anxious, Mo Xian will think that I am too casual. Women should be reserved. This is what her roommate told her. Min Yao quickly replied, Brother Mo Xian, a close friend from high school invited me to KTV to attend her birthday party tonight. They all have boyfriends, but I don't. I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend. May I? Min Yao is now waiting for Mo Xian's reply with an expectant expression. After hearing this, Mo Xian also remembered that there was another plot. However, I was not present in this plot, so it is normal that I don't remember it very well. Mo Xian thought to himself, oh no. Originally, the protagonist Yi Haoyu was supposed to bring Min Yao to attend tonight. I don't even know where Yi Haoyu is hiding to heal his wounds now. Even if he didn't want to heal his wounds, he couldn't go with Min Yao because of his own reasons. I'm speechless. Do you want me to go with her? It seems that this is the only way. It's also a plot point after all. When Min Yao heard Mo Xian's inner voice, she understood that he would agree with her, and she was very happy. Mo Xian replied, then I will go with you reluctantly. But you have to give me some reward when the time comes, otherwise I won't go. When Min Yao heard this, her face turned red and she said, can I kiss you? Min Yao became anxious when she saw Mo Xian didn't say anything. Another hug. Min Yao added quickly. Mo Xian felt that it was almost done and said, deal. I'll go to the gate of your school and wait for you to come out now. Mo Xian hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Stop. Mo Xian said to the driver. The driver also pulled over. You go wait for the van behind, I'll drive to a place by myself, Mo Xian said to the driver. The driver quickly got out of the car. Mo Xian also came to the driver's seat and started heading towards Min Yao's school. Mo Xian's driving skills are also very impressive, and his speed is very fast. An hour later, Mo Xian finally arrived at the gate of Bayou School. Mo Xian also got out of the car to get some fresh air, leaned against the car, and waited for Min Yao to arrive. I just sent a WeChat message to Min Yao. After seeing the WeChat message, Min Yao quickly got herself ready. She had just been choosing which dress looked good. She was going to meet Mo Xian today, so she had to dress the most beautifully. Fortunately, I just found a piece of clothing when Mo Xian sent me a WeChat message. Chapter 35 The Joy of Spending Money. At this time, one of Min Yao's roommates said, how can you let such a handsome rich second generation wait for you? If someone doesn't wait for you anymore, you'll have the right to cry. The other roommates also echoed. That's it. That's it. Min Yao also felt a little embarrassed. She didn't expect Mo Xian to arrive so soon. She quickly packed up and set off. There were also many people watching Mo Xian at this time, but Mo Xian noticed someone was secretly looking at him. Mo Xian looked towards the corner and found a girl against the wall, who just stuck her head out and looked at him. At this time Yukai quickly retracted her head, she was discovered. She just heard the voice in her heart and knew that Emoi would come to school, so she came here early to wait. She just wanted to take a look at Emoi. Emoi also found it funny that a heroine was hiding in the corner and secretly watching me, the villain. Emoi felt that his appearance was too amazing. Emoi said to Yukai, "You all saw me, why didn't you come out and say hello?" It wasn't too far away, but Yukai still heard it. There aren't many people at the school gate right now, after all, Emoi just arrived not long ago. After hearing this, Yukai walked up to Emoi shyly. Looking at such a cute little sister, Emoi couldn't help but touch her head. At this time, the girls around were envious. Emoi saw that she was still wearing these cheaper clothes and knew that she definitely didn't spend the money. But Emoi didn't find it strange, because the protagonist's women were all like this. Emoi said to Yukai, "Look up at me." Yukai also raised her head obediently. Emoi asked, "Isn't the money I gave you enough? Why are you still wearing these clothes? If that's not enough, I'll give you another 100 million. Emoi is enjoying this feeling very much now. The previous words are just for the purpose of saying the next words. At this time, the girls around were very envious. They understood that Emoi had already given Yukai 100 million. 100 million. It would be difficult for them to complete it even if they just made it. Astronomical figures. One of the green tea girls said, "Sure enough, choosing a husband is an important matter. It's something that affects your whole life. I swear. I want to find a rich man like that too. All those who don't have money, get out of here. I won't serve you anymore." Then that green tea girl flirted with Emoi crazily. But Emoi was too lazy to even take a look. Yukai quickly and nervously replied, "No. I'm just used to wearing this kind of clothes. And I can't use your money." After Yukai finished speaking, she took out a silver card and handed it to Emoi. "Yukai, I haven't spent a penny of the money in it." "Yes. I'll give it back to you." Emoi said coldly, "This money is my compensation to you. You have to hold it for me. If you don't want it, just throw it away. This money is just a drop in the bucket for me. I can't possibly pick up even a dime, I hope you understand. It will damage my status." Emoi felt like he deserved a beating for what he said. When the people around heard what Emoi said, they began to doubt their lives. What the hell is this? It turns out that reincarnation is a technical job. One of the men said, beating his chest and stamping his feet. At this time, a bold woman said, "Little sister, if you don't want it, you can give it to me. Let me help you with it." The others looked at the woman with disdain, but soon many people spoke up. "Really delicious rate." Yukai thought to herself at this moment, "You think I'm stupid?" I am speechless. After hearing what Emoi said, Yukai felt that it made sense. "I don't want to pick up a penny, and I think it's unlucky." Yukai still put the bank card in her pocket. Emoi took out another bank card and said, "There are 200 million in this card. This is a reward for your obedience." Emoi took Yukai's hand and placed it in hers. Yukai held the bank card in her hand and felt like she was dreaming. Even the overbearing CEOs in TV dramas are not so generous. But she definitely can't ask for it anymore. Yukai was about to speak. Emoi said coldly, "Don't forget what I just said. And here's the money, use it as you please. Don't keep it. It's useless. Do you understand? I saw you secretly looking at me just now, are you interested in me? If you can spend these 300 million within 5 days, I will consider letting you be my girlfriend." Emoi could see that Yukai already liked him. It seems that the plot was ruined last time, making Yihaoyu's heroic rescue useless. In fact, Emoi guessed what Yihaoyu wanted to do. The best person to conquer must be Yukai. Therefore, after Yihaoyu recovers from his injuries, he will definitely take down Yukai. Now Emoi is just trying to anger Yihaoyu on purpose. Yukai is a little tempted now. As long as she spends 300 million, she can be with Emoi. You can't find such a good husband even with a lantern, right? Yukai thought to herself. Yukai thought about it and decided to use the 300 million. During these few days, she thought about Emoi every day, and she found herself unable to extricate herself from his love. So in order to be with Emoi, I will be a gold digger. Looking at Yukai, who was so cute and thinking about something, Emoi couldn't help but hug Yukai in his arms. But at this moment, Wen Yao also came here and saw Emoi hugging a woman. The jealousy came out immediately. But she couldn't lose her temper here, as it would make Emoi lose face. I can only talk to this woman myself when the time comes. Emoi can only be hers, and she also knows this Yukai, who is in the same class with her. My grades are almost the same as hers. Yukai felt Emoi's embrace, it felt so warm and the smell was so nice. She really wanted to hold Emoi like this for the rest of her life. But happy times are always short-lived. Wen Yao came over, pulled Yukai out, and said to Emoi, "Let's go to Zuweiming KTV." Yukai is very unhappy now, but there is nothing she can do. Emoi took out a business card and handed it to Yukai, saying, "Here is my cell phone number. When you complete the task, just call me." Yukai took the business card and said, "I will. But you must keep your promise, or I will bite you." Emoi nodded, then he opened the passenger door and said to Wen Yao, "Miss Wen Yao, please get in the car." Chapter 36, Min Yao is unhappy. Wen Yao didn't say anything. She was feeling uncomfortable and sat directly on the passenger seat. Emoi closed the passenger door, then came to the driver's seat and started the car. Whoosh! The car quickly left the school gate. Emoi took out his cell phone and made a call. Uncle Emoi on the other end also answered the phone. Emoi hurriedly said, "Hey! Uncle Emoi. Please arrange a few female masters for me to protect Yukai from Bayou School. Also, arrange some people for me to protect Yukai's grandmother in that dilapidated neighborhood. Hurry up and arrange it for me within an hour. Money is not a problem. There is no way. 300 million is just a drizzle for me, but it is an astronomical figure for others. If Yukai wasn't protected, she would probably be kidnapped soon. Those big forces may not look down on them, but they are afraid of those desperate criminals." At this time, Uncle Emoi patted his chest and assured, "I can arrange it in half an hour, don't worry, master." After hearing a satisfactory reply, Emoi hung up the phone. Wen Yao felt even more uncomfortable when she heard what Emoi said on the phone. Ask someone to protect other women in front of you. Although he seemed very warm, he was not warm to her. She didn't say anything, and just came to Zuweiming KTV quietly. Emoi thought about the plot of tonight. The original plot was that Yi Haoyu would slap those rich kids in the face. It was also here that he first met Johan. It can be said that this plot is quite important to Yi Haoyu. What Emoi wants to do is to let Johan meet Yi Haoyu, which is also the purpose of my coming here tonight. Johan was the person that Mu Shui met in the mall before. Emoi got out of the car and opened the door for Wen Yao very gentlemanly. "It's already night." Emoi found it funny to see the depressed Wen Yao. Mu Shui and Wen Yao were both jealous people. Emoi smiled and said, "What's wrong? I'm pretending to be your boyfriend, but you're still unhappy? If you do this again, I won't act with you anymore." When Wen Yao heard that Emoi was not going to perform anymore, she was startled and quickly explained. "I just felt a little uncomfortable, so I didn't say much. I'm much better now." Emoi didn't expose her either. Emoi held her little hand and walked towards the KTV, then he and Wen Yao took the elevator to the third floor. When I reached the third floor, I went straight to room 302. As soon as Emoi opened the door of the KTV, he saw more than a dozen people inside. The person who wants to mock Yi Haoyu tonight is actually also under Emoi's command. His name is Peng Tao, but he is not here to help Emoi. He just wanted to mock Yi Haoyu. After all, he didn't know that Yi Haoyu had offended Emoi. As soon as Emoi opened the door, they all looked towards the door. As soon as Peng Tao saw it was Emoi, he hurried over to flatter him. Peng Tao said in a flattering manner, "Master Emoi, why are you here to celebrate my girlfriend's birthday? If I knew Master Emoi was coming, I would have sent someone to book the entire KTV." Emoi smiled and said, "My girlfriend is coming to attend a classmate's birthday party, but I didn't expect you to be here too." At this time, a heavily made-up woman came over, took Wen Yao's hand and said, "You're finally here. Your boyfriend is so handsome. Come on, let's go in and talk." After the woman finished speaking, she pulled Min Yao in. At this time Peng Tao said awkwardly, "Let's go in and talk first." Emoi also came into the KTV and sat next to Wen Yao. At this time, Peng Tao hurriedly filled the cup with wine, then brought it to Emoi and said, "Master Emoi, let's have a drink." Emoi also took it, clinked glasses with Peng Tao, and then drank it. Pang Tao continued, I didn't expect that Master Emoi Xian's girlfriend is actually my wife's best friend. What a coincidence. Emoi Xian nodded and said, yes, it's quite a coincidence. Emoi Xian just perfunctorily replied. Now Emoi Xian was looking around and finally found Johan. He was in the corner. Everything will be easy once we find Johan. Emoi Xian said to Pang Tao, go and help me kill someone. Money is not a problem. As long as you kill it, I promise to give you a very satisfactory price. At this time, everyone around fell silent. The moment Johan saw Emoi Xian, he hid in the corner. Now he is trembling with fear when he hears Emoi Xian say he wants to kill someone. I thought he was going to kill himself. Pang Tao pretended to be angry and said, how dare someone provoke Master Emoi Xian? They are really tired of living. Master Emoi Xian, tell me who it is and I will definitely get his dog head back for you. Emoi Xian nodded with satisfaction and said, the person I want to kill is Yihaoyu, you can check it out yourself. I'm sure you can find out. Pang Tao patted his chest and said, I will try my best to complete the task. At this time, Johan in the corner remembered this person's name deeply. He also needs to check this person out. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Mo Xian has almost finished his work for tonight. As for the married women around him who were looking at him, Emoi Xian didn't want to pay any attention to them at all. Pang Tao's wife envied, I really envy you for having such a handsome and wealthy husband. Congratulations, Min Yao. Please take good care of me in the future. Wen Yao nodded awkwardly. Soon a lot of people came to toast Emoi Xian, and Emoi Xian accepted all of them. After drinking until 2 in the morning, Emoi Xian didn't want to play anymore. Emoi Xian said to Pang Tao, I'm leaving first, don't forget what I told you. Pang Tao readily agreed, don't worry. I'll take care of it. Master Emoi Xian, have a safe trip. Come visit us again when you have time. Emoi Xian didn't care about it anymore and pulled Wen Yao out of the KTV. Min Yao didn't drink alcohol, she just drank beverages. She is a good student. Emoi Xian opened the door and said, you drive. I'm drunk. Wen Yao nodded and walked into the driver's seat, and Emoi Xian also walked to the co-pilot seat. Emoi Xian said to Wen Yao, go to my villa, I will arrange someone to send you back tomorrow. Wen Yao also started the car with a blushing face. The vehicle had only traveled less than 1,000 meters when a loud voice came from inside the car. Ah! Ah! Emoi Xian, please don't touch me. It's very dangerous. Wen Yao said with a blushing face. Emoi Xian now pretends to be drunk and takes advantage of her. Emoi Xian drunkenly said, I didn't touch you, ah. You're annoying. Wen Yao said angrily. Chapter 37 Want to be a hero to save the beauty. After some fighting, Emoi Xian returned to the villa. Wen Yao also came in. Emoi Xian saw Hua Yao sleeping on the dining table again. Emoi Xian felt distressed just by looking at her. Every time I asked her not to wait for me, she just wouldn't listen. Emoi Xian came to Hua Yao, picked her up and walked towards the bed. Soon Emoi Xian came out. Emoi Xian smiled evilly at Wen Yao and said, isn't it time to fulfill your promise? Min Yao seemed to have thought of something and her face turned red. Wen Yao kept her promise and came to Emoi Xian and kissed him on the cheek. Emoi Xian directly hugged Wen Yao in his arms. What a soft body! Emoi Xian exclaimed. Wen Yao also enjoyed being held by Emoi Xian and was reluctant to let go. Emoi Xian hugged Wen Yao for a while and then let go. That's about it. Soon Min Yao went to take a shower. The clothes she wore were specially provided for guests and of course they were all new. After Wen Yao finished taking a bath, Emoi Xian also went to take a shower. Emoi Xian came out of the bathroom and took Wen Yao into a room. You sleep here tonight, said Emoi Xian. Can I sleep with you? Emoi Xian asked with a wicked smile. Min Yao blushed and quickly pushed Emoi Xian out, and then the door closed with a bang. Emoi Xian smiled. He knew that if he was tougher, Wen Yao would not refuse. But I'm not good enough yet. If I try, I'll probably have to start all over again. This thing still needs to be seen in the future. Emoi Xian didn't think much about it and went back to his room to sleep. After all, I am too tired today and don't have time to think about the plot. I'll talk about it tomorrow morning. Zzz. Emoi Xian got up at around 9 o'clock, and after Hua Yao's help, he went downstairs. As soon as I went downstairs, I saw Min Yao sitting at the dining table waiting for me. Emoi also came to the dining table and said, "Good morning. Let's start breakfast. After breakfast, I'll take you back to school. I also happen to be going out for a trip." After hearing this, Min Yao thanked him and said, "Thank you. No need to be so polite to me, we will soon be a family," said Emoi. Wen Yao did not answer, and buried her head in her breakfast, but you can see that Wen Yao's face is slightly red now. After breakfast, Emoi drove Wen Yao to school. Just then, a fat man wearing all black clothes and a black stocking on his head appeared. The overall look is very funny. Ha ha ha. Fatty, you're making me laugh to death. How you couldn't help laughing. If you laugh again, I won't do it anymore, said the fat man, unable to bear it any longer. How you suppressed his smile and said, "Fatty, when Yukai comes out later, just go and scare her. Then I will make another handsome appearance, and I will definitely be able to defeat Yukai this time." The fat man nodded and waited in a hidden place. Yukai said to her grandmother happily, "Grandma, I'm going out." Grandma reminded Yukai, "Go. Be careful." After hearing her grandmother's reply, Yukai went out. She was going to do a lot of shopping today, and she also wanted to buy a house closer to Emoi. "So I went out to look at a house today, so I took a day off. I didn't go to school." Yukai was skipping and jumping on the road in the community, very happy. However, when Yukai walked to a place where there were few people, a person suddenly appeared. Yukai was shocked when she saw a fat man with black stockings on his head. So I shouted quickly, "Ah! Help!" When the fat man saw Yukai shouting for help, he quickly took action. But before he could do anything, he saw 7 women walking out of the darkness and in front of Yukai. Yukai was now extremely frightened and quickly took out her cell phone to call Emoi. This is a subconscious action. At this time, the fat man thought that Yihaoyu had found some extras again. So he didn't take action directly, but waited for Yihaoyu's lines. "I'm waiting for you in Kekatuhai." The cell phone rang and Emoi pressed the answer button. As soon as I pressed the button, a sound came from there. "Hey! Brother Emoi, someone is trying to rob me. I might not survive." "What?" After hearing this, Emoi asked anxiously, "Where are you?" "I'll come and save you right away." "Calm down, tell me your location, and I'll be there soon." Emoi is very anxious now. If Yukai dies, he will be finished. Emoi didn't expect that Yihaoyu would arrange another scene of a hero saving a beauty. Yukai cried, "I'm here in my neighborhood. There are 8 of them, 7 women and 1 man." Yukai thought these women were also here to rob her of her money. She thought they would get rid of the fat man and then kill her. After hearing this, Emoi breathed a sigh of relief, this silly girl. Emoi said to Wen Yao, "It's okay, I'll be there soon." After Emoi finished speaking, he hung up the phone and rushed to the dilapidated neighborhood. Uncle Emoi followed behind. Whenever Emoi went out now, Uncle Emoi would follow him because they had experienced so many assassination attempts. He must follow Emoi and protect Emoi. As for Wen Yao, she has been sent to school by Emoi. Although Emoi knew that the 7 women were his own people, it would still be safer for him to go over and take a look. Moreover, he wanted to see who was so bold as to rob the money he gave to the woman. Emoi didn't think anymore and continued to move forward at full speed. Because Yihaoyu was a little far away and Yukai's voice was relatively soft, he did not hear what Yukai said. He thought Yukai called the police. The reason why he hasn't acted rashly yet is because he feels that these 7 women are a bit difficult to deal with. Now it has some impact on my heroic rescue of the damsel in distress. But he couldn't understand why Yukai had 7 women protecting her. Does she have some special identity? He felt the aura of the 7 women and found that one of them was similar to himself, and the others were not a concern. Yihaoyu thought, there is only one way now, that is to pretend to be a robber first, and then knock these women out with Fatty. Then I'll knock Yukai unconscious. When Yukai wakes up, she'll find herself tied up. Then I'll come out in a domineering way and knock the fat guy down. I saved Yukai in the end. I don't believe I can't win her heart. Thinking of this, Yihaoyu hurriedly changed into black clothes and put on black stockings. Fortunately, I bought some more clothes and black stockings, otherwise I would have wasted my time today. Chapter 38 Yihaoyu's heroic rescue was discovered by Yukai. After Yihaoyu was ready, he walked directly from the dark to the fat man and whispered, "Go. Knock them out first, don't hurt them." After hearing Yihaoyu's words, the fat man realized that they were not extras. The fat man nodded, indicating that he understood. After Yi Haoyu saw the fat man nod, he rushed directly towards those women. He was trying to make a quick decision now. He thought Yukai had called the police. The fat man also rushed forward. At this time, the 7 women also felt the pressure, but they still gritted their teeth and fought them. Soon the two sides started fighting, but Yi Haoyu was too strong and one of the female bodyguards was quickly knocked unconscious. One of the most powerful female bodyguards cursed inwardly, how can these two be so strong? Now she could only resist with difficulty. But just then, she saw 2 cars driving over. She recognized it as Uncle Mo's car, and she was relieved to see the person coming. Yukai also saw the car. She met Emoi yesterday and Emoi was driving this car. Yukai couldn't help but shed tears. She didn't expect Emoi to care about her so much. It hasn't even been 5 minutes since I called and I'm already here. Yukai decided to be with Emoi. Yukai was thinking for a few seconds. After she reacted, she ran to Emoi's car, and Emoi just got out. Yukai hugged Emoi and cried, I thought I would never see you again. Emoi touched her head and said, it's okay. I'm here. Emoi comforted Yukai and began to look at the 2 people, but Emoi knew who they were at a glance. Emoi complained in his heart, why is Yi Haoyu only arranging for someone to be a hero and save the beauty now? If I remember correctly, it was definitely not the hero saving the beauty that was arranged today. What the hell is this stupid protagonist doing? Damn it! This stupid protagonist made me rush here in such a hurry. Emoi wanted to continue complaining when he heard the voice of the system. Congratulations to the master, no one has complained about the task, rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 charm point. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 attack points. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million Chinese coins. Yukai now looked at Emoi and found that Emoi seemed to be the most handsome man in the world. I want to give him everything I have right now. This may be due to the 100 charm points. Emoi didn't care about the system's rewards, but was thinking about how to continue the story. Now that I have come, Yi Haoyu is destined to fail. Uncle Emoi had already joined the battlefield because he saw that the bodyguards were about to collapse. Emoi also saw it, but did not stop Uncle Emoi. The reason why Emoi could recognize them at a glance was because he had experienced it many times. They always dress like this. Even if you have never seen them before, you can still associate them with fat people. Emoi didn't think about it anymore and just let it go. From the moment Yi Haoyu looked at Emoi, the anger in his heart began to burn again. When he saw Yukai throwing herself into Emoi's arms again, he could no longer suppress his anger. He is now vomiting blood like crazy, he has been cheated on again. He was spitting blood while fighting with Uncle Emoi, and now he was venting his anger on Uncle Emoi. Uncle Emoi feels so miserable. Yi Haoyu was totally reckless and fought with Uncle Emoi madly without dodging his attacks at all. Uncle Emoi couldn't handle this desperate fighting style. Fortunately, he was able to tie with Yi Haoyu due to his strong strength. Yukai just heard Emoi's thoughts and realized that the whole thing was arranged by Yi Haoyu. Yukai forced herself to leave Emoi's arms, and then loudly cursed at Yi Haoyu. Yi Haoyu. You are such a despicable man, you want to win my heart by this means. Bah! You are such a nobody. Let me tell you, the one I like is Emoi. I thought you were a good brother. I didn't expect you to be such a hypocritical person. After hearing this, Yi Haoyu was stunned for a moment, and Uncle Emoi took the opportunity to knock him to the ground with a palm. Uncle Emoi looked at Yi Haoyu, who had no ability to fight anymore, so he came over and took off the black silk stockings. Uncle Emoi was a little bit unbelievable, it was really Yi Haoyu. What surprised him even more was that Yi Haoyu's strength improved so quickly that he could now fight him on equal terms. Yukai saw Yi Haoyu's true face and said, "It's you. Were you also the one who planned the last heroic rescue?" Yukai is very angry now and feels like she is being made a fool of. The reason why Yi Haoyu hasn't run away yet is because he hasn't been hurt enough, and he still wants to continue explaining. I don't want my efforts to go to waste. Yi Haoyu hurriedly explained, Yukai, please listen to my explanation. I just love you so much that I would do such a stupid thing. I did everything for you. Can you understand my painstaking efforts? Although Emoi really wanted to know why Yukai suddenly discovered Yi Haoyu. But now seeing Yi Haoyu's answer, Emoi almost couldn't help laughing. Yukai almost vomited after hearing Yi Haoyu's explanation. Yukai looked at Yi Haoyu with disdain and said, "You use such despicable means and you still blame it on me in the end. You're amazing. Do you love me? You are trying to get me by trickery. You are nothing. Please don't insult the word love. Okay?" Yi Haoyu's heart is bleeding now. I was scolded by a woman again. But this time he was powerless to refute it. It was embarrassing in itself to be discovered like this. Yukai continued, "Please don't do such childish things to me in the future. And I only love one person right now, and that's brother Emoi. Please don't set your sights on me anymore." After Yukai finished speaking, she hugged Emoi arm and stopped talking. She was really angry. If it weren't for Emoi, she might have lived her whole life following other people's patterns. When Yi Haoyu saw that such a simple girl like Yukai was harmed by Emoi, he wanted to vomit blood. What's more, she was the woman he liked. Yi Haoyu spat out blood in his heart and said, "I am the great Dragon King, but I have been cheated on by Emoi time and time again. Now, unless I kill Emoi's entire family, I can't get rid of the anger in my heart." He no longer wanted to persuade the heroine, as his kindness had been rejected many times. Yi Haoyu didn't think anymore and could only run away now. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Chapter 39. Yi Haoyu escapes in a panic again. The fat man saw Yi Haoyu sitting on the ground unable to move, so he didn't care anymore. He withstood the attack from the female bodyguard, quickly came to Yi Haoyu, picked him up and ran away. When Uncle Emoi saw this, he also slapped the fat man on the back. But the fat man just spat out a mouthful of blood and continued to run away without any problem. Uncle Emoi saw that nothing was wrong and slapped the fat man on the head. The fat man ran too slowly, and since he was holding someone, he could only run while taking the damage. Seeing that Uncle Emoi's palm was about to land on the fat man's head, Yi Haoyu became anxious. There is no way that if this palm lands, the fat guy's entire head will be gone. Yi Haoyu tried his best to jump out of the fat man's arms, and then pushed the fat man away. Originally, this palm was intended to hit the fat man's head, but because Yi Haoyu was much taller than the fat man, the palm landed on Yi Haoyu's chest. There was no doubt that Yi Haoyu flew backwards and hit the wall. When the fat man saw this, tears kept flowing. He walked to Yi Haoyu with difficulty, hugged Yi Haoyu and said, "Brother, you don't die. What would I do without you?" After hearing what the fat man said, Yi Haoyu was speechless. He was not dead yet. Soon the power of the technique was transmitted into his body, instantly increasing his strength by 10 points. He now wanted to kill Uncle Emoi in 10 seconds, he couldn't help it. He only has 20 seconds, and this power can only be used for 20 seconds. Yi Haoyu said to the fat man, "I'm not dead yet, you run first, I'll catch up soon. Run quickly." After hearing this, the fat man stopped holding Yi Haoyu back. "Just run away." Uncle Emoi and the female bodyguard wanted to stop the fat man, but Yi Haoyu stood up at this time. Yi Haoyu now has a pair of bloodshot eyes. He only wants to kill Uncle Emoi, so he rushes towards Uncle Emoi at the fastest speed. He wanted to give Uncle Emoi a fatal blow. He now has 40 attack power, so he can still do it. Uncle Emoi also felt the dangerous aura at this time, and he could only take a defensive posture. Emoi also felt that if he did not intervene, Uncle Emoi would be in trouble. Emoi picked up a small stone from the ground. Yukai was watching the battle situation and didn't notice Emoi's actions at all. Emoi flicked the stone with his finger, and the stone flew out as fast as lightning and headed straight towards Yi Haoyu. Yi Haoyu also sensed the dangerous aura and stopped where he was, observing. Soon he found a stone flying towards him as fast as lightning. Because he knew it in advance, he managed to dodge it. Bang! The stone went straight through the wall. Yi Haoyu looked at the stone and felt a little scared. If I don't escape now, there will be no time left, and there is a master hiding nearby. Thinking of this, Yi Haoyu ran directly to the exit of the community at an extremely fast speed. Uncle Emoi wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Emoi. Emoi now shouted loudly to the sky, "Who are you, master? Can you come out and meet me? You can ask for any reward you want. In order to avoid suspicion, I can only act awkwardly." Uncle Emoi also spoke to the sky, "Thank you for saving my life, senior." However, they waited for a long time and no one came out, so they didn't wait any longer. Emoi asked Min Yao, "How do you know he is Yi Haoyu?" "I didn't even notice it, but you did. How did you do that?" Emoi still wanted to know the answer to this question. With her intelligence, there was no reason for her to discover it. Yukai was a little overwhelmed. She just heard it in her heart and forgot it. However, Yukai still found an excuse and replied, I just saw his movements and figure. I just guessed, but I'm not really sure. I just think they look alike. I didn't expect it to be him. Emoi nodded. He was also looking at the body shape. The IQ of the people here has increased. It's outrageous. Yukai continued, thank you, brother Emoi, for coming to save me. Emoi touched Yukai's head and said, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. What I said yesterday still counts. Yukai said firmly, I will definitely do it. Then I'll wait for your good news. Emoi said with a smile. After Emoi finished speaking, he got on the Lamborghini. He left with Yukai's reluctant look. Of course, those female bodyguards will continue to protect Yukai. Emoi, sitting in the car, was thinking about today's plot. The previous plot was forced in by that idiot Yihaoyu. Now the people in this book have really changed a lot. Emoi thought, today's plot is to ask my father for some bodyguards. Because in the original plot, Emoi failed to kill Yihaoyu many times, so he had to ask his father for some bodyguards. We need some high-quality bodyguards. In the original plot, Emoi would not look for bodyguards at Zohaemon. This is Emoi's personal behavior now. Emoi thought of this and said to the driver in front of him, go to my dad's villa. This driver followed Uncle Mo's car, waiting for Emoi anytime and anywhere. It is hard to imagine the days of having money. Okay, sir, said the driver. Emoi thought, I will see the devil Emoi again soon. Emoi didn't think about it anymore. He closed his eyes and rested. An hour later, Emoi arrived outside his father's villa. When Emoi's mother saw Emoi coming back upstairs, she hurried downstairs. Emoi was also looking at Emoi upstairs at this time, and she found that Emoi had become handsome again. This is outrageous. Emoi looked at his beautiful mother and ran over, feeling the warmth. I also thought of my mother on earth. My mother on earth was also very good to me. The greatness of mother's love. Yumon quickly ran to her son and hugged Emoi. She felt as if her son had become so handsome. She was so hurt that she didn't want to let go. 10 minutes later. Emoi said awkwardly, Mom. Stop hugging me. It's only been a month, but it feels like we haven't seen each other for years. After hearing what her son said, Yuming's face also turned slightly red. Yuming quickly let go of Emoi and said, look, I told you to stay at home, but you insisted on moving out. Your mother has missed you so much. From today on, you will live at home. And I have selected a very beautiful woman for you. Your mother will take you to meet her in a few days. Chapter 40 Meeting my sister again. As Mu Shui's bootlicker, Emoi of course had to refuse. Emoi said in embarrassment, Mom. You only know that I only like Mu Shui. So don't make any arrangements. Yumeng hit Emoi on the head and said, this time it's not up to you. You have to let me go. Okay. It's settled. Let's go in first. Before Emoi could say anything, his mother pulled him by the hand and led him into the villa. As soon as Emoi entered the villa, he saw Emoi. Emoi said to Emoi, my dear brother, how come you have time to come back today? Emoi smiled awkwardly and said, I just miss my mom and you. And last time I promised you that I would come back for a meal. After Emoi finished speaking, he let go of his mother's hand and ran to sit on the sofa. Emoi felt very uncomfortable when she saw that Emoi was unwilling to chat with her. After Emoi returned home, she thought that she could feel some relief and calm herself down and not think about all those messy things, but her condition became even worse after she returned home. She had already planned to look for Emoi again, but she didn't expect Emoi to come back today. At this time, Yumeng walked up to Emoi and said, have you noticed that your brother seems to have become much more handsome? I was watching short videos a few days ago and I saw your brother's video. I thought they had turned on the beauty filter. I didn't expect he was even more handsome than in the video. What's going on? Emoi blushed and said, he has indeed become much more handsome. I don't know why. Maybe my brother has matured. Yumeng's ears turned red and she said, your brother seems to be working very hard. I actually have abdominal muscles. In the past, he would die if he exercised, but I didn't expect that he would actually develop abdominal muscles for Mu Shui. When Yu Meng just hugged Mo Xian, she felt Mo Xian's abdominal muscles. After all, I missed my son very much, so I hugged him hard and very tightly, so I felt it. Mo Chioi seemed to remember something and her face turned red. She had not only seen his abdominal muscles, but even his popsicles. Mom! I don't know, I won't talk to you anymore. Mo Chioi said, blushing. After Mo Chioi finished speaking, she ran over and sat down next to Mo Xian. Then she hugged Mo Xian's arm and said, "My dear brother, you must chat with your sister when you come back. How can you just watch TV?" At this time, Yu Meng also came over and sat on the other side of Mo Xian and said, "Your sister is right. You haven't been back for so long, and you didn't even come back to talk to us." The more Yaman looked at her son, the more handsome he seemed to her. Mo Xian changed the subject and said, "Mom, why hasn't my dad come back yet?" "Your dad? He's still sleeping in his room. Your father happens to have a day off today. He will come down for dinner later." "Don't worry about him," Yu Meng replied. Mo Xian and his sister chatted with their mother until the evening. Mo Xian was tired from chatting, but his mother and sister didn't feel tired at all. And Mo Xian's arms were also a little sore. That's right. Mom got tired while chatting and leaned on Mo Xian's shoulder to chat. My sister is the same. Mo Xian is tired because he is tired of chatting. Mo Xian is quite strong now, so it is unlikely that he feels tired. As soon as it was evening, the auntie over there had already arranged dinner. Mo Xian and the others also came to the dining table, waiting for their father to come down to eat. Mo Chioi yelled, "Dad! Come down to eat!" In less than a minute, a middle-aged man was seen walking slowly down the stairs. Mo Xian was speechless. Mo Chioi was still more useful. Just shout and it will come down. As soon as he came downstairs, Mo Zhe came to the dining table and asked, "Are you willing to come back? You are learning nothing all day long. How can I trust you with my huge family business? As my son, Mo's, this is what you should do. For a woman, I spend the whole day being someone else's lapdog. I'm so pissed off." As soon as Mo Zhe came down and saw Mo Xian, he couldn't help but scold Mo Xian. Mo Xian stood up at this time, supported his father and said, "Eat first and calm down." As Mo Xian spoke, he helped his father to sit in the main seat. At this time, Yu Meng said unhappily, "It's already dinner time, and you're still scolding your son. Son, come back, and you're still sleeping up there. You really don't act like a father." Mo Zhe didn't answer either, he didn't dare. Mo Xian also returned to his seat to eat. Mo Zhe knew his son's character very well, and he must have come back because something happened. Mo Zhe said to Mo Xian, "Just tell me what you have to say. You really can't hide anything from your father." Mo Xian praised. "Stop talking nonsense and say it quickly if you have something to say," Mo Zhe said bluntly. Yu Meng said unhappily, "Why are you so fierce? You scared my son." "Really? Can't you just talk it out nicely? You keep making a face towards your son all day long. If you keep making a face like that, I will beat you to death." Mo Zhe forced a smile and said to Mo Xian, "If you have any problem, tell me and I will help you." Mo Xian was speechless. Looking at that smile, he might as well not smile. He is a typical henpecked man. There is no maid in his house, only an aunt. Mo Xian said, "Dad, I need some bodyguards, strong ones. I've been in a little trouble lately." When Yu Meng heard this, she quickly grabbed her son's hand and asked, "Who dares to bully my son? Since there is danger, you should stay at home. Just let your father handle it." Mo Xian said confidently, "Mom, don't worry, it's just a little trash." Yu Meng said to Mo Zhe, "Your son is in danger, so you should arrange dozens of experts to follow your son." "Did you hear that?" Mo's nodded and said, "I'll send 2 people with around 38 attack power to follow you." "Is that enough?" Mo Xian said with satisfaction, "Enough? Enough." Mo Chioi said at this time, "I am also very strong, how about I protect my brother?" "No, no." Mo Xian and Mo Zhe said in unison. Mo Zhe took the lead and said to Mo Chioi, "You need to get familiar with the company. The people protecting Mo Xian don't need you." Mo Chioi replied, "I don't want to run the company. Dad, how about you wait for me for a month or 2, I'll think about it first. I want to protect my brother for a month or 2, okay?" Chapter 41 Mother warns sister. Mo Zhe thought about it and said, "That's fine. But don't learn bad things from this brat. Besides, before Emoi could continue, Emoi hurriedly said, I object. Just give it to the two bodyguards just now. How could Emoi let Emoi follow him? He would have no freedom then. Yu Meng also said, I object, too. After Yu Meng expressed her objection, Emoi stopped talking. Emoi held Yu Meng's hand and said, Mom, please let me protect my brother. I feel at ease when I protect my brother. Yu Meng said directly, this matter is not negotiable. Let us eat. Looking at Emoi's expression, Yu Meng guessed that Emoi fell in love with her younger brother. If we don't separate them, something bad will happen. By then, the family's reputation will be gone. Seeing that her mother refused to listen, Emoi had no choice but to give up. After that, everyone ate quietly. Soon everyone finished their meal and Emoi also planned to go back. Emoi said to his mom and dad, I'll go back first. Just ask the bodyguard to go to my place. Yu Meng said reluctantly, then be careful on the road. If there is anything, be sure to tell your mother and I will help you solve it. Remember to come back often. Mom will miss you. You have to come back in 3 days. If you don't come back, I will have to find you in person. If Yu Meng hadn't noticed that something was wrong with Emoi, she would never have let Emoi leave. Emoi held his mother's hand and said, I promise you, Mom, take care of yourself. Seeing that Emoi was about to leave, Emoi hurriedly said to her mother. But before she could say anything, she heard Yu Meng say, this matter is not negotiable. Emoi said to Emoi and his father, sister, dad, I'm leaving first. Bye. After Emoi finished speaking, he walked out of the villa and went straight to the Lamborghini. After getting into the car, Emoi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just when I breathed a sigh of relief, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the owner for completing the daily plot mission. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 attack points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of defense. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million Chinese coins. The system opens the character page, said Emoi. Ding, opening. Character, Emoi, villain liquor. Charm value, 100, charm value cap 100. Attack power, 48, ordinary people are 10. Defense, 50, ordinary people are 10. Emoi took a casual look and then exited the system space. Then I closed my eyes and waited to get home. An hour later. Emoi also returned to the villa and chatted with Huayo as usual, then went back to his room to sleep. Zzz. At this time, 2 people were whispering in Emoi's father's villa. They are Emoi and her mother Yu Meng, who is questioning her daughter in her room. Yu Meng asked, tell me the truth, do you like your brother? If so, I ask you to stop. Even if there is no blood relationship. When Emoi heard her mother say it so bluntly, she realized that she had been seen through. Emoi said aggrievedly, how could I possibly like my brother? Mom! You worry too much. Seeing that her mother firmly disagreed, Emoi decided to deny it. This way everyone won't be so embarrassed. Yu Meng knew that she didn't admit it, but she had said everything she needed to say. She couldn't just hang her up and beat her. Yu Meng said, I understand. My brother has become very handsome. But you can't like him either. As a sister, you must be more sensible. Yu Meng said this and walked out of the room. Emoi sighed and said, another sleepless night. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Emoi also got up. However, Emoi was still lying on the bed thinking about the plot, and Huayo was holding Emoi's hand and waiting. Emoi thought, today's plot is the Zhao Kaibing from the Zhao family, one of the 4 major families, is sick. The Zhao family went to every hospital, but none of them could cure Zhao Kaibing. After Yi Haoyu learned that Zhao Kaibing was a beauty, he decided to save her. Plus he is from one of the 4 major families. If he can capture the daughter of the Zhao family, then it will be easy for him to capture the Zhao family. In his opinion, it's a win-win situation. In the original plot, Emoi also learned that Zhao Kaibing was very beautiful, and Mu Shui happened to be indifferent to him, so he planned to go and see the beauty. Because Zhao Kaibing has been frail and sickly since childhood, she seldom goes out, and the former Emoi also wanted to see her. Emoi also called his father and arranged for a very good doctor to go see Zhao Kaibing together. Then he went over and was naturally slapped in the face by Yi Haoyu. Emoi was speechless. After Emoi Xian finished thinking about the plot, he got up, and with the help of Hua Yao, he quickly got himself ready. After having breakfast with Hua Yao, we went out. Emoi Xian was sitting in the car, holding his cell phone and making a call. The call was connected quickly. Before Emoi Xian could even open his mouth, the person on the other end of the line started cursing wildly. "What are you calling for, you little brat? If you have something to say, tell me quickly. I'm very busy." Emoi cursed. Emoi Xian quickly replied, "Dad, please ask Dr. Guan Yun to go to the Zhao family. I'm on my way to the Zhao family now. I want to have a good relationship with the Zhao family. Chairman Zhao's daughter is sick now, I want to go over and see if I can help." Emoi Xian is now speaking according to the previous lines. Emoi cursed, "Do you think I don't know that you want to see someone else's daughter? You do nothing all day long but think about women. Why did I give birth to a thing like you? I'm too lazy to talk to you, I'll contact you right away, don't bother me." After Emoi finished speaking, he hung up. Emoi Xian really didn't want to talk to his father on the phone. It was so infuriating. If it wasn't for the plot, I wouldn't want to talk at all. The reason I moved out was exactly for this reason. Emoi Xian didn't think much about it, as long as he called Dr. Guan Yun out. 2 hours later. Emoi Xian has arrived at the gate of the Zhao family villa. As soon as I arrived at the gate, I saw a great show. Emoi Xian saw Yi Haoyu chattering in front of the security door again. Yi Haoyu said anxiously, "Let me in, I can really cure Miss Zhao Kaibing." The security guard said disdainfully, "Where is your medical professional certificate? You don't even have the most basic things. We can't let you in." Chapter 42 Taunting Yi Haoyu. Yi Haoyu is anxious now. There was no way he had just returned to China and had no time to deal with those things. There is no proof whatsoever. Yi Haoyu continued, "If you don't let me in, your lady will probably die. Why don't you call Chairman Zhao for me and I'll have a few words with him? He'll definitely let me in." At this time, the security guard saw that Yi Haoyu was so persistent and became skeptical. Emoi Xian also got out of the car at this time. As a villain, if Emoi Xian didn't mock him, then he would be an unqualified villain. Emoi Xian walked up to Yi Haoyu and said, "Yo! Isn't this Yi Haoyu? How did he fall? TSK. Actually asking for security here." Yi Haoyu also turned around and looked at Emoi Xian at this time, and anger began to surge in his heart. As soon as Yi Haoyu saw Emoi Xian, he lost his mind and slapped Emoi Xian directly. But it was quickly caught by someone. This person was Uncle Emoi. At this time, the security guard hurriedly called Chairman Zhao. Because he knew Emoi Xian, the young master of Emoyu Group. Emoi Xian has been widely circulated in short videos recently, so now everyone knows Emoi Xian. After Chairman Zhao heard what had happened, he hurriedly brought his men here. He still held out some hope when he heard someone claiming that he could cure his daughter. Uncle Emoi and Yi Haoyu started fighting again, but now Uncle Emoi can't stand it anymore. Emoi Xian looked at this situation and sighed. It seems that the protagonist has become stronger again. If this continues, we will have no more men to use. But just when Emoi Xian was still thinking about something, Chairman Zhao Fan also came here. When Yi Haoyu saw Chairman Zhao coming, he stopped fighting with Uncle Emoi. He came here today to capture Zhao Kaibing. This is the most important thing today. This time, it can be said that he was very confident and had confidence in his medical skills. But the moment he saw Emoi Xian, he felt a little uneasy. Yi Haoyu thought to himself, "It seems that Emoi Xian has become my inner demon. Tomorrow the 5 masters from the Dragon King Palace will arrive. I will kill Emoi Xian after I conquer the Blood Sea sect tomorrow. Humph. Emoi Xian, you won't be so arrogant for much longer. I'll let you live 2 more days." When Yi Haoyu thought of this, he began to look down on Emoi Xian again. Yi Haoyu didn't think any more about it. In his opinion, Emoi Xian was already a dead man. Emoi Xian also saw at this time that Dr. Guan Yun had arrived. As soon as Dr. Guan Yun arrived, Director Zhao hurried over to greet him. He might not be so polite under normal circumstances, but now his daughter is in danger, so he lowered his posture a little. Chairman Zhao Fan came to Dr. Guan Yun and said, "Dr. Guan Yun, thank you for coming to save my daughter. Come in." The moment Zhao Fan saw Emoi Xian and then Guan Yun, he probably guessed it. It must be Emoi Xian who wanted to go and see his daughter. In his opinion, Emoi Xian was also an uneducated person. After all, what Emoi Xian did in the past had spread among several big families. Although they have been licking Mu Shui for the past 1 or 2 years, it does not prevent them from remembering the past. They thought that Emoi was desperately trying to get Mu Shui because he couldn't get her. You want tea, cherish it once you get it. Seeing Chairman Zhao being so polite to him, Guan Yun also responded politely. Chairman Zhao, you're too polite. I'm not sure I can save your daughter yet. But I'll do my best. After hearing this, Zhao Fan's eyes dimmed a little, but he still held out some hope and prepared to take Dr. Guan Yun in to take a look. Zhao Fan said, Dr. Guan Yun, you are giving me face by coming here. I won't say any more nonsense. Please come in. After Zhao Fan finished speaking, he took Guan Yun and walked towards the door. Guan Yun came to the door and said to Emoi, let's go. After hearing this, Emoi also followed Guan Yun. But it stopped soon because Yi Haoyu stopped Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan was a little angry and asked, why are you stopping me? Now that Guan Yun is here, he doesn't want anyone else to treat his daughter's illness. Guan Yun is actually very difficult to invite, as doctors in a general family will not help other families. After all, they are all hostile families, how can they help each other? Emoi couldn't get Guan Yun to stop him. His medical skills were among the best in Yinhai City. Therefore, he is not someone that can be controlled by ordinary people, not even the chairman's son. So Emoi could only trouble his father. Yi Haoyu smiled evilly and said confidently, I am the only one who can save your daughter. The one next to you is not okay. He will only harm your daughter. Emoi was speechless in his heart. The protagonist just likes to put others down, so that he can highlight his strength. It's the same pretentious routine again. Emoi is tired of it. Guan Yun was furious when he heard this, but no one dared to say that he was incompetent. Guan Yun said angrily, what's going on, Chairman Zhao? Zhao Fan was also afraid that Guan Yun would leave, so he quickly explained. Dr. Guan Yun, I don't know this person either. I'll have him driven away immediately. Zhao Fan said to the security guards, throw this man out. After hearing this, Yi Haoyu hurriedly asked, does your daughter feel a burning sensation in her abdomen? And did your daughter feel cold again in the middle of the night? After hearing this, Zhao Fan quickly grabbed Yi Haoyu's hand and said, that's true. Do you have a way to save my daughter? If you save my daughter, I can give you anything you want. Although Yi Haoyu knew that Zhao Fan had written a bad check, he didn't care. He just wanted to win his daughter's heart. Yi Haoyu said righteously, I can definitely save her. I came here today to save your daughter. I am a kind person and I can't bear to see others die from illness. Besides, I've also heard that Miss Zhao Kaibing is a kind-hearted girl. I can't just sit there and watch. Zhao Fan was touched by his words. Zhao Fan clapped his hands and said, it's true that heroes emerge young. But at this moment, Guan Yun was so angry that he laughed and said, who can't say it? Today I will compete with you, a junior, to see who can cure Miss Zhao Kaibing. Guan Yun thought, how much ability could such a young person have? These things need to be accumulated over time and cannot be swallowed in one bite. Chapter 43 Zhao Fan is gay. Yi Haoyu sneered and said, let's compete. Whoever loses gets to call the other person dad. How about that? Guan Yun, looks like I'm going to have another son. When Yi Haoyu wanted to say something, he was interrupted by Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan said anxiously, my daughter is in danger now, please stop fighting. Go save my daughter first. Guan Yun and Yi Haoyu didn't say anything. Emoi was also speechless watching this scene. Seeing that they had stopped arguing, Zhao Fan led the way. Emoi and the others followed. At this time, a petite girl was lying on a pink bed. She was holding her stomach, frowning, and sweat was oozing from her forehead. It was obviously very painful. Although her brows were furrowed, it couldn't hide her cuteness. She had blue hair and blue eyes, a fair face, a petite figure, and was very cute. The overall look is as if it came out of the second dimension. Although she was enduring severe pain at this time, her consciousness could hear the voice of her heart. She knew that she was saved, but the man who saved her was a shameless person. She has heard a lot of voices these days, but the one that impressed her the most was the scene where the hero saves the beauty. She also didn't expect that the protagonist would resort to any means necessary to improve his own strength. But at this moment, she heard her inner voice again. Emoi now thought to himself, soon I'll be able to see girls who look like those in the second dimension again. I'm really looking forward to it. Emoi is now going to start complaining about the plot, but he has to complete the complaining task first. Emoi complained, Yi Haoyu is such a pretentious guy. He could have just pressed the acupoints with his hands, but he insisted on using needles. He was showing off to show off how good his acupuncture skills were. It was speechless. Zhao Caibing's illness is caused by a surge of energy in her abdomen. As long as we press the Guanyuan, Shihai, Shinkei, Tianfu, and Yunmen points, we can dissolve the energy in her body. As long as you order it, the disease will be cured, but Yi Haoyu insisted that he still needs to recuperate, and took this opportunity to stay at the Zhao family. What a hypocritical protagonist! Zhao Caibing also fell in love with the protagonist because she was saved by Yi Haoyu. When Emoi Xian wanted to continue complaining, he heard the voice of the system coming. After hearing the system's voice, Emoi Xian was too lazy to complain. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily Tutsao task. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining primary medical skills. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 attack points. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million Chinese coins. Emoi Xian felt a large amount of memories rushing into his mind. Fortunately, it doesn't hurt. Emoi Xian was also very happy when looking at the memories in his mind. After all, these things could be brought back to Earth. Although these medical skills are useless here, they will be useful when we return to Earth. Emoi Xian didn't think much about it and continued to follow Zhao Fan to Zhao Caibing's room. After hearing what was in her mind, Zhao Caibing murmured, "Is it that simple?" Acupoints. She knew where they were. She often read books. Due to her frail health, she could seldom go out, so she was bored and read books to kill time. She now realizes the benefits of reading. Zhao Caibing forced herself to sit up, and then did as Emoi Xian said. She quickly pressed the acupoint that Emoi Xian mentioned. After she pressed the last Yunmen acupoint, she found that the energy in her abdomen was absorbed by her body. If there was someone here at this moment, he would definitely see a blue light emitting from Zhao Caibing's eyes. Zhao Caibing found that she seemed to be able to use some abilities. She also wanted to try it. She followed her inner feelings, stretched out her little hand and lay flat. Then she thought about it and blue flame appeared in her hand. Zhao Caibing also discovered that she could control the movement of the blue flame. She had no idea why, but the flame soon went out. When she tried to concentrate again, she found that it was impossible. But her subconscious told her that she had no energy left. She didn't think much about it, because she no longer felt any pain in her body, but instead felt very comfortable. She also stood up and turned around. She was so happy. This disease had tormented her since she was a child. I was finally freed and was very happy. If anyone was there, they would definitely be fascinated by Zhao Caibing, with her blue hair fluttering in the wind, big eyes, delicate face, and eyes with blue light. She is simply stunningly beautiful. However, at this moment, Zhao Caibing heard a knock on the door. "Daughter, your father has brought people to help you treat your illness," Zhao Fan said while knocking on the door. Zhao Caibing said, "Father, come in." She also wanted to see how handsome Emoi Xian was. Zhao Fan pushed open the door, walked in, and saw his daughter standing beside the bed. "Daughter, please lie down. You are still sick," Zhao Fan said with concern. "Also, I brought 2 doctors with me, one of whom is Dr. Guanyun, who will definitely be able to cure you. Lie down first and let them feel your pulse." Zhao Caibing said happily, "Dad, I'm cured. I don't need their treatment anymore." After Zhao Caibing finished speaking, she looked at Yi Haoyu, but in less than a second, her eyes moved to the handsome and lawless Emoi Xian. As the saying goes, one look is for life. Her eyes seemed to have taken root there and could not be moved away at all. In her heart, she felt that it was Emoi Xian who saved her, and coupled with the handsome Emoi Xian, her favorability towards him skyrocketed. Zhao Fan said incredulously, "Okay? How is that possible? Let Dr. Guanyun take your pulse first to see if you are really well." Zhao Fan was now waiting for his daughter's reply, but he found that his daughter did not reply to him, but was staring at someone. Zhao Fan followed his daughter's gaze and found that she was looking at Emoi Xian. Zhao Fan thought to himself, "Isn't this the end?" He had just been in a hurry to save his daughter and hadn't looked at Emoi Xian carefully. But now that he looked at Emoi Xian, he found that he had an urge to hug Emoi Xian and kiss him. Oh my god. How come Emoi Xian is so handsome? I'm not gay, it's just that I was almost bent. This is really fucking outrageous, Zhao Fan complained in his heart. I am a man and I can't bear it, how can my daughter, who is a girl, bear it? Zhao Fan hurriedly walked in front of Emoi Xian and blocked Emoi Xian so that his daughter could not see Emoi Xian. Of course Yi Haoyu also noticed it, and he is very angry now. He knew that something bad was going to happen. He became angry as soon as he saw Emoi Xian and didn't care at all about what Emoi Xian looked like. This time he finally understood why. Chapter 44 Yi Haoyu's outrageous statement. Yi Haoyu thought to himself, so it's because of Emoi Xian's face. These bitches are all obsessed with looks? No. This Zhao Kaibing must be mine. Ever since Yi Haoyu came in, he has been staring at Zhao Kaibing. She is so beautiful. He now felt as if he was in the world of the second dimension. Zhao Kaibing was so beautiful that it took his breath away. No matter what, he couldn't let Emoi Xian take this woman away from him. As long as I cure her illness and slander Emoi Xian, I can definitely take her down. But Emoi Xian is going to die soon, so I don't need to worry too much. Thinking of this, he no longer thought about it. Zhao Kaibing was very unhappy when she saw her father blocking Emoi Xian. But Zhao Kaibing still replied, okay. Then you guys come and take my pulse. After Zhao Kaibing finished speaking, she sat down on the stool, put her hands on the table, and took a towel and put it on her wrists. At this moment, Yi Haoyu didn't think that Zhao Kaibing's illness was cured at all. Because he felt that only he could heal her. Zhao Fan said to Guan Yun, Dr. Guan Yun, thank you for your help. Guan Yun nodded, sat down on the stool next to the table, then reached out his hand and placed it on Zhao Caibing's pulse, and began to feel the pulse carefully. 10 minutes later. Guan Yun stretched out his hand and said, Ms. Zhao Kaibing, your heartbeat is normal, and you are not sick. After hearing this, although Zhao Fan couldn't believe it, he felt relieved and a smile appeared on his face. He still believed in Guan Yun's words. After all, Guan Yun was a man of his word. This is recognized. But even so, he still wanted his own doctor to check it out. Their family doctor was also there. After all, he wanted to watch over them in case someone else did something to them. Zhao Fan said to Zhao Bo, you should also go and take his pulse. Zhao Bo nodded, then came to Guan Yun, who stood up a little unhappy. This clearly shows a lack of trust in him. Zhao Fan also understood Guan Yun's feelings, so he quickly explained, Dr. Guan Yun, don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't trust you, but it's about my daughter's life, so I'd better be safe. Guan Yun didn't say anything, just stood aside waiting for the result. Dr. Zhao Bo also sat down and started taking the patient's pulse. 10 minutes later. Zhao Bo admired and said, it's amazing. Miss Zhao Kaibing is actually getting better. When I took his pulse this morning, I could still feel that his life was in danger. I didn't expect it to be fine by noon. What a miracle! It seems to be Miss, good luck will come to you. After hearing this, Zhao Fan's heart finally settled down. And her face seemed to look a few years younger. But at this moment a bad voice sounded. You are all quacks, how can you possibly get better? Yi Haoyu said disdainfully. After hearing this, Guan Yun angrily said, then go and take his pulse. You really don't know your place. Zhao Bo also said, where did this yellow-haired boy come from, talking nonsense here? Yi Haoyu didn't say anything. He walked straight to Zhao Bo, pulled him up, and then sat on the stool himself. Zhao Bo said angrily, if you can't figure out what's going on, I will make you leave lying down. I was actually picked up by a yellow-haired boy. If this gets out, he will lose all his face. Yi Haoyu didn't care about anything else. He would finish taking their pulses and then let them see how much they weighed. Emoi Xian is now watching the show quietly. Anyway, every plot has changed. What can Emoi Xian do? What can I do? He's numb anyway. However, every time Mo Xian saw the protagonist working so hard to follow the plot, he felt relieved. As long as the protagonist doesn't collapse, I won't collapse. At this time, Yi Haoyu also felt Zhao Caibing's pulse and found that there was no problem at all. But he discovered the special energies that his master had talked about before. Yi Haoyu thought to himself, what is going on? Why would that energy be automatically dissolved? Didn't master say that only by pressing 5 acupuncture points can the energy be dissipated? And the master also said that these people with special abilities are like magicians. You can manipulate fire to attack the enemy, and there are also people who can control other attributes, such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, etc. But the master said that such people are very rare. When he came today, he was secretly happy because he could soon capture a beautiful woman with special powers. I didn't expect it to fail again. As a doctor, he knew very well that if he practiced dual cultivation with someone with special abilities, both parties would benefit greatly. For example, adding attributes. He had already thought about it when he came. If he could practice dual cultivation with Zhao Kaibing and cooperate with his own skills, then he would be able to increase his attributes madly. Now he also felt that the martial arts was very eager to practice dual cultivation with Zhao Kaibing. He can feel his strength slowly improving just through the towel. If he and Zhao Kaibing practice dual cultivation, won't Tia take off? So he has decided to kill Mo Shen quickly, and then those women will be his. While I was thinking about it, 10 minutes had passed. At this time, Guan Yun asked impatiently, "Are you okay? Stop pretending here." After hearing the voice, Yi Haoyu also withdrew his hand, then stood up and said awkwardly, "That, one. Miss Zhao Kaibing is indeed well again." Now after hearing Yi Haoyu's words, Zhao Fan and Guan Yun looked very unhappy, as if they were being made a fool of by this kid. Now Guan Yun has reason to suspect that he is here to take advantage of his daughter. Thinking of this, he decided to beat this kid up so badly that even his parents wouldn't recognize him. Yi Haoyu also felt a lot of unfriendly looks at this time and realized that he had to run away again. Yi Haoyu still defended himself, "I am also doing this for Miss Zhao Caibing's own good. I heard my master talk about this disease, and it is true that only I can cure it. I just don't know why. Zhao Kaibing will be fine on her own." Guan Yun snorted coldly. He is indeed a brat who refuses to admit his mistakes. "Seeing you so arrogant just now, I thought you really had some ability. It turns out he's just a lecher. How could I compete with a young boy like you just now? Ah. If I tell anyone about this, I'll be completely embarrassed. Zhao Bo doesn't he have such a good temper?" Zhao Bo said angrily, "I just said that if you can't figure out what's going on, I will make you leave lying down." Zhao Bo attacked angrily and rushed towards Yi Haoyu at the fastest speed. Although Zhao Bo is a bit old and his strength is only around 20, he feels that it is enough to deal with this kind of yellow-haired boy. Chapter 45, Beautiful Girl Invites. Yi Haoyu looked at the trash rushing towards him with contempt. When Zhao Bo just came to Yi Haoyu and started to attack, he saw Yi Haoyu's palm had already landed on his abdomen. The latter, Zhao Bo, flew backwards directly. Yi Haoyu didn't even look at the battle situation. He quickly broke open the window next to him and jumped out. Although it was on the second floor, it was no big deal for him. At this time, Uncle Emoi heard the sound at the door and hurried in, but when he came in, he saw Yi Haoyu had already jumped out of the window and ran away. The other bodyguards also came to the door. Zhao Fan angrily said to the bodyguards at the door, "Go after him, get Nanyu to chase him too." However, Zhao Fan remembered that his daughter was still here, and forced himself to calm down. "My daughter is fine and needs to rest." Zhao Bo now also staggered to his feet, and Yi Haoyu did not use too much force. "After all, we will have to deal with each other in the future, so don't make the relationship too awkward." As soon as Zhao Bo stood up, he saw Chairman Zhao winking at him. He had been following Zhao Zhe for a long time and immediately understood what Zhao Zhe meant. Zhao Bo said, "Ms. Zhao Kaibing has just recovered from her illness. She should rest more. We should not disturb her here." Guan Yun and Mo Xian also understood. Guan Yun walked out of the room without hesitation. Just as Mo Xian was about to walk out, he heard Zhao Caibing's voice. Zhao Kaibing blushed and said, "Brother Mo Xian, thank you for coming to save me. Why don't you stay and have dinner with me? Although I am fine on my own, I still want to thank you for coming." Mo Xian smiled and said, "Sister Binger, you are too polite. But since it's Sister Binger's invitation, I'll just respectfully obey. Then I will chat with you in the room now, and we can eat in the room when it's time to eat." Mo Xian came here just to take advantage, and if he just left like that, it would not be a good image for him. After hearing this, Zhao Fan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His own daughter actually went to make an appointment with Mo Xian. This must never be allowed to happen. His daughter may not know what kind of person Mo Xian is, but he knows it very well. Zhao Fan said to his daughter, "You just recovered from a serious illness. You need to rest more. I'll just take Mo Xian to the best hotel for a meal. Just stay at home and recover from your injuries. He doesn't want his cabbage to be eaten by a pig." Zhao Kaibing was unhappy when she heard this, but just as she was about to say something, she saw Zhao Fan carrying Mo Xian and running out of the room. Bang! Zhao Kaibing felt very uncomfortable when she saw the door slam shut. At this time, Mo Xian was still being carried by Zhao Fan towards the Zhao family's gate. Zhao Fan had no intention of keeping Mo Xian here at all. This time, it was God who treated his daughter, and it had nothing to do with Mo Xian. This kid actually has the nerve to say, "You're welcome." He was really pissed off. How could such a person be with his daughter? It is absolutely impossible. He regretted bringing Emoi Xian to see his daughter. Soon Emoi Xian was carried outside the gate, and Zhao Fan put Emoi Xian down and said, "My boy, I'm very happy that you can ask Guan Yun to come today. I will consider cooperating with your father's company in the future. Also, don't set your sights on my daughter, or I won't forgive you. I won't say much more. Goodbye." After Zhao Fan finished speaking, he walked in and asked the bodyguard to close the door. Emoi Xian was still confused at this time. Damn it, I was carried out here without knowing what was going on. Am I shameless? I originally wanted to take advantage of her, but I didn't expect Zhao Caibing's father to be so excessive. In the original novel, I didn't see you treating the protagonist like this. Emoi Xian didn't think much about it and returned to the Lamborghini. As soon as I got into the car, the system voice rang. Congratulations to the owner for completing the daily task. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 attack points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 points of defense. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million Chinese coins. Emoi Xian has finished his plot for today. He must go home and lie down. Emoi Xian didn't think too much and closed his eyes to rest. Mu Shui was sitting on the sofa at this time, her whole head was thinking about Emoi Xian, she couldn't help it now. She has decided. She will go to see Emoi Xian today. It's been a long time since they kissed. She really wanted to kiss Emoi Xian again. The more she thought about it, the more itchy she became, so she hurried to dress herself up. Zisha also plans to find Emoi Xian today. She must get the truth out of Emoi Xian today. So now we are heading towards Emoi Xian's villa. An hour later. In Emoi Xian's villa, there were 2 stunning beauties, staring at each other, neither of them speaking. They are Mu Shui and Zisha, they have been here for a long time. The bodyguard had seen them and let them into the villa. After all, the bodyguards believed that they were all Emoi Xian's wives. 2 hours later. Emoi Xian also returned to the outside of the villa. As soon as he walked into the villa, he found 2 women. They are Zisha and Mu Shui respectively. As soon as Mu Shui saw Emoi Xian walk into the villa, she quickly jumped off the sofa and ran towards Emoi Xian barefoot. As soon as she arrived in front of Emoi Xian, she jumped directly on Emoi Xian's body. Regardless of whether Emoi Xian agreed or not, she kissed Emoi Xian on the mouth with her cherry lips. Emoi Xian now feels that this world is too crazy. However, Emoi Xian also started to eat each other with Mu Shui, not caring at all that there were 2 people watching. Emoi Xian hadn't kissed Mu Shui for a long time. Now that Mu Shui took the initiative to kiss him, he naturally had to enjoy it. Hua Yao's attention was all on Emoi Xian's snow popsicle, and she blushed when she saw it. Although I watch it often, the impact is greater now. Zisha also saw the snow popsicle, because it was really hard not to notice it, okay? It can only be described as an iceberg. Zisha looked at Emoi Xian's snow popsicle and was about to break through the defense. Zisha's face flushed. Although she is 23 years old, she has never experienced such a thing. After half an hour of chewing each other, Emoi Xian was finally satisfied. But Mu Shui was still not satisfied, but Emoi Xian didn't want to kiss her anymore because his mouth was numb. Moreover, Mu Shui was moving around a lot, and sometimes she would bump into the snow popsicle, which made her feel very uncomfortable. If you can't be liberated, you will feel uncomfortable. Mu Shui actually felt it too, and she did it on purpose. Emoi Xian held Mu Shui and sat on the sofa and said, "Why didn't you inform me when you came? If I had known you were coming, I would have come to pick you up. And what are you here for?" Mu Shui said unhappily, "If I'm fine, can't I come to see you? I just simply missed you. I wanted to come and see you. By the time you come to pick me up, the flowers will have wilted. Humph. If I don't come to find you, you may never come to find me in your life. Am I right?" Chapter 46. The 2 women almost fought. Emoi Xian replied, "How could that be? I love you so much, I want to eat you up in one bite. Ah. It's been so busy these past few days." Zisha was furious when she saw these 2 people completely treating her as heir. Zisha said coldly, "You 2 should stop it. I'm still here." When Emoi Xian heard the voice, he realized that Zisha was sitting next to him. "I have totally forgotten about her." Before Emoi Xian could speak, Mu Shui said dissatisfiedly, "What are you doing here looking for my boyfriend? Didn't you know last time that she had a girlfriend? Now you're at my boyfriend's house again, are you on some wrong path? I'm telling you, don't even think about hitting on my boyfriend. If you have anything to say, tell me now, and leave as soon as you're done. Don't disturb our precious time together. Zisha was angry. So Zisha also wanted to make her angry, because she spoke so harshly. Zisha said, "You don't know? Brother Emoi wanted to play the concave convex game with me a few days ago. It's the kind found in the wild." When Emoi heard this, he knew he was doomed. Mushwe snorted coldly, "I won't believe what you say. Don't sow discord. Brother Emoi hasn't played the concave convex game with me yet. I don't believe your nonsense." Mushwe knew very well that Emoi was only teasing Zisha on purpose to maintain his character. She listened to her heart and heard it. She also wanted to save Emoi that day, but her strength was not enough, so even if she went, she would only be a hindrance. Her company is a small one with only a few $100 million in assets, and it cannot afford to hire very powerful bodyguards. So she didn't go. She also believed what Zisha said. After all, Emoi could really say it. Emoi thought to himself at this moment, "This Zisha wants to kill me. Fortunately, Mushwe still believes in me, although I really want to have a fight in the wild. But I can't. Alas. I can't even eat the meat right next to me." Mushwe and Zisha had different expressions after hearing Emoi's thoughts. Although Mushwe felt a little uncomfortable, she could still accept it. On the other hand, Zisha still had a smile on her face. Zisha replied at this time, "What I said is the truth. Believe it or not." Zisha changed the subject and said to Emoi, "Brother Emoi, didn't you say last time that when I came here, you would finish the unfinished concave convex game with me? I'm here now. I'm ready too. Please come. Like you said before, you have to be gentle. After all, this is her first time." Zisha is now completely out for revenge against Mushwe, because she said that to her. Emoi wanted to cry at this moment. If it weren't for the plot, I would have had a big fight with her. Mushwe angrily said to Zisha, "You slut, if you do this again, I will beat you to death." "Come on. Let's see who suffers," Zisha said without fear at all. You are going too far," Mushwe said in a trembling voice. Because Zisha is taller than her, she can't beat her. If she fights with Min Yao, she can still end up in a draw. Emoi feels very comfortable now, as if their fight will not harm me. Zisha is now learning from Min Yao's style. Zisha said to the angry Mushwe, "I also want to compete with you fairly. I don't want to argue with you now. And I came here this time to chat with Emoi. Can you step aside for a moment?" After hearing Zisha's words, Mushwe really wanted to smack her to death. Her words were just as harsh as Min Yao's. "You even want me to stay away from it, what the hell are you dreaming of?" Mushwe pointed at Zisha and said word by word, "I will go back to your mom." She finally couldn't help it and burst into swearing. It's so infuriating. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Emoi hurried out to act as a peacemaker and said, "Stop arguing. Let's have a good chat. Harmony brings wealth." Emoi now held Mushwe in his arms, patted her on the back and said, "Okay. Stop arguing." Mushwe lay in Emoi's arms and felt that all her worries were gone. Mushwe also lay quietly in Emoi's arms. After seeing Mushwe quiet down, Emoi asked Zisha, "Sister Zisha, are you really here to see me for the auto game? If so, I'm sorry. I was just joking that day. Maybe I was frightened that day. That's why I was talking nonsense. Mushwe is here, so I can only reject Zisha first. There is no way. After all, my character as a bootlicker cannot collapse for the time being, at least until I turn evil. But in the current plot, I guess there is no plot where I will become a villain. After all, the plot is too smooth now. It's too outrageous." Zisha was not angry. Although she was not angry, she must have felt a little uncomfortable inside after hearing what Emoi said. Zisha smiled and replied, "Actually, the main reason I came here today is to ask you something." "You don't mind, do you?" "I don't mind. If you have anything to say, just tell me." "I will tell you everything I know," said Emoi. Zisha asked, "Do you think our company will grow bigger in the future? Is it really okay for you to ask me, an uneducated person?" Emoi said speechlessly. Emoi was speechless and asked, "Is Zisha sick?" It's such a stupid question. Zisha now realized that she couldn't ask this question anymore, but it didn't matter, she still had a plan. Zisha said sadly, "What should I do if my father dies? I can't support the entire Feichen group." After hearing what Zisha said, Emoi thought, it seems that if her father died, she really would not be able to manage the entire Feichen group. If the protagonist is not here, her Feichen group will definitely be slowly eaten away by other shareholders. If only her father hadn't died of cirrhosis of the liver. His father also had cirrhosis of the liver because he drank too much. It should still be the early stages. If I intervene now, he will definitely not die. But I can't do anything. Emoi was also speechless about Zisha's father. He always felt that he was in good health and had never gone to the hospital for a checkup. When the disease reaches the advanced stage, it is already too late. Because no suitable liver can be found, the patient will die. Even if you get a liver transplant, you may not survive. But all this is because of the dog author. He wanted him to die, so he died. Chapter 47 Huayo envious of Mushui. After hearing Emoi thoughts, Zisha finally felt relieved. Emoi didn't think much about it. It's better not to worry about these things. What if we have to go through the story all over again? Wouldn't that be the end of us? Emoi said to Zisha, "Your father is a lucky man, he will not die. Don't think too much about these things. Actually, if you're afraid, you can find a capable partner." Zisha asked without hesitation, "Can I come to you? I feel like you're very capable. And you flirted with someone, and you still want to not take responsibility?" At this moment, Mushui looked at Zisha with fiery eyes. However, Zisha completely ignored Mushui's gaze, as if she couldn't see it. Emoi thought to himself, "Please. If you want to say something like this, can you please wait until Mushui leaves? It's really a big deal. Also, how did your character become like this? Aren't you a mature heroine? Isn't it a bit outrageous for you to be jealous of a little girl here?" Mushui heard Emoi's thoughts and squeezed Emoi's arm hard. Hiss. "Mushui, don't pinch me. It hurts," Emoi said. Emoi actually didn't feel any pain at all, he was just pretending. Zisha felt comfortable after hearing Emoi's thoughts. Zisha already knew why her father died. So she went back and took her father to see a doctor first. Zisha took advantage of Emoi's inattention and kissed him on the face. Then he quickly stood up and ran to the door and said, "Thank you, Emoi." Zisha said this and walked out of the villa. Emoi didn't react until Zisha walked out of the villa. Mushui also just reacted because it was so sudden. Emoi touched his face, totally unable to believe that Zisha would do such a thing. Mushui was extremely angry now, but there was nothing she could do. Although she understood that Emoi was so handsome and rich, there would definitely be many women who liked him. But she just doesn't want to share it with other women. This is the selfishness of love. But she soon calmed down, as she didn't want to waste their precious time. After calming down, she kissed Emoi on the mouth again. Then the two of them started to bite each other again. Huayo was watching on the second floor at this time and was also very envious. How she wished that person was her. Half an hour later, Mushui blushed and said, "Emoi, you want me now?" "I want." Emoi regained his sanity at this time and said, "Wait for me for another week, okay?" Emoi can't do it now, because Emoi still needs to test the plot again. Let's see where the bottom line of the plot is. Emoi believes that he will be able to find it out in a week. If possible, I must take Mushui's first blood at that time. Although Mushui felt a little disappointed, she thought that everything would be fine in a week. Those losses are gone. Mushui said expectantly, "Then you must not break your promise. And we have to make a pinky promise." After Mushui finished speaking, she stretched out her tender little hand, clenched her fist, and slowly exposed her little finger. Emoi touched Mushui's head and said, "I won't break my promise, don't worry." Emoi also stretched out his little finger and hooked it with Mushui's little finger. Soon they both said in unison, "We'll make a promise to each other for 100 years and never change." Although it's a bit childish, it's still very romantic to do this kind of thing with the person you love. Mushui smiled. Then she just held Emoi in her arms, as if she could hold him forever. Happy times are always short, and soon it was evening. However, Mushui still had no intention of letting Emoi go, and wanted to stay here overnight. But at this moment, Huayo came over and said, "Master, the food is ready." It's time to eat. Emoi nodded and said, I'll go eat right away. After Emoi finished speaking, he carried Mu Shui to the dining table to eat. Mu Shui came down after she arrived at the dining table. She walked to a stool nearby, sat down, and started eating. Emoi looked at Huayao, who was still standing there stupidly and not sitting down to eat, and felt a little confused. But thinking that Mu Shui was there, maybe she wouldn't dare. Mu Shui is indeed a little fierce, but also cute. Emoi said to Huayao, sit down and eat together, just like usual. Did you hear that? Huayao was also moved after hearing Emoi's words and sat down carefully. Emoi watched her sit down to eat, and Emoi also started eating. Mu Shui didn't care either. After all, it wasn't a big deal to have one more person eating. But Mu Shui was a little disgusted that Emoi had a lowly maid in his house. But she didn't dare tell Emoi, for she was afraid that Emoi would dislike her. She could feel that Emoi's feelings for Huayao seemed to be deeper than hers. This was her intuition. Although I don't know if it's accurate. But she loves Emoi very much, and she feels that she can't live without Emoi. She didn't think much about it. Emoi also understood that once the heroine fell in love with someone, it would be for life, and this was the heroine's unchanging principle. The meal was finished very quickly. Emoi also drove and sent Mu Shui back home. Although Mu Shui was very reluctant to leave, Emoi still sent her back home. As soon as Emoi returned to the villa, Huayao threw herself into his arms. Emoi looked at the lowly Huayao and really liked her. Huayao is not only cute, but also hardworking. She takes good care of herself and is kind and gentle. To be honest, this woman is perfect. My mother still understands me. Emoi lifted Huayao's cherry lips and kissed her. Then he and Huayao started to eat each other. It's true that every girl has a different taste, said Emoi. But there is one unchanging principle, that is, they are all delicious. Half an hour later. Emoi carried Huayao to the sofa and sat her down, and Emoi ignored her. Let us start taking a shower. At this time, another man in black appeared in Emoi's room. That's right. This person is Mei Qian. Mei Qian used the same old trick again and hid in Emoi's closet. She had been thinking about how to get Emoi to tell her the truth these past 2 days, so she came a little late. After she left Yihaoyu, she had already decided to be with Emoi for the rest of her life. These 2 days, she was thinking about Emoi every moment, thinking about beating Emoi and being beaten by Emoi. Every time I think about it, I can't help but want to find Emoi. Today she finally couldn't help it and came. Chapter 48. Mei Qian comes to Emoi's room again to attack. After Emoi finished taking a shower, he walked towards his room on the second floor and soon returned to his room. Emoi fell asleep on the bed. After all, he was quite tired today. Although Emoi's strength has become stronger, it does not mean that his perception has become stronger. It's just that the attack and defense power becomes stronger. So he didn't notice that there was someone in the closet at all. In addition, because Emoi was too strong, he was not afraid of being attacked. So I slept soundly. Mei Qian waited for half an hour and then walked out of the closet. He cautiously came to Emoi's side and pressed 2 acupoints on Emoi again. Emoi woke up as soon as he was acupunctured. Seeing that it was Mei Qian again, Emoi was speechless. Emoi complained in his heart, why is it you, a again? I can't even sleep well. In fact, Emoi's current attack power is enough to easily break free from the constraints of the acupoints. But Emoi couldn't let Yihaoyu know his strength. So I can only act. What Emoi didn't know was that tonight there would be someone who would be a better actor than him. Mei Qian sat on Emoi's bed and asked, do you have any last words? Speak out. I'll send you on your way right away. Emoi cursed, damn it. Are you playing? You pressed my mute point, I can't even speak, what kind of last words can I say? Oh my god. What the hell is that? Mei Qian was very satisfied after hearing what was going on. This was exactly the result she wanted. As long as Emoi couldn't speak, he could only speak in his heart. It took her 2 days to come up with this idea. It was not easy. It concerns her own life, so she thinks very hard about it, and of course she also wants to be with Emoi. Mei Qian's idea was to perform without taking the antidote for a month and then simulate the state when the poison took effect. She didn't believe that Emoi would not be anxious. She was also one of the heroines, and she believed that Emoi would not let her die. Mei Qian has also started acting. Mei Qian's face showed a look of pain, and then she spat out a large mouthful of blood. Mei Qian grabbed her neck tightly and blood continued to flow out of her mouth. The whole process was extremely terrifying. Emoi Xian was very anxious when he saw this symptom. Emoi Xian was anxious and said, Mei Qian is such a pervert, why doesn't she take medicine? Oh my god. If you die, I'll have to start the story all over again. Aren't you harming people? If I don't save her, I'm afraid I'll have to start the story all over again. But if I save her now, my strength will be exposed. Emoi Xian was still frantically trying to find a solution. It was impossible to tell whether Emoi Xian's junior doctor was acting or not. Mei Qian didn't expect that Emoi Xian didn't play by the rules, and now it's a bit difficult for her to end the situation. I can only force the blood out of my body. This time she was really hurt. Mei Qian is feeling very sad now. Why doesn't the method I worked so hard to come up with work? Mei Qian is now doubting her life. Emoi Xian saw that Mei Qian was almost dying. No matter what, I must save her. If she dies, then the story will have to start all over again. Emoi Xian directly used his strength and the acupoints were quickly opened. In the face of absolute power, everything is nothing. Emoi Xian carried Mei Qian to the bed and began to press acupoints on her. The first point to be pressed is Zisha, and then quickly press the Polaris point, Shenzhen point, Huagai point, Zigong point. When pressing the Yutong acupoint, Emoi Xian paused because there was a big lump on his face. But Emoi Xian didn't care. After all, this was the last acupoint, so he couldn't be slow. When I pressed the Yutong acupoint, my fingers bounced back. But it's already on. Emoi Xian thought to himself, it's so elastic. I really want to pinch the Yutong acupoint. Mei Qian blushed at this time, but soon her face turned painful. Immediately afterwards, Mei Qian spat out a large mouthful of black blood, still on Emoi Xian's bed. Emoi Xian thought to himself, can't you just spit on the ground? I'm speechless. Mei Qian now felt her body and found that there was no poison in her body anymore. Mei Qian was very happy at this time. Although the process did not go according to her expectations, the ending was good. After the poison was removed, her attack power also increased. According to the system's algorithm, her attack power increased by 5 points. Emoi Xian had no choice. If he didn't cure her poison, she would die. Emoi Xian's medical skills are only at the elementary level now, and he cannot handle such advanced poisons at all. There is nothing we can do about this. It seems that only the protagonist can cure this poison. The reason why Emoi Xian could solve it was because he knew the plot. While Emoi Xian was still thinking about something, he found that there was someone in his arms. If this person was not Mei Qian, who else could it be? Emoi Xian thought to himself, it's over. No way. No way. Will she fall in love with me if I save her? It's really possible. The grace of saving my life is still very important. I didn't expect that I cheated on the protagonist again. If He Hao Yu knew about this, he would probably vomit blood again. Emoi Xian thought. At this time, Mei Qian in his arms blushed and said, thank you for saving me. I have nothing to repay you with, so I can only pledge my love to you with my body. This is actually just a piece of cake. You don't have to pledge yourself to me, said Emoi Xian. Mei Qian said at this time, I pledged my love to you not only because you saved me. Do you want to know why? Emoi Xian nodded, he also wanted to know. Mei Qian said admiringly, because you are not like what Yi Hao Yu said at all. He told me that you are a despicable person, a murderer, a lecher, etc. I just realized now that Yi Hao Yu is a despicable villain. I came to kill you tonight, and not only did you not kill me, you saved me. You are obviously a very kind person, a very upright person. Emoi Xian was speechless and said in his heart, I am such a failure as a villain. Being praised as an upright and kind person, Emoi Xian was devastated. I saved her just to keep the plot intact. Emoi Xian will finish the plot soon. I don't want to go through the story again. Emoi Xian smiled evilly and said, don't you suspect that I saved you because of your beauty? Your appearance has grown into my heart. Yi Hao Yu is right. I am that kind of person, he didn't lie. Do you still think I'm a good person? Chapter 49, Harvesting a Beautiful Bodyguard. Mei Qian said, if you really wanted my beauty, you would have pressed my acupoints when you saved me just now. From now on I will stay by your side and protect you. May I? Emoi Xian now knew that he couldn't get rid of Mei Qian. he might as well let her protect him. Uncle Emoi is old anyway. He doesn't need to be beaten by Yi Haoyu all day long. Emoi Xian said to Mei Qian, you can follow me, but I can't play the concave-convex game with you for the time being. It will take some time. If it doesn't work, just leave. Mei Qian didn't feel disappointed after hearing this. She was already very satisfied that she could achieve this tonight. Mei Qian blushed and said, who wants to play the concave-convex game with you? Stop being so conceited. Mei Qian naturally couldn't admit it now, so she had to be reserved for now. Although she wanted to play the concave-convex game when she looked at Emoi Xian's face, she still had to hold back. Emoi Xian said with satisfaction, then go find a room next door and fall asleep first. I can't sleep with you here, you know. Mei Qian nodded with a blushing face, then left Emoi Xian's arms, walked out of the room, and went to sleep next door. Emoi Xian hurriedly got up and took out new quilts from the cabinet. The quilts he had just used were all stained with black blood. It's all Mei Qian's fault, this pervert. But it seems pretty good to get a beautiful woman's protection for free. It would be very interesting if I could play the concave-convex game with her. As Emoi Xian thought about it, his whole body became hot. He quickly threw the dirty quilt to the ground and put on a new quilt. After Emoi Xian finished, he lay down on the bed and went to sleep. Zzz. Emoi Xian woke up at 9 o'clock in the morning. Hua Yao still sat beside Emoi Xian's bed and looked at him as usual. Emoi Xian thought about it and found that he didn't have any plot today, so it seemed like he could take it easy today. Emoi Xian has to get up now to introduce Mei Qian to Hua Yao, otherwise it will cause unnecessary trouble later. With Hua Yao's help, Emoi Xian quickly put on his clothes. Emoi Xian took Hua Yao's little hand and walked to the door of the next room and knocked. Soon Mei Qian also opened the door. She had woken up a long time ago, but she just didn't dare to move around. After seeing Mei Qian, Emoi Xian said to Hua Yao, this is my female bodyguard. She will live here from now on. You don't have to listen to her orders. She's just a bodyguard. Do you understand? Hua Yao said, Master, I understand. Mei Qian didn't say anything. Although she was a little unhappy, she didn't say anything. Go brush your teeth and then come have breakfast. Emoi Xian said to Mei Qian. Emoi Xian took Hua Yao downstairs to have breakfast first. Mei Qian also hurried to the bathroom to brush her teeth. Emoi Xian has Hua Yao to help him brush his teeth every day, so he doesn't have to do it himself. Hua Yao asked to do this herself. Emoi Xian couldn't persuade her, so he just let her do it. Soon Mei Qian also came to the dining table to eat breakfast. It was the first time that Mei Qian felt happy. After Emoi Xian finished breakfast, he hugged Hua Yao and went to watch TV together. After Mei Qian finished eating, she also came to the sofa and snuggled onto Emoi Xian's other arm. Emoi Xian planned to play like this all day long, and sometimes play landlord with them. Emoi Xian is very leisurely here, but someone is busy now. For example, Yi Haoyu is now leading 5 masters to the underground force Suheiman. Yi Haoyu said as he walked, you all have a combat power of about 45, can you take down the Blood Sea Gate? This is very important. There can be no mistakes. I want you to show your absolute spirit. The Blood Sea sect is also very strong. At this time, those people said, Your Highness the Dragon King, don't worry. We don't take these people seriously yet. You don't have to worry about these things. At this time, one of them named Han Mo asked, Your Highness the Dragon King, why have you become so cautious after returning to Dragon Country? Tianyu, Your Highness the Dragon King, why have you changed? Yu Ming, back then, you were never so long-winded. You were the type who would just do whatever you wanted if you didn't agree. Becoming cautious now? Yi Haoyu was also a little embarrassed at this time. He was really scared of Emoi Xian. How could he possibly tell that? He didn't even know how many times he had escaped since returning to China. Cough cough cough. I have just become more mature. My previous personality traits were all due to my youthful vigor, Yi Haoyu said without blushing. You have to learn from me, too, understand? Only calm people can accomplish great things. Doing things when you are not convinced is what reckless people do. I only learned this truth after returning to Dragon Country. I will teach it to you now. Learn it well, Yi Haoyu said righteously. Han Mo clapped his hands and said, Your Majesty the Dragon King, it really is Your Majesty the Dragon King. It's rare that you become so mature after just a few days back home. Gold really shines wherever it is. Han Mo flattered him crazily. The other 4 people looked disdainful. Yi Haoyu was a little flattered by the praise. He still enjoyed this feeling a little. I didn't think it was that great before, but after going through so many setbacks, I finally feel the same way I did before, and even shed a tear. God knows how much injustice he has suffered recently. If he had someone to talk to, he would probably cry. Yi Haoyu came back to his senses and said, "Since you are all so confident, I won't say much." Yi Haoyu naturally knew the location of the Shuehai sect. This was what his master told him. It can be said that his master has arranged a path for him. Yi Haoyu and the other 6 people came to a very remote town. There are many shops here, and Yi Haoyu walked straight into a small shop. The shop owner is a worldly wise man, so naturally he is not afraid at all. As soon as Yi Haoyu came to the boss, he didn't say a word and directly took action to control the boss. Yi Haoyu and the other 6 people closed the shop and began to look for the mechanism. They soon found the mechanism, and as soon as they opened it, they discovered that there was a staircase leading downstairs. When the 6 of them got down there, they found that it was very large, as big as a football field. And it is very bright, not very dark. After all, there are many light tubes. Yi Haoyu also saw more than 100 people practicing martial arts, just basic boxing and kicking techniques, etc. But there were also a lot of weapons around, machetes, swords, axes, etc. Chapter 50, Emoi Xian and Huayao play landlord with Mei Qian. Yi Haoyu came to the Blood Sea sect's leader's place, and there are also other branches. He wanted to capture the leader first. Yi Haoyu also heard from his master that as long as they defeated their leader in a duel, he would obey them. It's just that his strength is not enough now, and he is unable to win the battle, so he can only let his subordinates do it. Originally, the plot wouldn't have reached this point so quickly, because Yi Haoyu was anxious. Originally, he was going to go up to the martial arts arena and subdue the sect leader, but now the plot has changed a little. It became a matter of subordinates trying to subdue the sect leader, but the result was the same. The sect leader's strength is around 46, which can be said to be very strong. However, compared with the masters of the Dragon King Palace, there is still a gap. Emoi Xian actually wants to complain about this plot every time. Damn it! If you lose a fight, you just become someone else's subordinate. It's really speechless. What era is this? Still playing this game. It's outrageous. As soon as Yi Haoyu arrived here, he saw a strong man looking at them. This sturdy man is the sect leader. Maybe it's because all his IQ lies in his muscles. The position of sect leader for them can be held by anyone who is strong. There is no such thing as someone with connections. They also have some smart people who become commanders, similar to Zhuge Liang. Otherwise, the huge Shuehai clan would have fallen apart long ago. It can be said that everything outside is handled by people like elders. They also make money from assassinations, which is a very profitable business, so they don't care who is the leader, they just want money. So it doesn't matter who takes the lead, the sect leader is just a symbol of strength. The actual effect is to stabilize the morale of the troops. People with an attack power of 45 or above are not afraid of being hit by guns at all. In addition to improving their attack power, most people will also improve their physical body. All of these require money to improve. The medicinal materials in this world are very expensive because they contain the energy that warriors dream of. Those energies are also diverse, some can help improve attack power, and some can help improve defense power. Therefore, in order to maintain their strength, the Shuehai sect, usually other branches, would recruit people with homicide records to carry out assassinations. So the money just kept coming in. Of course, they also have other side jobs, but they are all illegal. However, as the protagonist, Yi Haoyu cannot continue to do this. He has plenty of money, but what he lacks now is manpower and status. Although he has a strong status abroad, he is nothing in China now. Although he has money, it doesn't mean he will spend it recklessly. He is just making an initial investment now. When he launches his beauty products later, money will flow in like water. The Shuehai sect was just a transitional pawn, specifically used to carry out assassinations for him. The protagonist has no time to deal with the minions, so the usefulness of the Blood Sea Gate is reflected. Yi Haoyu said to the sturdy man, "My subordinates want to challenge your sect leader." "Oh? I am the leader of the sect. Are you sure you can challenge me with just a few skinny guys behind you?" the leader said jokingly. Yi Haoyu sneered and said, "Don't worry. It's no problem to beat you down." "Boy! How brave! How dare you say such arrogant words? If your men can't beat me today, I believe you will know the consequences." Sect leader Haoxing said cruelly. Yi Haoyu sneered inwardly, my subordinates have experienced countless life and death missions. It can be said that he has a lot of combat experience. It can be said that it is easy to deal with this sect leader Haoxing. Yi Haoyu was originally worried that this sect leader was too awesome, but now he looks so stupid. Based on his combat experience, he thinks this person is just average. Compared with his own subordinates, there is still a little gap. Soon both sides were on the arena. The one on the stage was Han Mo, and his attack power was 47. He is also the 4th-ranked master of the Dragon King Palace. Soon the battle has begun. Half an hour later. Bang! The sect leader was seen falling on the stage, obviously defeated. Han Mo thought to himself, this guy is really thick-skinned and tough. He is so tired. If I hadn't hit his vital points, the fight would probably have taken another hour. Yi Haoyu clapped his hands and said, Han Mo, you did a great job. Your moves are not very good yet. I will give you some pointers when the time comes. Although you won. But you fought for so long against someone of the same level, you still need to work harder. Han Mo said to Yi Haoyu, thank you, Your Majesty the Dragon King. Yi Haoyu nodded and went straight to the arena. Yi Haoyu said to Haoxing, who was lying on the ground, how about being my little brother? I promise I won't treat you unfairly. At this time, Haoxing also sat up and said, I agree. Haoxing is not a fool. These people are so strong. If he doesn't agree, Zuhayman will probably be gone today. Even if he disagrees, others will help him agree. After all, the strong can be their sect leader. Soon Yi Haoyu also took over the Shuihai sect. By the time I learned about everything about the Bloodsea clan, it was already evening. Yi Haoyu sat on the stool and said, Emoi, the day after tomorrow is your death. We still need to stabilize the morale of the Zuhayman army tomorrow, so we can only take action the day after tomorrow. In Emoi's villa. A great king. Do you want it? Emoi shook his head, and Huayao also shook her head. I only have one left. A3, ha ha ha. I win again. Mei Qian said excitedly. Emoi threw the cards away and said, I don't want to play anymore. You're so damn lucky. You kissed me so hard that my mouth was broken. That's right. Emoi played landlord with them and he lost. He was kissed by the two of them. If Emoi wins, he can pinch their Yutang acupoints. So far, Emoi has only pinched the Yutang acupoint less than 5 times. Just think about how miserable it is. The Yutang acupoint is right on their big bag. This way of playing was thought up by the pervert Mei Qian. Even if you don't want to play anymore, you still have to settle your losses first, Mei Qian said with a wicked smile. After Mei Qian finished speaking, she kissed Emoi on the mouth. Emoi felt miserable. If Emoi hadn't had good defense, his mouth would have been swollen. Mei Qian chewed very hard, as if she wanted to eat herself. But Huayao is very gentle. Originally, Emoi thought that this game was too good for him, as he could gain advantages whether winning or losing. But Mei Qian is not a human being. She just bit it hard. Each kiss would take several minutes, and Emoi felt it was a mistake to keep her here. Sooner or later she will turn him into a pervert. 5 minutes later. Only then did Mei Qian retract her cherry lips with satisfaction. Mei Qian said to Emoi, you can't afford to play. You don't want to play anymore. Emoi defended himself, I'm just tired. And it's almost 12 o'clock now. I have things to do tomorrow, so I'll stop here. Chapter 51, First Meeting Li Mengzhu and Mother-in-Law. After Emoi finished speaking, he walked straight to his room without caring what Mei Qian said. I returned to the room, lay on the bed and thought about tomorrow's plot. Emoi thought, tomorrow's plot is to go to the Li family with my mother. The beauty my mother mentioned before is Li Mengzhu. It's just to go over and discuss marriage. It's commonly known as a blind date. But Li Mengzhu disagrees. Li Mengzhu only likes people he likes and doesn't want to be bound by his family. After being rejected, Emoi came back very angry, and he could only vent his anger on Yi Haoyu. Emoi was taken away by his mother forcibly, there was nothing he could do. Emoi is Mu Shui's loyal bootlicker and doesn't want to go on a blind date. But I couldn't persuade my mother, so I had no choice but to go. Although Emoi didn't want to marry her, it didn't mean he wanted to be rejected. What's more, when Emoi met Li Mengzhu, he was a little interested in her. Because Mu Shui is a beauty of the same level as Emoi, and he is a villain. Naturally he falls in love with everyone he meets. On the surface, he only licks Mu Shui because he just likes to get things that he can't get. This is the character setting of the villain Emoi, so whenever Emoi sees a beautiful woman who looks like Mu Shui, he will tease her. Tomorrow's plot is relatively simple, it's just about being rejected. So Emoi didn't want to think about it anymore. He was also sleepy. Zzz. The next morning, Emoi got up and went to his father's villa. Emoi didn't bring Mei Qian with him either. After all, he was going on a blind date today, and it wouldn't be nice to bring a beautiful girl with him. Soon the car arrived outside the villa, and my mother was already waiting there. Emoi got out of the car and helped his mother into the car. After his mother got into the car, Emoi also got in. Emoi was holding his mother's hand and they kept chatting in the car, saying how good Li Mengzhu was. Wait for some good words. An hour later, Emoi and his mother have arrived. Outside the Li family villa. Because she had called in advance, Li Mengzhu's mother Li Chao soon arrived at the gate. Emoi got out of the car and went to another door to help his mother open it. As soon as Emoi came down, Li Chizha's eyes lit up and he said inwardly, "This is too handsome. It doesn't seem impossible to be my son-in-law." Originally, she didn't want her daughter to marry such a playboy, but the moment she saw Emoi, she changed her mind. If she wasn't already married, she couldn't help but flirt with this little guy. Li Chao came back to her senses and hurriedly walked up to Yu Meng and said, "My dearest friend, you really gave birth to a handsome son. If I were 10 years younger, I would have paid for it." They are best friends, so they talk quite casually. It was also because of her best friend that she was willing to let Emoi go on a blind date with her daughter. Yu Meng smiled and said, "He's just handsome, everything else is just so-so." Li Chao ignored Yu Meng's Versailles and walked straight to Emoi, holding his hand and said, "Let's go in quickly. I had a hard time convincing my daughter to go on a blind date." After Li Chao finished speaking, she took Emoi's hand and walked forward, completely ignoring whether Yu Meng followed or not. Emoi now had an immature idea when looking at the beautiful Li Chao. To be able to give birth to such a beautiful daughter, she must have very good conditions herself. Yu Meng didn't say anything, after all, she brought her son to the blind date. Yu Meng quickly caught up with Emoi, holding Emoi's other hand, and walked towards the Li family villa. If a passerby saw this, they would think Emoi had 2 girlfriends. Yu Meng and Li Chao can be said to be very well maintained, looking like girls in their early 20s. Rich people have all kinds of skincare products they want, so there are no signs of aging on their faces. Soon Emoi arrived at the villa. As soon as I arrived at the villa, I saw a beautiful woman sitting on the sofa watching short videos. Her face was white and tender, with long black hair draped over her shoulders. Because she was wearing very short shorts, one could see her slender and white legs, and her little feet were so small that they were swinging casually. Staring at the short video with big eyes and sometimes just a casual smile can make people mesmerized. A hot-blooded man like Emoi, seeing this situation, wanted to put on a big show with Li Mengzhu in front of Li Chao and Yu Meng. But Emoi would just think about it and would not do it. Sigma death penalty. The name Li Mengzhu was given because Li Chao's best friend was called Yameng, so she wanted to add the word Meng to her daughter's name as well. This also reflects that they have a very good relationship with each other. Li Mengzhu also noticed that Emoi was here. She was also a little curious about what Emoi looked like. Li Mengzhu looked at Emoi, and the two of them looked into each other's eyes, as if they were expressing their feelings to each other. Li Chao and Yu Meng saw the 2 little guys making eye contact and said quickly, "You 2 youngsters, just chat here. We have something else to discuss on the 2nd floor." After they finished talking, they went upstairs. Li Mengzhu also moved his eyes away with difficulty. Li Mengzhu was now a little scared and said, "This is too handsome. This handsome guy looks like a banished immortal. How can a little girl like her resist such handsomeness?" Li Mengzhu secretly said, "I must be firm in my heart and not be deceived by my appearance." After I encouraged myself, I felt a little better. Emoi came and sat down next to Li Mengzhu and said, "That. Sister Mengzhu, you are so beautiful. How about we be a couple?" This plot was not originally planned because they were not attracted to each other before, so the mother and the others did not leave. Instead, he stayed to help persuade Li Mengzhu, because Li Mengzhu just glanced at Emoi and ignored him. With the current plot, Emoi can only play freely. Emoi said this because he wanted to end this plot quickly. As long as she rejected him, he would call her mother down. That's what Emoi Xian thought. After hearing this, Li Mengzhu said, "This. Isn't it too fast? We just met for the first time. Why don't you wait for me to think about it?" After hearing this answer, Emoi Xian understood one thing, that is, the plot has collapsed again. Emoi Xian thought to himself, "Isn't it your personality that you only like people like the protagonist? Why are you still considering me? What the hell?" Li Mengzhu is the kind of man who likes capable and charming men. Charm does not refer to appearance but personal charm. In the original plot, Yi Haoyu was indeed very strong when he came to the Li family. And the protagonist's charm is naturally high, after all, he has the protagonist's halo. Coupled with the evil smile inherited from his ancestors, it was natural for him to easily control Li Mengzhu. Chapter 52. With a mother-in-law like this, why worry about being unhappy? Emoi Xian now wanted Li Mengzhu to hate him, so he thought of a way. A way for you to take advantage of others. Emoi Xian did what he thought. Seeing that Li Mengzhu was still lowering her head, Emoi Xian quickly lifted up Li Mengzhu's face and kissed her cherry lips without hesitation. In the latter case, Li Mengzhu had no time to react before her cherry lips were kissed. Emoi Xian was still gnawing hard at this time. When Emoi Xian first saw Li Mengzhu just now, his blood boiled. So take this opportunity to try it. But the taste is really amazing. It's so delicious. Now Li Mengzhu hit Emoi Xian's chest hard, but it was of no use. It was completely unable to stop Emoi Xian's attack. But at this moment, a person walked in from outside the door, and this person was Li Mengzhu's father Li Emoi. Li Emoi was looking at his delicious cabbage being eaten by Emoi Xian, and anger quickly surged into his heart. How could he not be angry when the cabbages he had grown for so many years were eaten by pigs? My blood pressure is soaring now. Li Emoi shouted, "Shut up, you beast. Otherwise, you'll never get out of here alive," Li Emoi said as he quickly walked towards Emoi Xian. After hearing the voice, Emoi Xian quickly let go of Li Mengzhu. Li Mengzhu was feeling both embarrassed and angry. She is embarrassed because she doesn't seem to be disgusted and actually likes this feeling. She is angry because Emoi Xian took away her first kiss in a domineering way. That was her first kiss that she had treasured for 20 years. As soon as Emoi Xian opened his mouth, he saw a slap coming towards his face. Emoi Xian quickly dodged. Li Emoi became even angrier when he saw that Emoi Xian dared to dodge. Continue to chase Emoi Xian and fight him, that's right. Now Emoi Xian is running around, avoiding Li Emoi's attacks. At this time, Li Chao and Yu Meng upstairs also heard the noise and hurried downstairs. As soon as Li Chao came downstairs, she stopped Li Emoi and said, "What the hell are you doing here? This is my guest. How can you still do this?" Yu Meng also hurried over, hugged Emoi Xian, and then checked if her son was injured. Li Mengzhu is still digesting what just happened. At this time, Li Emoi saw his wife speaking and calmed down. He was not a coward, he was just following his heart. Li Emoi said with a bad face, "Ask him what he did." That makes perfect sense. Li Chao said to Emoi Xian, "Xianer, what's going on? If it's Li Emoi's fault, I'll fight back for you." Emoi Xian said awkwardly, "Mother-in-law, this is what happened. Sister Mengzhu is so beautiful. So I couldn't help but kiss her. This." Before Emoi Xian could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Li Emoi. Li Emoi shouted, "Why don't you yell? You really want to chew my daughter up. You keep chewing so roughly, I want to beat you to death. You told me to call, I'll call your grandma." Li Chao now sees that her daughter doesn't seem to be disgusted, so she is going to side with Emoi Xian. Li Chao said to Li Emoi, "Emoi Xian didn't mean it, don't blame him. Besides, he will be our son-in-law sooner or later. We'll kiss sooner or later, it doesn't matter." Emoi Xian now secretly sighed, "My mother-in-law is so nice. With a mother-in-law like this, why worry about not being happy? She's simply the ultimate mother-in-law." Li Emoi then said, "Don't you know that Li Mengzhu is engaged? At that time, I promised in front of that old senior that I would let my daughter marry his apprentice. If his apprentice comes now, what will I say to him?" Li Mengzhu couldn't help but say, "Dad, why did you arrange a marriage for me without my permission? I only want to marry someone I like. I don't want to marry someone I've never met. You've gone too far." Li Emoi sighed and said, "I didn't want to be your father either. Your grandfather was sick at the time. Only that old senior can save us, and his condition is to get engaged. That old senior also said that you would like his apprentice, and he also said that it was a match made in heaven. At the time, I was also worried about your grandfather's life, and that senior was really amazing. After Emoi heard this, he felt nothing at all. In the original plot, the old man had a much more important identity. After hearing this, Li Mengzhu no longer blamed her father. She understood what Tian Ding meant. If she had not heard Emoi voice, she would naturally follow the original route. She doesn't want to live a life arranged by others. This is what she hates the most. After learning that her father had arranged a marriage for her without her permission, she no longer wanted to pay any attention to her father. She even felt a little hatred for her father because she felt that he had ruined her lifelong happiness. Ever since she heard the inner voice, she had no intention of continuing according to the plot. She also wants to live the life she wants. Li Qiao said at this time, if his apprentice comes by then, just give him some money and let him be. If his apprentice is a fat pig, do you still want my daughter to marry him? I think his apprentice only got engaged because he was ugly. I guess the only thing that old man has decent medical skills. If you say he can see into the secrets of heaven, I don't believe it. Look at you, you're already a chairman. Why are you still so stupid? You really feel uncomfortable if I don't talk to you for a day. After hearing this, Li Emoi also felt that what his wife said made sense. He didn't want his daughter to be unhappy, so he was just being too picky. But he couldn't forgive Emoi in front of so many people. That would be too embarrassing. Li Emoi snorted coldly, humph. I don't care. Do whatever you want. How could Li Emoi not see the expression on his daughter's face? It was obvious that she had some feelings for Emoi. He knows his daughter so well. After Li Emoi finished speaking, he went upstairs cursing. Emoi felt that his mother-in-law was so awesome. What she said made a lot of sense. Even I, who knew the plot, thought she said it very well. Yumeng then said to Li Qiao, thank you. We are best friends now. It's so awkward to say these things. Li Qiao said. Yumeng knocked on Emoi head and said, you stinky boy, go and apologize to Sister Mengzhu right now. Emoi also obediently walked to Li Mengzhu and said, Sister Mengzhu, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive just now. Sorry. Li Mengzhu didn't blame him at all. Li Mengzhu's face turned red as she said, well, you can't do this again in the future. Otherwise I'll beat you to death, Li Mengzhu said as if he was going to hit Emoi. Emoi saw that Li Mengzhu forgave himself so easily. Knowing that you can't change it, just enjoy it. At this time, Li Qiao said to Li Mengzhu, daughter, what do you think of Shen'er? If possible, let's make a marriage agreement. You can talk slowly. Li Mengzhu was very conflicted now. Li Mengzhu still wanted to observe for a while. After all, this was just their first meeting and she couldn't be so careless. She felt that she might have been influenced by Emoi appearance. Wait until Emoi leaves, then calm down and think about it. Thinking of this, Li Mengzhu didn't think any more about it. Li Mengzhu said to her mother Li Qiao, Mom, I need to think about it for a while. May I? Li Qiao thought for a moment and said, that's fine, but don't think about it for too long, daughter. Emoi is very handsome. What if he is snatched away by someone? Don't blame me for not reminding you. Li Qiao said that because even she herself couldn't resist Emoi's handsomeness. What about those little girls? At that time, she was the one who took the initiative, so until now her husband only has her as his wife. Both she and Yumeng are the type who can control their husbands completely. The two people's personalities are not much different. They were all top beauties when they were young. Li Mengzhu is still young, so even if she heard what her mother said, she didn't care much. After that, Emoi and Li Mengzhu kept chatting, and Yumeng was also chatting with Li Qiao. As we were chatting, it was already evening. We also had a meal together. While Emoi was eating, he saw Li Mo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Emoi also pretended that he saw nothing. Li Mengzhu also unknowingly developed a better impression of Emoi. Chatting and playing together, the relationship heats up pretty quickly. The most important thing is that she could feel that Emoi was actually a pretty good person. This must be her intuition. It is said that women have good intuition, so she still trusts her own intuition. Moreover, she likes charming men, and she also feels that Emoi exudes masculine charm all the time. She also likes Emoi more and more. Soon after finishing the meal, Emoi said goodbye to Li Mengzhu and the others and left. Chapter 53 Twin Sisters. Emoi quickly sent his mother back home, although his mother tried her best to persuade Emoi to stay for one night. But Emoi still refused. After all, Huayao at Emoi's home was still waiting. Besides, it is very inconvenient for Emoi to stay here. After saying goodbye to his mother, Emoi got in the car and started to go back. At this time, in Emoi villa, a little loli and a sexy beauty were playing poker. Ha ha ha. Huayao, you lost again. Hurry up and stick your butt up so I can spank you, Mei Qian said with a wicked smile. Huayao said with a wronged look on her face, I don't want to play anymore. If you continue playing, you'll break my butt. Mei Qian thought for a moment and said, that's fine, but you just lost the last round. So you need to let me finish the last spanking first. Huayao touched her little butt and felt a burning pain. She now knows that Mei Qian is a pervert who insists on dragging her into playing these shameful games. After hearing this, Huayao realized that if she didn't let her hit her for the last time, she would definitely not let her go. So he could only raise his butt and wait for Mei Qian's slap to fall. When Mei Qian saw Huayao sticking out her butt, she became excited and raised her hand to touch Huayao's butt. But at this moment, Emoi opened the door. As soon as Emoi opened the door, he saw Huayao lying on the ground with her face down and her butt sticking up, while Mei Qian's slap stopped in the air. When Emoi saw this scene, it was so bright that his titanium dog eyes were blinded. When Huayao saw Emoi, she quickly stood up from the ground and covered her little face. As if this could ease the awkwardness. Mei Qian also blushed at this time, and her perverted side was seen by Emoi again. Emoi now knows very well that it is the pervert Mei Qian who was bullying Huayao. If we leave her here, sooner or later, Huayao will definitely be led astray. Emoi didn't want to say anything more to Mei Qian. Since you like to bully Huayao so much, then I will bully her. Emoi started walking towards Mei Qian. Mei Qian looked at Emoi coming over and had a bad feeling. Just when she was still wondering how Emoi would treat her, Emoi had already come to her side. Emoi just picked up Mei Qian by the waist and quickly hit her but with his hand. Ah! As soon as Mei Qian was hit, she couldn't help but scream in pain. Emoi continued to slap him madly. Mei Qian didn't know why she felt both pain and happiness in her heart. She was finally beaten by Emoi. What a comfortable feeling. But she still pretended to be in pain. She didn't want to be too perverted. Emoi was still fighting frantically at this time, and asked while fighting. Do you know you are wrong? Ah, I know I was wrong. Stop hitting me. Mei Qian said with a painful expression. Emoi also felt that it was about time, so he stopped. Emoi always felt that Mei Qian seemed to be enjoying herself. Emoi said to Huayao, Huayao, come here, you can also fight a few times to get revenge. Huayao also staggered over, but she didn't dare to continue fighting. Emoi said, don't be afraid, fight quickly. If you don't fight me, I'll spank your little butt. After hearing this, Huayao immediately hit Mei Qian's little butt. Ah! Keep fighting. Emoi said to Huayao. Huayao also continued to hit him for more than 20 times before Emoi called a halt. Emoi carried Mei Qian to the sofa and said, don't bully Huayao anymore, or don't blame me for driving you away. When Mei Qian heard this, her heart skipped a beat. Mei Qian hurriedly said, I promise, I will never bully her again. After hearing this, Emoi nodded, then turned around and went to take a shower. Emoi didn't use much force just now, after all, it was just a casual lesson. Mei Qian saw that Emoi was a little unhappy, and she knew that she had gone too far. But she decided not to bully Huayao anymore. After taking a shower, Emoi returned to his room and lay down. It's almost 12 o'clock now. Emoi is now lying on the bed thinking about tomorrow's plot. Emoi thought, tomorrow's plot will be that I kidnap Wen Yao. Then just when Emoi wanted to show his bestiality to Wen Yao, Yi Haoyu suddenly appeared and rescued Wen Yao. Emoi is feeling miserable right now. What's the point of kidnapping Wen Yao now? It seems like I can only let Min Yao cooperate with me in acting. When Emoi thought of this, he fell asleep. Zzz. At this moment, there were two beauties who looked exactly the same in a car. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that they are twin sisters. At this time, one of the beauties in the car said, Sister, do you think our mother will beat us if we sneak out this time? Irome replied, we just need to deal with it quickly and then go back quickly. Mother won't blame us. And both of us can hear Emoi's thoughts, so we must find out the truth. She had heard Emoi's name in her heart. Bai Xian was worried again, what if those people knew we were out? They will definitely come to kill us. Our attack power is only about 52, we are no match for those people. Don't worry, sister. We were so careful this time that we won't be discovered, Bai Rong said. After Bai Rong finished speaking, they had already arrived at the place. The two also got out of the car. If Emoi was here, he would definitely know where this place was. This place is not far from Emoi villa. Bai Xian asked, Sister, are we really going to kidnap that Emoi? How about changing the method? I don't think this is a good idea. Bai Rong explained, this saves time, and you can also ask what you want to know. After Bai Rong finished speaking, she took Bai Xian's hand and quickly went to Emoi villa. Bai Rong didn't believe that this world was just a world created by others, so she thought Emoi was deliberately making things mysterious. She wanted to kidnap Emoi and ask him some questions about Xin Shang, but she was afraid that it was a trap and that Emoi was also an accomplice of those people. It can be said that she is in a state of half belief and half doubt now. At this moment, two beauties appeared outside Emoi window. They opened the window easily and walked into the room quickly. They didn't make any sound at all. After all, they were very powerful and had great control. As soon as Bai Xian and the others came in, they saw Emoi sleeping, and then they were attracted by Emoi's handsome face. So cool. Even when he's asleep, it's hard to hide his handsomeness. Even someone as aloof as Bai Rong almost couldn't handle it. Bai Xian is the type of person who is obsessed with looks, and now her eyes are sparkling with stars. She had forgotten that she was here to kidnap someone. When Bai Rong saw her sister's condition, she quickly covered her eyes. But Bai Xian was still struggling, she hadn't seen enough. My sister blocked her. At this time, Bai Rong had no choice but to press her sister's acupoints. If she had known this would be the case, she wouldn't have brought her sister here. Chapter 54 Twin Sisters Kidnap Emoi. After Bai Rong pressed her sister's acupoints, she came to Emoi's side. Although Bai Xian was now immobilized and unable to move, she didn't care. Because her attention was all on Emoi. His eyes were always fixed on Emoi's face. At this time, Bai Rong pressed 2 acupoints on Emoi through the quilt without hesitation. But Emoi was angry at this time. When would Mei Qian ever stop? Now Emoi still had his eyes closed. He thought it was Mei Qian, the pervert again. When he opened his eyes, Emoi saw 2 beautiful twins. They look almost exactly the same. If one didn't have a cold face and the other one was smiling, Emoi would have been unable to tell them apart. They have fair faces, soft and delicate skin, eyes sparkling like stars, a small mouth under a small nose, and thin lips. She has a very slim figure, with beautiful and round long legs, and delicate and smooth skin and bones. She is really graceful. Emoi naturally knew both of them, as they lived in the capital. Emoi was speechless in his heart. Why do these heroines like to sneak attack people so much? The key is that if they show up now, aren't they afraid of being captured by the hidden sect? Like Zhao Kai Bing, they can control special energy. And those hidden sects, in order to enhance their attribute energy, often seek out women who can control special energy to practice dual cultivation with. Their attribute energies are wood and water. Bai Xian can control wood attribute energy, while Bai Rong can control water attribute energy. As for those sects, this is the only method to improve their attributes now, and it is also the most useful method. It can also satisfy their animal desires. The improvement those medicinal herbs brought to them was already minimal. And the protagonist must have destroyed these sects in the end. Those sects, although they are called sects, are actually just some garbage with stronger attributes. Bai Rong heard what was going on, but she didn't want to care about it for the time being. Now she just wants to kidnap Emoi. Then Bai Rong directly lifted the quilt, and their eyes were immediately blinded by the light. They saw the white body and the mermaid-like muscles. The thing that had the greatest impact on them was the popsicle. Emoi had no choice. With 2 stunningly beautiful twins here, Emoi's popsicle naturally couldn't hold up. Bai Xian and Bai Rong's faces are now so red that blood could drip out of them. They are all virgins, how could they have ever seen such a scene? Bai Rong quickly covered her eyes, then reached out to take the quilt and covered Emoi with it. After covering it, she took her hand away. Now her heart was beating very fast. 5 minutes later, she finally recovered. The impact on her just now was huge. She has decided to tie him up and give him a good beating. He doesn't even wear clothes when sleeping. He is such a pervert. At least wear some underwear. What's the point of having nothing to wear? Now that my sister and I have seen that unclean thing, they both feel that they are unclean. Bai Rong was very angry. On the contrary, Bai Xian was very happy. After all, this way Bai Xian would have a reason to be friends with Emoi Xian, and then develop into a boyfriend. When she first saw Emoi Xian, she had already thought of what to name the child. She is the type who is obsessed with looks, but no one has caught her eye yet. After all, the heroine is prepared to be the protagonist, so it is impossible for her to think other men are handsome. In the original plot, she was captured by Yi Haoyu's handsomeness. After that, she became Yi Haoyu's fangirl and girlfriend. Emoi Xian is handsome by nature, but in the original plot, he is still a little inferior to the protagonist. But Emoi Xian has a system, the system's charm value. The charm value can increase charm and make himself more handsome. So Bai Xian naturally couldn't bear it. Yi Haoyu conquered Bai Rong with the help of her younger sister Bai Xian. At this time, Bai Rong was a little troubled because the quilt was very thick. If he just held her like this, he wouldn't be able to get out unless Emoi Xian put on his clothes. She forgot to bring the sack. After all, it's the first time you kidnap someone, so it's normal to be unskilled. She now began to look for something like a sack in Emoi Xian's room. But after searching for a long time, I couldn't find it at all. She could only give up and think of other solutions. Emoi Xian was a little speechless watching Bai Rong rummaging through the drawers. Emoi Xian complained in his heart, "How did you end up like this? Are you here to rob me? If you want money, tell me. Is it necessary to rob? This is outrageous." Emoi Xian thought about it now. If such an outrageous plot was not reopened, then even if he pushed the heroine down, the plot would not start over. When Emoi Xian thought of this, his whole body became hot again. Emoi Xian wanted to get up right now and push the twins down. However, Emoi Xian couldn't move at all after being acupunctured. Because their strength was not much different from Emoi Xian's, they pressed his acupoints and Emoi Xian couldn't break free. When Bai Rong heard Emoi Xian's inner thoughts, she also became a little angry. Bai Rong thought to herself, "Do I look like the kind of person who steals and cheats?" I am speechless. But Bai Rong doesn't know what to do now. Either give up, retreat first, and then find another opportunity later. But she didn't want to give up all her efforts. Half an hour later, Bai Rong finally thought of a solution. That means letting Emoi Xian put on his clothes by himself, so she planned to threaten Emoi Xian. Bai Rong hurriedly went to the closet to look for pajamas and pajamas. Anyway, the easiest clothes to wear were the best. When she was rummaging, she always found those panties, and her face turned slightly red. Bai Rong felt like she had lost all her face tonight. Finally, Bai Rong found a pair of loose shorts, which were very loose. After finding the pants, Bai Rong hurried to Emoi Xian and put the pants on the head of Emoi Xian's bed. Bai Xian leaned close to Emoi Xian's ear and whispered, "Put on these pants for me. Just put it on for me under the quilt. And you better behave yourself, or I'll kill you." After Bai Rong finished speaking, she stood by and waited for Emoi Xian to put on his pants. Emoi Xian was now blinking hard at Bai Rong. Bai Rong thought Emoi Xian was flirting with her, and snorted coldly. "I'm telling you, if you keep making those eyes here, I'm going to dig out your eyes. Also, put on your pants quickly and stop messing around here." Emoi Xian is extremely speechless now. Emoi Xian cursed in his heart, "Damn it. What do you mean? If I don't unblock my acupuncture points, I'll be useless. You thought I was teasing you? Oh my god. This year's heroine is so fucking stupid." PQ. Chapter 55. Emoi Xian thought she wanted to castrate him. After hearing what was going on in Bai Rong's mind, her face was filled with shame and anger. It was the first time she was scolded by someone, and she really wanted to beat Emoi Xian to death. But Bai Rong was speechless about herself. She didn't expect that she would make such a low-level mistake. She felt a little ashamed. In fact, she was not that stupid. It was mainly because she saw Emoi Xian's snow popsicle that made her mind confused. Bai Xian also wanted to laugh at this moment. Seeing Emoi Xian wanting to speak but unable to, she really wanted to laugh. Bai Rong then remembered something and realized that she should hang the knife around his neck. Bai Rong felt that her IQ was ridiculously low tonight. Although Emoi Xian seemed to be very weak, he still had to hang the knife around his neck for safety reasons. Bai Rong took out a small knife from her leg. When Emoi Xian saw Bai Rong take out a knife, he immediately panicked. He thought Bai Rong wanted to castrate him because just now Bai Rong thought he was trying to tease her. Emoi Xian is extremely anxious now. Emoi was so anxious that he shouted frantically in his heart, "If you have something to say, please talk to me nicely. Don't touch my little stick brother. I don't want to be a eunuch." Emoi now realized that if he was castrated, he would bring shame to all the time travelers. He was castrated by a woman. Even if I could start over, I would not have the face to play anymore. After hearing what was in her mind, Bai Xian wanted to laugh, but her mute point was pressed. It's very uncomfortable for her to hold it in. After hearing what was going on, Bai Rong was speechless. Bai Rong thought to herself, who would want to cut something so disgusting? I'm speechless. But Bai Rong felt that it was good for her to scare him, since it was her fault for calling her stupid. You know, women have a strong desire for revenge. Bai Rong deliberately smiled and slowly walked towards Emoi. When Emoi saw this, his face turned pale. I never thought that I, Emoi, who was so wise all my life, would be castrated by a woman. I'm sorry, my little stick brother. I didn't expect that in this life. I still couldn't let you taste a woman, and you are going to be castrated. Don't worry, I will catch up with you as soon as you leave. While Emoi was still thinking about something, he found a knife hanging on his neck. Emoi looked at Bai Rong, and saw Bai Rong whispered, I will untie your acupuncture points now. You can only put on your pants and cannot move. If you move, don't blame my knife. After giving the warning, Bai Rong untied Emoi's acupoints. However, the mute point was not unblocked. Emoi breathed a sigh of relief. He thought I was going to be castrated. It seems I'm overthinking it. Emoi felt that his hands and feet had regained power. But now Emoi has already planned to teach Bai Rong a lesson for daring to scare him. He even dared to run into his room. He must have never experienced the dangers of society. There are also girls who don't learn well and learn to steal from others. Emoi is not too afraid of this knife now. Even if he really wants to cut my neck, it is not so easy to cut through my defense. Emoi's current defense power is 55 points, which is also very strong. Bai Rong's attack power is only about 52. How can he break through his own defense? Even if it is possible, it will take some time. Also, Emoi's current attack power is 58 points, so it is easy for him to control her. Emoi pretended to get his pants, but he was actually planning to attack her. Emoi was often acupunctured by others, and he also wanted to try the feeling. Just as Emoi's hand was approaching the pants, it suddenly changed direction and pointed directly at Bai Rong's acupoints at an extremely fast speed. The latter Bai Xian had no time to react and her acupoints were pressed. Emoi took the knife hanging around his neck. Then he stood up, picked up his pants and put them on. Bai Xian and Bai Rong saw the huge ice stick again at this time. This made their faces turn red again. However, Bai Rong came to her senses only after Emoi put on his pants. Bai Rong regrets very much now and was not careful enough. Now it's her turn to feel hopeless. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing just after going out. She even thought that Emoi would play that kind of concave-convex game on them. After all, few people could resist the beauty of these sisters. What's more, what about these people who feel something just by looking at them? She felt that she had harmed her sister and felt very guilty. Bai Xian's mood is very complicated now. Emoi almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. Emoi cannot disturb Huayo and the others. It's really a changing world. Emoi is going to start teasing them now. Emoi now took Bai Rong's little hand, then touched Bai Rong's little hand and whispered, Wow, this hand is so white, tender and smooth. It feels so good. I never expected that a pair of such beautiful twin sisters would come to my doorstep so late at night for me to enjoy. God is so good to me. Emoi was just teasing them on purpose. Bai Rong's hand was being touched, and she was very angry, but there was nothing she could do. Emoi felt around for a while, then came to Bai Xian, then took Bai Xian's hand and touched it, saying, My little beauty, your hands are just like your sisters, they feel so good. TSK. Looks like I'm in for a treat tonight. The look in Emoi's eyes when he looked at Bai Xian seemed to have no emotion at all, and even a little shy. Emoi immediately remembered Bai Xian's character, and then he understood. It looks like I'm going to cheat on the protagonist again. Emoi returned to Bai Rong and whispered, If you agree with what I'm saying now, just blink. If you disagree, don't blink. Do you understand? Bai Rong blinked to show that she heard it. Emoi nodded with satisfaction and said, I can leave you alone. I can also not force you to play the concave-convex game. But you have to promise me one thing. How? After hearing this, Bai Rong realized that she still had a chance to remain innocent, and she blinked quickly. Emoi is just giving her a way out. Otherwise, if I really force myself on them, what if they become so depressed that they commit suicide? I've finally gotten to the point where I can finish the story, but I don't want to start over again. A large part of it was like that before, and the plot soon resumed. So it has not been easy to get to this point, and it won't be long before I finish. Emoi whispered to Bai Rong, "You only need to protect me in secret for 3 days. I know you don't understand why I need you to protect me for 3 days even though I'm so strong. That's because I can't reveal my strength. Do you understand?" Emoi was just giving them a way out. After all, the current protagonist did not pose much of a threat to him. There is another point, that is to keep them for 3 days temporarily. If it is confirmed that it is okay to cheat on the protagonist, then it seems that I can also have a taste of them. Emoi is a villain, so naturally he has to do villain things. Moreover, he is cuckolding the protagonist, so Emoi is still very excited. Chapter 56 by Xian Nympho. After hearing what Emoi said, Bai Rong started blinking frantically. If he could maintain his innocence, let alone protect Emoi for 3 days, he could even protect him for a month. And her sister is still here. If both her sister and she were raped by Emoi, she would hate herself to death. After all, the plan to kidnap Emoi was hers. After seeing Bai Rong blinking frantically, Emoi walked to Bai Rong's side and started touching her everywhere. Not touching, but looking for her cell phone. Bai Rong felt Emoi groping around everywhere, and she was very angry, but there was nothing she could do. I just promised myself that I wouldn't play the auto game. What does that mean now? Emoi ignored Bai Rong's murderous gaze and continued looking for his phone. Half an hour later, Emoi finally found Bai Rong's cell phone in his trouser pocket. Emoi complained to Bai Rong, "Look at you, you put your phone in such a hard-to-find place. It took me half an hour to find it." I said the wrong thing. It took me half an hour to find it. When Bai Rong heard this, she was so angry that she wanted to twist Emoi's head off and kick it like a ball. He was clearly taking advantage of her, yet he insisted on looking for her cell phone. And the phone is in your trouser pocket, it's hard to find your sister. Emoi was opening her phone at this time and found that she had to use facial unlocking. Emoi had no choice but to point his cell phone at Bai Rong's little face. Since Bai Rong couldn't move, she could only watch as her cell phone was opened by Emoi. After unlocking his phone, Emoi quickly opened WeChat, clicked on Add Friend, and added his own WeChat account. After Emoi finished doing all this, he put the phone back into Bai Rong's trouser pocket. Emoi smiled and said, "I will untie your acupuncture points now, and you can leave now. If you keep your promise, you will protect me secretly, and if I need to go somewhere, I will tell you on WeChat." After Emoi finished speaking, he untied Bai Rong's acupoints. The latter Bai Rong did not lose her mind because she knew that she could not beat Emoi. If she takes action now and fails, Emoi will probably really treat them like a beast. Thinking of this, Bai Rong hurried to Bai Xian's side, picked up Bai Xian and walked towards the window. She didn't want Bai Xian to talk or move around, so she just carried Bai Xian and left. Emoi watched Bai Rong leave through the window, then lay back on the bed. Emoi is now considering whether to seal this window completely. Emoi is traumatized by being ambushed every night. If one day, a powerful heroine comes back early and attacks me, I will be dead. Emoi didn't think much about it and went to sleep first, and he would think about everything later. Zzz. At this time, Bai Rong in the car was very angry because Emoi had touched most of her body. She now wanted to kill Emoi, but her strength was not enough. But now she understood one thing, Emoi was definitely not from those sects. If they were people from those sects, they would have used them for dual cultivation tonight. How could he let me go? She also discovered that Emoi had no idea that she could hear his thoughts. So she was certain of one thing, that this world is really just a world of a book. She had to believe it now. Although she was very angry, she was also very curious about Emoi. Because she also wanted to know what Emoi's world was like. She wanted to ask Emoi. People are very interested in unknown things. Of course, this group of people also includes Bai Rong. She is now very curious about Emoi. Bai Rong blushed when she thought of Emoi's snow popsicle. Bai Xian doesn't have so many messy thoughts. Her idea was to have a baby with Emoi, because Emoi was so handsome. Bai Xian said to Bai Rong with a crazy look on her face, "Sister, Emoi is so handsome. I like it very much. Sister, how about we play here for a month before going back?" Now Bai Xian doesn't care about the pursuit anymore, she just wants to be with Emoi. Bai Rong also held her forehead and replied, "Stop being a fangirl. Besides, he is not from this world. You two can't be together." You also heard his inner voice. Everything he did was just to return to his world. Bai Rong must remind Bai Xian now, otherwise it will be troublesome if she falls. After hearing this, Bai Xian also felt disappointed. Although she was disappointed, she would not give up. She would be willing to be with Emoi even for one day. Seeing Bai Xian standing there without saying anything, Bai Rong didn't say anything either, but drove to a nearby hotel. After all, I still have to protect Emoi tomorrow, so it's not convenient to be too far away. Soon it was morning. Emoi also got up and went downstairs to have breakfast. Emoi said to Mei Qian, "Eat quickly, I have to go out today." After hearing this, Mei Qian finished eating in no time. "I'm done eating, let's go," Mei Qian said excitedly. After Mei Qian finished speaking, she pulled Emoi outside. It's a rare opportunity to go out and play with Emoi, so he must be very anxious. Emoi was also pulled outside by Mei Qian. Uncle Emo also saw Mei Qian now and immediately wanted to take action. But he was stopped by Emoi. Emoi said, "Uncle Emo, you don't have to follow me today. I'll be protected by this beautiful lady." Emoi also saw the two bodyguards from his father, but Emoi didn't need them now. After hearing this, Uncle Emo felt that Emoi was so amazing. He actually snatched the enemy's woman away. This is so awesome. Uncle Emo replied, "Okay, master." Emoi didn't hesitate and pulled Mei Qian towards the Lamborghini. Soon Emoi and Mei Qian arrived in the Lamborghini. The driver also started the car and started heading towards Min Yao's school. Emoi also took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Bai Rong. Then Emoi called Min Yao. Min Yao also quickly answered Emoi's call. As soon as Min Yao answered the phone, Emoi said, "Min Yao baby, I need you to do me a favor. We'll talk in person then. I can probably get to your school in an hour." Min Yao smiled sweetly on the other end of the phone and replied, "Brother Emoi, I will help you no matter what it is. I won't let you wait for me this time. I will go down and wait for you in advance." After hearing this, Emoi smiled and said, "Yeah. So good. Also, when you want to play the concave convex game with me, you must choose a good time, otherwise you will always be intercepted by Mushui. It has prevented me from playing the concave convex game with you for so long." When Min Yao heard this, her face turned red with shame, and then she said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, Emoi also heard it and was very satisfied. It felt so good to tease such a beautiful girl. Although there was a murderous gaze staring at him, Emoi ignored it. Chapter 57. Emoi and Min Yao act together. Emoi continued to talk to Min Yao on the other end of the phone. "I won't tell you yet. When the time comes, we'll talk when we meet. Bye first." Emoi hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Emoi looked at Mei Qian, who was jealous, and tried to ease the awkward atmosphere. Then Emoi kissed Mei Qian's cherry lips directly. Mei Qian was kissed before she could react. The anger just now disappeared in an instant. Instead, they cooperated with Emoi and started to eat each other. The driver didn't dare to look at it anymore. Emoi thought to himself, "It tastes really good. It turns out that beautiful women taste good. If I wasn't busy, I would play a game of concave and convex with Mei Qian." An hour later, Emoi also arrived at the school gate. Min Yao had been waiting at the school gate for a long time, so she saw Emoi as soon as he arrived. He hurried over to Emoi's car. Emoi also opened the car door and let Min Yao sit in. Now Emoi is caught in the middle. Mei Qian is on the left and Min Yao is on the right. As soon as Min Yao got in the car, she became hostile to Mei Qian. Her intuition told her that Emoi and this woman were not simple. Just when Min Yao was still thinking about something, Emoi hugged her. Emoi hugged her and said, "My dear Min Yao, long time no see. I missed you so much. Be good, don't move, let your brother hold you." When Emoi saw Min Yao getting into the car, he wanted to take advantage of her. Anyway, with the current plot, as long as the protagonist doesn't T-collapse, I won T-collapse. This was Emoi Xian's guess. After being hugged, Wen Yao's face also turned slightly red. After all, she and Emoi Xian rarely have such intimate actions, so she felt it as soon as they hugged. How could I think about anything else, especially when there was such a handsome guy like Emoi Xian? Wen Yao was also very obedient and just held me quietly. On the other hand, Mei Qian started to get very angry again. After she gets angry for a while, she will get used to it. Mei Qian didn't dare to say anything. She had already decided to be with Emoi Xian for the rest of her life. So she didn't dare to say anything, for fear that Emoi Xian would no longer want her. For Mei Qian, Emoi Xian saved her life. After all, it was Emoi Xian who cured her of the poison. On the other hand, Yi Haoyu also threatened her. Compared with the two, Emoi Xian was naturally much better, not to mention that Emoi Xian was so handsome. Her heart has already belonged to Emoi Xian. She is the heroine. Once she falls in love with someone, she will never fall in love with another person, and the heroine is unlikely to be unfaithful. At this time, Emoi Xian said while holding Wen Yao. You play a trick with me. If you act well, maybe I'll agree to date you. Emoi Xian now wants to kill Yi Haoyu and destroy his heart. When Yi Haoyu sees Mei Qian and I together, he will probably be furious. But he is the protagonist, he shouldn't be angry to death. Even if he is angry to death, maybe he will be resurrected the next day. If Yi Haoyu finds out that Wen Yao is acting with Emoi Xian, Yi Haoyu will probably become completely evil. Emoi Xian still hoped that he could withstand this small blow. As the protagonist, if he can't even withstand this little blow, what's the point of being the protagonist? Anyway, Emoi Xian now feels that being a villain is pretty good. Wen Yao blushed and replied. Brother Emoi Xian, what are you going to act? My acting skills might be a little bad. If I don't act well, don't blame me, brother Emoi Xian. Emoi Xian patted Wen Yao on the back and said. You don't really need to act, you just need to say a few lines. I'm going to call Yi Haoyu now, and then I'll say that you were kidnapped by me. After that, all you have to do is say, help Emoi Xian, don't come over here That's all. Emoi Xian knew that Yi Haoyu would believe it. In his stereotype, Emoi Xian was a person who did all kinds of evil. What's more, it is impossible for the protagonist to just stand by and watch someone die, let alone save the heroine, which makes him even more interested. Wen Yao said, it's that simple. If that's the case, I can still do it. Is it really okay to just do this? After all, Min Yao is still a schoolgirl and doesn't want to do anything bad. But it's not impossible for her to do bad things for Emoi Xian. People who love deeply will be like this. And those who are rational probably don't love me enough. Wen Yao is the person who loved to the point of losing her mind, and now she only has a little bit of rationality left. I believe that soon even the last bit of sanity will be gone. Emoi Xian was a little angry and said. What's wrong? Don't worry. I won't kill anyone. I just wanted to piss him off. You know, this person always comes to trouble me. If I don't teach him a lesson, he will think I'm a pushover. Also, when you shout for help later, make sure it sounds more realistic. Wen Yao saw that Emoi Xian was angry and hurriedly said. Ah. Yes. This kind of person must be taught a lesson. Wen Yao also felt that people like Yi Haoyu must be taught a lesson. So disgusting, that kind of person. Wen Yao continued. Brother Emoi Xian, please call. I've already prepared it. After hearing Wen Yao's words, Emoi Xian started calling Yi Haoyu without hesitation. Emoi Xian has gone through so many plots, so he knows most of the things. Besides, it's just a phone number. At this time, Yi Haoyu was driving a car with 5 people. He took these 5 people with him and planned to get rid of Emoi Xian tonight. He couldn't bear it for a moment. Although he knew that only one person could easily kill Emoi Xian, Yi Haoyu didn't want to make any mistakes. So if he asked 5 people to go together, plus himself, Emoi Xian would definitely die. The 5 bodyguards were speechless at this time. It was just to kill a little rich second generation, but they were all called in. Although they thought this was safe, they still felt that Yi Haoyu was making a big deal out of nothing. If Yi Haoyu wasn't His Majesty the Dragon King, they would probably have started cursing. When they came back this time, they could clearly feel that Yi Haoyu was very cowardly. It's not like the fearless attitude found abroad. But they didn't dare say anything. Just then, Yi Haoyu's cell phone rang. Yi Haoyu also answered the call without hesitation. After all, not many people knew his phone number, and they thought it was someone from the Dragon King Palace calling him. As soon as Yi Haoyu answered the phone, he asked, "Who are you? What's the matter?" Soon Emoi spoke. As soon as Emoi spoke, Yi Haoyu got angry. As soon as Yi Haoyu heard the voice, he knew who it was. He would never forget this voice. Emoi said to Yi Haoyu on the other end of the phone, "I'm going to play the concave convex game with your beloved woman right now. I didn't expect that the person Min Yao loves is actually a loser like you. Now I have no choice but to tie her up. But it seems quite exciting. It feels so good to force your beloved woman to play the concave convex game. TSK. It's exciting just thinking about it." Chapter 58 Lin Ting Beauty Hacker. At this time, Emoi gave Min Yao a wink. The latter, Min Yao, also understood, and then began to speak in a trembling voice. "Help! Emoi, don't come over here. Ah!" After Min Yao finished speaking, she saw Emoi make a hushing gesture. Then Min Yao's voice disappeared. Emoi deliberately said loudly to Min Yao, "You stinky bitch, you still dare to scream, I will make sure you can't get out of bed later." Yi Haoyu was skeptical at first, but when he heard Min Yao's terrified and trembling cry, Yi Haoyu believed it. He felt that he must have misunderstood Min Yao in the past. Yi Haoyu didn't care about that anymore, and quickly said to Emoi on the phone, "Don't hurt Min Yao, or I will make sure you die without a burial place. If you really hurt Min Yao, I will not only kill you, but also your entire family." Yi Haoyu is very anxious now. He can only say harsh words to scare Emoi and then go to save Min Yao. If I don't scare Emoi, even if I go there later, Min Yao will have been eaten to pieces. How could he let this happen? Emoi sneered at the person on the other end of the phone. "I'm so scared. You are such a loser, you want to kill my whole family." I am dying of laughter. I just want to ask, where do you get the confidence from as a bodyguard? Yi Haoyu was originally immune to these sarcastic words, but why were they so irritating coming from Emoi mouth? Yi Haoyu continued to threaten Emoi on the other end of the phone. "I'm not kidding you. If you let Min Yao go now, maybe I will consider sparing you. Otherwise, you will die soon." Emoi also replied, "Then I'll wait and see, you piece of shit. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you could find me in half an hour, maybe Min Yao would still be clean. If you don't find me in half an hour, I will eat you till there is nothing left." Emoi hung up the phone after he finished speaking. After hearing what Emoi said, Yi Haoyu almost vomited blood again. Yi Haoyu hurriedly called Lin Ting. Lin Ting is a hacker, and she is very good at it. Hacking into other people's computers and systems is no problem at all and is a piece of cake for Lin Ting. At this time, in a pink room, there was a lovely beauty sitting in front of a computer, typing on the keyboard frantically. But just as she was about to continue pressing the keyboard, her cell phone rang. Lin Ting saw that it was Yi Haoyu calling, and she said she didn't really want to answer it. But she still accepted it. After all, she was also from the Dragon King Palace. As soon as Lin Ting pressed the answer button, Yi Haoyu's anxious voice came from the other end. Yi Haoyu said anxiously to Lin Ting on the other end of the phone, "Sister Lin Ting, please help me find the location of this mobile phone number. 18. You'd better find out for me within 15 minutes. I'm very anxious now." After hearing this, Lin Ting said, "It might take me 20 minutes to find out because you are in Dragon Country, which is a bit difficult, plus I am abroad." Yi Haoyu said anxiously, "Anyway, hurry up and send me the location on WeChat once you've checked it. I won't talk to you anymore." After Yi Haoyu finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He now has to rush to the city of Enhai. Yi Haoyu was driving very fast now, and the 5 people behind him almost vomited. Lin Ting also started to check the location of the number. She actually didn't really want to help Yi Haoyu. After learning what kind of person he was, Lin Ting also hated him very much. Besides, she wasn't very familiar with Yi Haoyu yet. I can only say that I have met her once. But when they met, Yi Haoyu kept looking at her. At that time, Lin Ting had an understanding that even she herself was speechless. That was what Lin Ting understood at the time. This man was not at all pretentious, and his liking for someone was not hypocritical, not like a hypocrite. After learning that Yi Haoyu was that kind of person, Lin Ting realized how stupid her original idea was. She heard Emoi's thoughts and realized that Yi Haoyu captured women's hearts with his evil smile. No wonder he kept looking at me and smiling at me back then. This turned out to be the reason. Lin Ting actually wants to go back to China, but she can't go back for the time being. Lin Ting didn't think anymore and started to check the location of the number. At this time, Mo Xian also arrived at the unfinished building in the plot. In the original plot, Mo Xian liked this exciting feeling. Wild show. Mo Xian also understood that it was all deliberately arranged by the crappy author. Otherwise, how can the protagonist be a hero and save the beauty? Mo Xian didn't think anymore and brought Wen Yao and Mei Qian to the unfinished building. There is no one here, after all, it is quite remote. Mo Xian also saw that Bai Xian and Bai Rong had reached the second floor and were hiding. Mo Xian told them the address when he called them on WeChat just now. After all, he had agreed with them to protect him for 3 days, so of course Mo Xian asked them to come here. Although they are of no use to Mo Xian, it is also a good idea to let them watch the show. However, what Mo Xian didn't know was that his unintentional action prevented him from revealing his strength to the protagonist. After all, according to the plot, it will take at least some time for Yi Haoyu to call back the protagonist's master from the Dragon King Palace. But Yi Haoyu was so upset by Mo Xian, not to mention Mei Qian also left. He had no one to use, so he could only ask them to come to Dragon Country. At this time, Bai Xian was upstairs watching Mo Xian, Wen Yao and Mei Qian being affectionate with each other. Her heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. Bai Rong also comforted Bai Xian. After all, anyone would feel uncomfortable seeing the person they like being affectionate with another woman. 20 minutes later. Yi Haoyu also received the location sent by Lin Ting. He looked at the location and realized that it would take him at least 13 minutes to catch up. Now he can only drive at the fastest speed. Because he was afraid that Mo Xian would be done in 3 minutes. Yi Haoyu felt that since Mo Xian was so rich, he must be partying every night. If he could spend 3 minutes on that, Yi Haoyu felt that he thought too highly of Mo Xian. So now he is driving very fast, he wishes he could fly right now. The 5 people behind couldn't hold back any longer and vomited. Han Mo also vomited on Yi Haoyu, and the whole car was immediately filled with a foul smell. Yi Haoyu looked at the filthy things all over his body and immediately started shaking with anger. He wanted to kill Han Mo, even though it was not intentional, but he still felt like killing him. Even though there was a stench, Yi Haoyu's speed was still as fast as before. Han Mo quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty the Dragon King, I just can't help it. Please forgive me, Dragon King." Yi Haoyu didn't say anything either, saying that it was difficult for him to forgive him. It's not that he is stingy, it's because he is about to meet a beautiful woman, and if Min Yao sees him covered in these dirty things, and he stinks all over, Min Yao will definitely find him disgusting. Chapter 59 Yi Haoyu saves Wen Yao. Yi Haoyu didn't care about the stench and continued to drive at the fastest speed. There is no way, time is running out. If we go a little later, Wen Yao might be defiled by that bastard Mo Xian. He didn't think about it anymore. 13 minutes later. Yi Haoyu arrived outside the unfinished building. He quickly opened the car door and ran towards the unfinished building. Han Mo and others also quickly caught up with Yi Haoyu. As soon as Mo Xian arrived at the unfinished building, he started to tie up Wen Yao. "You have to do the whole act." Mo Xian also heard the footsteps at this time and realized that Yi Haoyu had arrived. Mo Xian also began to act according to the lines and actions of the original plot. Mo Xian deliberately spoke louder and said to Wen Yao with a wicked smile, "Little sister, your brother Yi Haoyu didn't come to save you. It's already been more than 3 minutes. He. Since he's not coming, I'll make you feel comfortable." After Mo Xian finished speaking, he walked towards Wen Yao with a lustful look on his face. "Help!" Min Yao also started shouting. At this time, Yi Haoyu, who was running over quickly, also heard Mo Xian's words and Mei Qian's cry for help. He continued to speed up, he was afraid that it would be too late. He thinks Mo Xian is just a 3-point man. With Yi Haoyu's acceleration, he arrived at the empty unfinished building in less than 10 seconds. He also saw Mo Xian trying to defile Wen Yao, but when Mo Xian saw him coming, he stopped. Just at this moment, Mo Xian, Wen Yao and Mei Qian all smelled a foul odor. And this smell was obviously from Yi Haoyu, because he had just come in. Even when Min Yao was acting, she couldn't help but want to cover her nose with her hands. But her hands were tied and she couldn't move at all. On the other hand, Mei Qian quickly covered her nose. So is Mo Xian. Mo Xian covered his nose and asked Yi Haoyu, Did you fall into a cesspool? It stinks. You are here to disgust me. TSK. Using such despicable means. I really admire you. Emoi couldn't help but complain, and he almost vomited. Even Bai Rong and Bai Xian upstairs covered their mouths. Bai Xian whispered to Bai Rong, he is so disgusting. Why can such a person be the protagonist? I'm speechless. And he's just average looking. He's nothing compared to Emoi. In fact, Yi Haoyu is a handsome guy, but compared with Emoi, he is nothing. Bai Rong also nodded in agreement. When Yi Haoyu heard what Emoi said and Mei Qian covered her nose, he hated Han Mo even more. Yi Haoyu didn't care about this matter anymore. He really wanted to know why Mei Qian was standing next to Emoi. This is what he wants to know most. Although there is a worst-case scenario. But there is still hope. Yi Haoyu asked Mei Qian, why are you with Emoi? Did you get caught by him too? Mei Qian didn't want to talk to him either. She wanted to tell Yi Haoyu through practical actions. Then Mei Qian hugged Emoi's arm. Her head also rested in Emoi's arms. Mei Qian has already given Yi Haoyu the answer he wanted through her actions. When Yi Haoyu saw this scene, his head was about to explode. My head is buzzing. He couldn't believe this scene. After all, he never expected that the people from his Dragon King palace would be with Emoi. First of all, this has never happened before. After all, everyone cherishes their lives. The killers of the Dragon King palace have all taken poison. Yi Haoyu couldn't understand why Mei Qian didn't even want to live anymore. She was willing to give up her life just to be with Emoi. He couldn't understand why. Yi Haoyu cried out in his heart, is Emoi really that good? He really couldn't understand this notorious playboy. Why can he capture the hearts of so many women? And they are all stunning beauties, each of them is the goddess that others dream of. They all like this kind of person. Is it really because of money ability? Yi Haoyu has now decided to take down Emoi's company and become the richest man in Yinhai City. He also wants to live a life of luxury. His worldview completely collapsed. Even gods couldn't stop him from changing. He admitted that he was envious. This time when he returned to China, he suffered more setbacks than in the past 20 years abroad. No matter how strong one's heart is, changes will occur. If it were someone else, he would have turned evil long ago. Yi Haoyu now only wants to ask Mei Qian why she betrayed him. And those who betrayed him must die, and women must die too. Yi Haoyu asked Mei Qian, why did you betray me? Aren't you afraid of death? Is it worth it for you to sacrifice your life for such a dandy boy? I'll give you one more chance now, otherwise I'll have no choice but to activate the poison in your body. You also know the consequences of betraying me. Yi Haoyu still wants Mei Qian to change her mind, he doesn't mind. Anyway, he has been cheated on so many times, he has gotten used to it. Mei Qian said coldly to Yi Haoyu, of course it's worth it. You will never understand what it feels like to love someone. After Mei Qian said these words, she stopped talking. She didn't want to waste time talking to Yi Haoyu because she felt disgusted. After hearing Mei Qian's words, Yi Haoyu threw his head back and laughed. After Yi Haoyu finished laughing, he said gloomily, okay, very good, since you want to die. Then I will grant your wish. Yi Haoyu directly recited a mantra, which could activate the poison in Mei Qian's body. What Yi Haoyu didn't know was that there was no poison in Mei Qian's body anymore. Yi Haoyu activated the mantra and waited for Mei Qian's poison to take effect. But Yi Haoyu waited for 3 minutes, but nothing happened to Mei Qian. After all, normally the poison would take that person's life within a minute. So Yi Haoyu had another bad guess at this time. Before Yi Haoyu could continue, Mei Qian explained, you don't have to wait. The poison has been removed. Yi Haoyu shouted loudly, impossible, absolutely impossible. This kind of poison, in this world, only my master and I can cure it. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. Yi Haoyu really couldn't believe it. After all, his master said that there were only 2 people in the world who could cure this poison. That is Yi Haoyu and his master. That's why he couldn't believe it. He recited the formula again and waited for the result. 3 minutes later, Mei Qian was still as normal. Now Yi Haoyu completely believed it. Yi Haoyu pointed at Mei Qian and asked, how did you solve it? He now wants to know who this person is and who has such great ability. Mei Qian said coldly, why should I tell you? Chapter 60 Bai Xian kicks someone away. Mei Qian didn't intend to tell it at all, she knew it was Emoi Xian's secret. She is a smart woman. Yi Haoyu was furious and said, "No wonder you, a stinking bitch, dared to betray me. It turns out that the poison has been cured. Even if the poison is cured, you will die here today." Just then, 5 people walked in from the entrance. When Mei Qian saw these 5 people, she started to panic. She knew that these 5 people were the masters ranked 4-9 in the Dragon King Palace. The lowest one has 38 attack power. She doesn't know what to do now. After all, she couldn't stop those people at all. Don't even mention holding them back. Emoi Xian also looked at Han Mo and the other 4 people coming in, and he was also very shocked. Emoi Xian thought to himself, how come these 5 people came back so soon? What a variety of plots. Fortunately, Bai Xian and the others are here, otherwise their strength would be exposed today. Emoi Xian was now glad that he had called Bai Xian and the others. Originally, Emoi Xian just wanted them to come and watch the show. I didn't expect that he would become my good helper now. After hearing this, Mei Qian calmed down. Yi Haoyu looked at Mei Qian, who was a little panicked, then smiled evilly at her and said, "Are you scared now? I'll give you one last chance. If you come back to me now, I will forgive you for what happened. Otherwise, you will die here today." Yi Haoyu still wanted to keep her. After all, he had been craving for her body for a long time. It would be great if we could persuade Mei Qian to come back. Mei Qian snorted coldly, "Just dream on. Even if I die, I won't be with you. People like you don't deserve it." When Yi Haoyu heard Mei Qian was so determined, he stopped trying to persuade her and said to Han Mo and the others, "Go up and take care of Mei Qian. Leave it to me, Emoi Xian." Just when Han Mo and the others were about to attack, Emoi Xian gently put the knife on Wen Yao's neck and threatened, "If any one of you dares to come over here, I will kill her." Emoi Xian is now acting according to the original plot, and Emoi Xian is still quite dedicated. Yi Haoyu said angrily, "Emoi Xian, are you a man? You are not a human being if you use a woman as a shield." Now Yi Haoyu doesn't dare to act rashly. However, Yi Haoyu changed the subject and asked Mei Qian, "Do you still like this kind of person?" Mei Qian was speechless after hearing this. Mei Qian said speechlessly, "Whether I like it or not has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it. Okay?" In fact, when Yi Haoyu asked Mei Qian the question, he took out a coin from his pocket. This was left behind when he just returned to China by car. Emoi Xian replied at this time, "Mei Qian knows very well whether I am a man or not. I'm not going to take it off for a loser like you to see. You guys get out now, or I'll kill Wen Yao." Wen Yao also showed a frightened expression. Cooperate with Emoi Xian in acting. She also had a line, which was, "Brother Yi Haoyu, come and save me." But she simply couldn't say such lines now, because she particularly dislikes Yi Haoyu. And now there is the smell on Yi Haoyu's body. She can't cover her nose and can only endure it silently. "My tears are stinking." Yi Haoyu felt very distressed when he saw Wen Yao crying. He thought that Wen Yao was scared to tears by Emoi Xian. Little did she know that it was because of his crying. Yi Haoyu no longer hesitated and took out the coin while Mei Qian was not paying attention. The coin flew out as fast as lightning. Because Mei Qian just glanced at Wen Yao and was too late to stop her. Emoi Xian also felt the coin flying towards his body. This kind of attack power was completely harmless to him, but Emoi Xian still tried to put on a show. After the coin hit Emoi Xian, he flew backwards. After seeing Emoi Xian flying backwards, Yi Haoyu hurriedly said to his men, "You kill Mei Qian, I'll go save Wen Yao." After Yi Haoyu finished speaking, he started running towards Wen Yao. After hearing the order, Han Mo and others rushed towards Mei Qian. But before they could take a few steps, they saw 2 beauties slowly falling from the sky. They are Bai Xian and Bai Rong. Seeing this, Yi Haoyu also stopped. He couldn't take his eyes off Bai Rong and Bai Xian. So beautiful, and their twins, double the happiness. Yi Haoyu is now feeling hot all over, and he is very eager to learn his martial arts. It was even hotter than the last time at Zhao Caibing's place. Yi Haoyu understood that these 2 beauties also met the requirements of the technique. He knew it definitely met the requirements without any reminder from the martial arts techniques. It was so beautiful. It's like a fairy descending to earth. Yi Haoyu quickly and politely smiled at Bai Xian and the others. "2 beauties, may I ask why you are blocking my way?" Although he knew that they were protecting Emoi Xian, he wanted to snatch them away from Emoi. It's not the kind of snatching, but the way of snatching with a wicked smile. Although he knew the possibility was slim, Yi Haoyu still wanted to give it a try. At this time, Bai Rong replied, "You retreat, I won't hurt you. You are no match for us." Bai Xian also said fiercely, "Emoi, I'm protecting you, if you dare to come. Don't blame me for being rude. I'm very strong." Yi Haoyu now realized that he had failed again. He now has an even stronger desire to kill Emoi. Because Emoi is now in the ruins, this is the best time for him to kill Emoi. If he fails this time, it will be even more difficult in the future. The most important thing is, as long as he kills Emoi, everything will be his. Although Yi Haoyu felt that Bai Xian and the others were very strong, he still wanted to give it a try. After all, it has come to this, and he would be unwilling to leave like this. Yi Haoyu is now betting that Bai Xian and the others are not that strong. Yi Haoyu didn't hesitate and said to Han Emoi and the others, "Don't be afraid, come on. Use 100% of your strength. I feel they are very strong." After hearing this, Han Emoi and the others quickly rushed towards the two women. Yi Haoyu now wants to sneak over and kill Emoi. But he saw Mei Qian staring at him, so he could only watch. After all, he couldn't beat Mei Qian. He knew that Mei Qian had been cured of the poison and her strength would definitely increase. So he won't seek abuse. Bai Xian and Bai Rong were not panicked at all when they saw these trash coming towards them. They have practiced it. Their mother teaches them every day. Han Emoi took the brunt of the punch and threw it at Bai Xian. Bai Xian said, "Too slow." Immediately afterwards, Bai Xian jumped 2 meters high and kicked Han Emoi directly on the forehead. Han Emoi now also found it incredible, how could one jump so high? Han Emoi was unable to retract his fist for a while because he had punched out, so he was kicked in the head with great speed. Then Han Emoi was kicked away. Fortunately, his head was strong and was not kicked to pieces. Bai Xian didn't use her full strength. If she had, Han Emoi would have been dead. Yi Haoyu couldn't believe it as he watched Han Emoi fly several meters away and lose consciousness. How could there be such a strong woman in Longhua? This is so unscientific.